Lin Hui lay on the bed in room 1101 of the Guangwai Hotel, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes empty, as if life had drained from him. Beside him, his girlfriend, Wu Xuan, was transformed into a zombie. She was sprawled out in her pajamas, drooling and staring at him with a wide-open mouth. "Come on, bite me. Please, just bite me." Lin Hui's voice was weak, desperate. "Why don't you bite me?" But Wu Xuan, now a mindless creature, just groaned lowly, drooling incessantly, her hunger apparent, yet she did nothing. Lin Hui's frustration grew. Was it really that hard to die? He couldn't bring himself to end it himself, but neither did he want to venture out to be torn apart by other zombies. He was stuck in an agonizing limbo, his heart empty and cold. Just 2 days ago, life had been normal. Lin Hui and Wu Xuan were living an ordinary life, until everything changed. The apocalypse struck suddenly, and in the chaos, Wu Xuan mutated before his very eyes. The shock had been too much. He passed out, and when he woke up, his girlfriend was no longer the woman he loved. She was now a grotesque creature, drooling and staring at him with unrecognizable hunger. "Are you going to bite me or not?" Lin Hui muttered weakly, his stomach growling with hunger. For 2 days, he had been holding in both his hunger and his need to pee. How long could he last? "I'm really hungry." He could hardly stand it anymore. His hand shakily reached for his phone on the bedside table. Wu Xuan, still watching him, followed his every move with empty, longing eyes. Lin Hui opened Meituan, hoping against hope that the world outside still functioned. To his surprise, there was still a signal. Maybe, just maybe, he could get food delivered. He placed an order, not caring that the world outside had ended. 5 minutes passed. No confirmation. He tried calling his parents. No answer. Call after call went unanswered. Panic set in. It was clear now. The world was gone. The zombie apocalypse had arrived. His gaze flicked back to Wu Xuan, who now looked even more monstrous. Her eyes were full of hunger and ferocity. She was his girlfriend, yet she was nothing like the woman he knew. "Xuan, are you hungry?" Lin Hui asked, though he knew it was pointless. Her response was a low, guttural growl and more drool. It hit him. She couldn't even bear to bite him. He felt a pang of sadness. Even as a zombie, she remembered him, somehow. But this cruel fate left them both stuck in a purgatory of sorts. "I'll find some food first," Lin Hui decided, forcing himself to stand up. It felt like the right thing to do. He needed to eat before he could figure out what to do next. Slowly, he dressed, trying not to make any sudden movements that might provoke Wu Xuan. She followed his every step, drooling and inching closer, almost as if she wanted to consume him, but couldn't. "Xuan, your saliva? It's on me." Lin Hui sighed as he tied his shoes, his heart heavy. He knew she couldn't understand him anymore, but the old Lin Hui still couldn't help feeling the weight of what had been lost. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Hui grabbed the kettle from the bedside table and crept towards the door. He opened it slowly, cautiously. No zombies outside. Wu Xuan shuffled behind him, growling softly. Just as he was about to step into the hallway, a sudden howl pierced the silence. A male zombie in a suit appeared in the corridor. Lin Hui froze. He was about to retreat into the safety of his room when the zombie did something unexpected. It didn't charge at him. Instead, it stared, drooling, but didn't attack. Lin Hui blinked in confusion. "What's going on?" he wondered aloud. Wu Xuan hadn't attacked him either, but he thought that was because she still had some trace of recognition of him. But this zombie? The male zombie slowly approached, sniffing him, its mouth open in a grotesque grin. Lin Hui recoiled in disgust. "Get away!" he shouted, swinging the kettle at the zombie. The kettle connected with the zombie's head with a sickening thud, sending it stumbling back. The zombie didn't stop, however. It advanced, growling louder. Lin Hui, now disgusted and enraged, swung again. This time, the kettle struck harder, and blood splattered across the floor and Lin Hui's clothes. Lin Hui didn't stop until the zombie was crushed, the kettle deformed and dented from the impact. As he caught his breath, something strange happened. The blood from the zombie's body began to seep into the floor, and Lin Hui felt something stir within him. A strange, mysterious power surged through his body, and his connection with the hotel deepened. What's happening? Lin Hui asked himself, stunned. He could now sense the entire building in a blurry, distorted way. The sensation was faint, but unmistakable. It was as if he and the building were one. The hotel was somehow protecting him. His confusion deepened as he realized the truth. He wasn't just connected to the hotel physically, but in a way that defied logic. The zombies didn't attack him because the hotel itself was shielding him. Wu Xuan's behavior, her hesitation to bite him, suddenly made sense. It wasn't because she remembered him. It was because the hotel itself was holding her back. Lin Hui glanced at his zombie girlfriend, still staring hungrily at him. He hesitated for a moment. Should he do it? The power he now felt inside him was intoxicating. Maybe he could harness it. The zombies inside the hotel seemed to be absorbed by the building, and he could feel their power flowing into him. With renewed resolve, Lin Hui turned toward the corridor. He wasn't going to wait any longer. He would clear the hotel, take control of his destiny, and find a way to survive. And maybe, just maybe, he could find a way to save Wu Xuan. Stepping into the hall, Lin Hui felt the weight of his new power. The world outside had ended, but in this hotel, he might just have a chance to rewrite his fate. Lin Hui's excitement grew as he teleported once again, this time appearing on the rooftop of the hotel. The cool wind brushed against his face, and for a moment he simply stood there, processing everything that had happened. It's a pity I still can't leave the hotel, but at least I can access the rooftop, he muttered to himself. He tested the limits of his newfound control, attempting to jump. But as soon as he tried to lift both feet off the ground, it felt as though invisible roots had rooted him to the floor. The power of the hotel surged through him, making it impossible to leave the ground entirely. He was no longer just a guest or a part of the hotel. He was one with it. The hotel was his weapon, and he was its spirit. It was a strange, almost surreal feeling. Still, this level of control has its perks, Lin Hui thought as he conjured a drop of the hotel's essence into his hand. The essence pulsed with an eerie energy, feeling as if it were part of his very being. Lin Hui marveled at how it seemed to function as his personal energy source, readily accessible whenever he needed it. But as powerful as it was, the essence wasn't something he could use to attack. It wasn't volatile unless transformed into something more dangerous, like the explosive force he had unwittingly unleashed during his earlier death. Lin Hui took a deep breath, reflecting on the implications of his resurrection. If my body's not completely destroyed, I can be recycled. But if it's too damaged, the hotel's essence is consumed in the process. He paused, thinking about the time he had nearly been obliterated by the explosion. Thankfully, his body could be reconstructed even after such destruction, but the cost was steep. It was clear that a single drop of hotel essence was capable of doing much more than he could have ever imagined. Having digested this information, Lin Hui teleported back to the front desk. Wu Xuan was still there, seemingly unaffected by everything that had happened. Lin Hui rubbed the back of his head affectionately and took a moment to gauge his companion's strength. As a hotel staff member, Wu Xuan had been strengthened by the hotel's unique powers, though far less so than Lin Hui himself. His gaze drifted to the old laptop on the desk. An idea began to form. Could he digitize some of the hotel's data? If he could somehow extract information and display it, it would be a major breakthrough. He focused on the laptop, his mind reaching out. Almost immediately, the hotel's essence began to swirl around the device, transforming it into something far more powerful, something part of the hotel itself. With a thought, Lin Hui guided the transformation, strengthening the laptop's casing and reshaping its inner workings. It wasn't easy. After all, he wasn't a tech expert. But he didn't need to be. With his newfound powers, his will alone was enough to steer the process. It was as though he were shaping reality itself, an experience reminiscent of a god speaking light into existence. Hours passed, and the transformation was nearly complete. A hum filled the air as the laptop powered on, glowing with new life. Lin Hui's heart raced. This wasn't just a laptop anymore. It was an extension of him. He could control it, change settings, access information, and monitor every aspect of the hotel. The possibilities seemed endless. He clicked on the new icon that appeared on the screen. My Hotel. The interface that unfolded was nothing like what he had expected. Instead of typical icons, the screen displayed a sleek, minimalist design with the word My Hotel stamped under a picture of a building. Lin Hui's fingers hovered over the mouse, but it was unnecessary. His thoughts alone guided the system now. As he clicked into the system, a series of menus appeared. Shopkeeper, Lin Hui, physique strength 101. Waiter, Wu Xuan. Note, can evolve autonomously, not constrained by the hotel. Waiter, vacant. Chef, vacant. Below that was a detailed breakdown of the hotel. First floor, area, status, slightly dirty, can be cleaned. Second floor, area, status, very dirty, needs to be arranged. Seventh floor, room 701, guests. Two ominous buttons caught Lin Hui's eye: suppress troublemakers and kill troublemakers. He couldn't help but smile at the potential of the system, amazed at how his mind could influence the hotel's very structure. Testing his control, he clicked on the option to clean the first floor. Instantly, the invisible power of the hotel surged, and the lobby was transformed, spotless and pristine. As Lin Hui continued to explore the interface, he found he could do far more than just clean. With a single thought, the tables and chairs were neatly arranged, the rooms made spotless, and even the dirty sheets folded perfectly. He didn't even need to click the mouse anymore. His thoughts alone were enough. His curiosity led him to explore the vacant position for another hotel waiter. As his mouse hovered over waiter Mar, the screen shifted, displaying a live feed of the hotel's lobby. To his shock, a new figure, labeled Thor, appeared on the screen, though it was invisible in reality. This figure moved in sync with the screen's perspective, responding as if it were a real entity. "This is surreal," Lin Hui muttered, fascinated. It was like playing a game where his thoughts controlled everything, but now this wasn't just a game. It was real life. He could feel the presence of the newly created waiter, but no one else could see it. The boundaries between the virtual and physical had blurred, and Lin Hui realized that with this power, he was no longer just controlling a hotel. He was shaping its very existence. As he pressed the forward key, the ghostly waiter moved in response. Lin Hui had only just begun to scratch the surface of what he could do. "Please vote. Please collect." Lin Hui stared at the screen, unable to believe what he was seeing. The strange digital symbol hovered over the woman's skeletal remains, an unexpected option flashing next to it: select a target. The surreal situation caused a chill to run down his spine. "Select a target?" Lin Hui muttered, his voice barely a whisper. The strange game, or whatever it was, had just taken a turn for the bizarre. He was still reeling from the discovery that a simple digital symbol, connected to the hotel in some way, could move freely across the world outside. But now, it seemed as though it had an unexpected function, one that might be more than just a tool for observation. Confused, Lin Hui tried to focus on what was happening. He hadn't expected this kind of interaction. He had been using the digital symbol to observe the outside world, keeping a safe distance from danger, but now it seemed to be offering him the power to make choices. Could this be another one of the hotel's mysterious abilities? And why was the option to select a target appearing now, right over the bones of a woman devoured by zombies? Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a sharp roar echoing from the screen. The zombies, having finished with their grisly feast, scattered back into the streets. Lin Hui felt a cold sweat drip down his neck. The scene he was witnessing, once distant and safely detached, had become horrifyingly vivid. The remains of the woman, her body shredded by the zombies, lay in front of the digital symbol, a gruesome reminder of the brutality of the apocalypse. The reality of the situation hit Lin Hui like a punch to the gut. He had thought that by controlling the symbol, he could distance himself from the violence outside. But now, it felt like the boundaries between his control and the brutal world outside were blurring. Still, despite the grim scene, his mind couldn't help but focus on that one option on the screen. Select a target. Could he actually do something now? Could he influence what was happening, or was this just another strange function of the hotel? Lin Hui hesitated, his finger hovering over the mouse. He wasn't sure what to do, but something inside him urged him to act. The digital symbol, for all its oddity, was now part of his connection to this place. This hotel. What if it could help? What if the hotel's essence could be used in ways he hadn't yet imagined? He clicked. Immediately, the screen shifted. The option disappeared, replaced by another: reanimate. Lin Hui's heart skipped a beat. Reanimate? Could the hotel's strange power bring this woman back? Was that even possible? As his mind raced with possibilities, he had a sudden realization. What if this is just the beginning? Back in the hotel, Tang Zhen was oblivious to the strange events unfolding in front of Lin Hui's screen. He had awoken with a sense of renewed vitality, his body feeling stronger than ever. It was as if the hotel had healed him overnight, erasing the scars of his past and restoring him to a near-perfect state. He marveled at the transformation. His once bad eyesight was now sharp again, and the fatigue that had plagued him for years had completely vanished. "This hotel," Tang Zhen said to himself, his voice filled with awe. "It's amazing. I feel like I've been reborn." Excited by his newfound strength, Tang Zhen was determined to make the most of it. He quickly got dressed, grabbing his kitchen knife and room key, and headed out into the world. There was no telling how long the hotel would offer him such perks. He knew he had to take full advantage before others discovered its secrets. As he stepped outside, Lin Hui continued to control the digital symbol, now hovering over the scene of the woman's gruesome death. The streets were eerily quiet as the digital symbol moved through the chaos, its invisible presence unnoticed by the zombies. Lin Hui could still see the face of the man standing at the window above, his expression cold and detached. The dark side of the apocalypse was beginning to show, and Lin Hui knew it. But for now, he was bound by the limits of his strange connection to the hotel. The digital symbol, the game, whatever it was, had become his only way of interacting with the outside world. He had no answers yet, only more questions. But one thing was clear. The hotel held powers beyond his understanding. Powers that could change everything. With a determined look in his eyes, Lin Hui clicked on the screen once more. The digital symbol moved closer to the woman's remains. As it did, the option reappeared, reanimate. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever came next. Lin Hui sat back, eyes wide in disbelief. The digital symbol had chosen the corpse of the woman instead of a living person or a zombie. It was baffling. His mind raced. Why would the game, if it was a game at all, do such a thing? He hesitated for only a second before clicking on the skeleton. What could happen? He had to find out. As soon as he clicked, the digital symbol flew into the woman's bones. To Lin Hui's amazement, something extraordinary occurred. The woman's skeleton seemed to come alive. Flesh and blood sprouted, her body reconstructing at a rapid pace. Her torn flesh and broken bones, damaged by the zombies, healed and regenerated right before Lin Hui's eyes. It was as if she were resurrecting from the dead, and all of it was powered by the hotel's essence. Lin Hui could barely process the scene. The woman looked beautiful. Not only was her face stunning, but her figure was mesmerizing. No wonder the man on the third floor had been angry when she likely jumped from the building in despair. The man's anger made sense now. He had failed to save her. But before Lin Hui could fully grasp what he was witnessing, the sound of zombies approaching interrupted his thoughts. They swarmed in once again, biting and tearing at the woman who had just been brought back to life. Then, in a shocking turn, the screen went black. Lin Hui's heart raced. Wait, is she dead? He clicked frantically, praying the screen would come back to life. When it did, he was met with the hotel's usual interface, and the waiter slot was vacant again. His chosen character, the woman, was gone. He couldn't help but feel a strange mix of frustration and confusion. He had just tried to experience something incredible, only to have it snatched away so quickly. Angrily, Lin Hui thought about his next move. He clicked on the digital symbol for waiter. Wu Xuan, who was standing beside him in the real world. Immediately, the game mode switched and Wu Xuan appeared on the screen. Lin Hui stared at her, fascinated by the new perspective. When he pressed the forward key, something unexpected happened. Wu Xuan lunged forward and collided with the front desk. Lin Hui winced at the sight. Oh no! He hurriedly adjusted, making sure to rub Wu Xuan's figure on the screen, as though trying to soothe her from the collision. But something amazing dawned on him. He could control her. This wasn't just a game. He was directly controlling Wu Xuan, as if she were a character he could move around, manipulate, and even test. The realization hit him hard. He could control the hotel's staff, and they were living, breathing beings. Well, at least they were living within the context of this game. Lin Hui continued experimenting with the controls, making Wu Xuan run and jump, exploring all the movements he could command her to do. He tried different speeds and functions, discovering new abilities for the digital waiter. He even found that, by pressing different keys, he could make Wu Xuan move slower, sprint faster, or just walk normally. It was like unlocking a new level of control in a game that had far surpassed his expectations. As Lin Hui tinkered with the game's features, a question lingered in his mind. Was all of this the hotel's doing, or had his own will been shaping the game? The thought that this game might be influenced by his subconscious was both thrilling and unnerving. It felt like he was creating something out of nothing, adding new dimensions to a character, granting her skills, even controlling her actions in ways he couldn't fully understand. He pushed the thought aside for now. There were more pressing matters. He wondered if Wu Xuan could be more than just a passive character. He had an idea to try and make her more autonomous, to let her learn how to fight on her own, to be more than just a puppet in his hands. However, when he tried adding new abilities, it didn't work. Wu Xuan could only attack in the simplest way, grabbing and biting, with no control over how she did it. This lack of control frustrated Lin Hui, but it also sparked an idea. Could he teach her? Could he train her to act independently, to fight zombies, to survive? But for now, he let the thought go. Wu Xuan's current form was sufficient, and he was fascinated by the possibilities. He continued experimenting, controlling her movements as she left the hotel and ran outside, experiencing the world through her eyes. Meanwhile, across the street, Tang Zhen sat outside a supermarket, mindlessly eating a piece of bread. The area around him was eerily quiet. All the zombies had seemingly disappeared, likely attracted by the hotel. He didn't question his luck. There was food aplenty, and he was in no hurry. But then something caught his eye. He saw Wu Xuan running in the distance, moving in a way that was too strange to ignore. Unlike other zombies, she didn't shuffle mindlessly or lurch toward him. She ran like a person, in a controlled, purposeful manner. Tang Zhen's heart raced. Could she be different? At that moment, Lin Hui, from the safety of his hotel, saw Tang Zhen on the screen. An idea sparked in his mind. He ordered Wu Xuan to attack a mineral water bottle that Tang Zhen was holding. It was a test, pure and simple. What would Wu Xuan do? Suddenly, Wu Xuan darted toward Tang Zhen, her movements lightning fast. Before he could react, she grabbed the bottle from his hand and bit it, crushing the plastic in a frenzy. Water exploded out, drenching Tang Zhen in the process. He stood there in shock, his mind racing. "What is this?" he stammered, completely caught off guard. "Is my meat not as tasty as a water bottle?" The scene left Lin Hui amused, but also intrigued. Wu Xuan had attacked with precision, and he wondered, could she be even more capable than he imagined? With the game now blurring the lines between reality and control, Lin Hui was beginning to realize that the true power of the hotel and its strange game-like influence on him was just beginning to unfold. Lin Hui stood behind the front desk, frustration creeping in. While Wu Xuan, now designated as a hotel waiter, had gained enhanced strength, she was still essentially just an ordinary zombie. Lacking independent thought, her actions were limited to basic, instinctive attacks, scratching and biting. Lin Hui couldn't help but hope that with time, Wu Xuan would evolve, gaining new abilities and attack methods. As his mind wandered, an idea struck him. Though the computer couldn't directly control Wu Xuan's attacks, Lin Hui realized he could issue mental commands to guide her actions. The laptop was more for external use. He, however, could control everything with his mind. He had always been confined to the hotel, struggling to adapt to changes outside, but this connection with the game felt different. Now, with the computer's assistance, he could issue commands while maintaining control with his thoughts. He guided Wu Xuan away from the hotel, directing her toward a nearby street teeming with zombies. As expected, the zombies took little notice of her, as they were the same kind. But Lin Hui wasn't about to let them pass peacefully. He commanded Wu Xuan to attack. In an instant, Wu Xuan sprinted forward, her claws slashing through a zombie's neck with brutal precision. The zombie barely had time to react before its head was torn off. Lin Hui winced as he watched the violence unfold. He had never seen Wu Xuan this merciless, not when she was human. The surrounding zombies stood stunned, unable to comprehend why one of their own was attacking. Lin Hui wasn't concerned with their confusion. He urged Wu Xuan to continue her rampage, dispatching zombie after zombie with ruthless efficiency. The air was thick with tension as Wu Xuan's hands shredded through zombie flesh. despite her raw strength, the fight wasn't without its cost. Wu Xuan's uniform was torn to shreds, and though her 300-kilogram strength made her formidable, her lack of combat experience and inability to dodge left her exposed to injury. Lin Hui wasn't worried, though. He could always heal her with the hotel's essence. As the fighting continued, something unexpected happened. Wu Xuan, like a true game character leveling up, began to evolve. She learned to target zombies' vital points, her strikes more deliberate, more efficient. Her strength and reaction speed gradually increased as well, an evolution that Lin Hui could only compare to a character's growth in a role-playing game. However, unlike typical games, Wu Xuan wasn't leveling up through experience points. Instead, the hotel's essence fed her power, allowing her to push beyond her limits time and again. Each time her stamina waned, the hotel's origin replenished it, and she grew stronger with every fight. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Tang Zhen had managed to gather a large stash of food. As he returned, he noticed Wu Xuan's strange behavior from a distance. The female zombie was running in a way unlike any other, and while it didn't attack him outright, Tang Zhen felt uneasy. Her movements were eerily human-like, more like jogging than the usual zombie shuffle. Curious and cautious, he continued to observe until Wu Xuan ran off in the direction of the zombies. Tang Zhen was left bewildered, unsure of what to make of the situation. After dropping off his supplies, Tang Zhen headed back out. He had an idea. If he could lure zombies into the area, he might be able to gather more food. The apocalypse had only just begun, and the streets were still relatively sparse. But Tang Zhen had a knack for attracting trouble. He taunted a group of zombies, drawing them into pursuit. With the horde hot on his heels, Tang Zhen ran as fast as he could, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He had learned the hard way that the hotel could offer him protection, but only if he made it inside. As he neared the hotel, he screamed for help, his voice desperate. But Lin Hui, still deeply engrossed in the game, couldn't spare any attention to help. The hotel itself, however, had a different plan. Tang Zhen stumbled through the door just as the zombies were about to catch him. The moment the first of the horde crossed the threshold, the hotel's unseen power took over. The zombies exploded in a violent burst of energy, their bodies reduced to nothing more than blood and gore, absorbed into the hotel's structure. Tang Zhen collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the close call. He had witnessed this spectacle before. But the sheer power of the hotel still shook him. "Shopkeeper Lin, you're heartless," Tang Zhen muttered, too exhausted to be angry. Lin Hui didn't even glance up. "You're safe inside the hotel. I can't help you outside," he replied, his attention still focused on the game. Tang Zhen, still shaken, lay on the ground and then remembered something important. "Wait, how many zombies were there?" he asked, panic creeping in. 30, Lin Hui answered casually, without missing a beat. 30? Are you sure? Tang Zhen asked, still unsure. Lin Hui glanced up briefly, his eyes cold and impassive. Tang Zhen instantly felt a chill. "Yes, 30, Lin Hui confirmed, his voice steady. Tang Zhen quickly agreed, trying to recover from the tension. He was no longer foolish enough to challenge Lin Hui. He had come to realize the power the hotel possessed and the sheer danger of crossing Lin Hui. The man could kill him with a thought. After a long rest, Tang Zhen struggled to his feet, his body aching from the chase. "Shopkeeper Lin, do you sell anything in the hotel? Like, something to increase my strength?" Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. The idea intrigued him. He was deep in thought, considering the possibilities. With the hotel's origin at his disposal, could he use it to modify or enhance items? Could he sell something that would grant Tang Zhen greater strength? His mind raced as he mulled over the idea, his fingers still tapping on the keyboard, guiding Wu Xuan to kill more zombies. This could be the beginning of something far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Lin Hui stood behind the front desk, frustration creeping in. While Wu Xuan, now designated as a hotel waiter, had gained enhanced strength, she was still essentially just an ordinary zombie. Lacking independent thought, her actions were limited to basic instinctive attacks, scratching and biting. Lin Hui couldn't help but hope that, with time, Wu Xuan would evolve, gaining new abilities and attack methods. As his mind wandered, an idea struck him. Though the computer couldn't directly control Wu Xuan's attacks, Lin Hui realized he could issue mental commands to guide her actions. The laptop was more for external use. He, however, could control everything with his mind. He had always been confined to the hotel, struggling to adapt to changes outside. But this connection with the game felt different. Now, with the computer's assistance, he could issue commands while maintaining control with his thoughts. He guided Wuxuan away from the hotel, directing her toward a nearby street teeming with zombies. As expected, the zombies took little notice of her, as they were the same kind. But Lin Hui wasn't about to let them pass peacefully. He commanded Wuxuan to attack. In an instant, Wuxuan sprinted forward, her claws slashing through a zombie's neck with brutal precision. The zombie barely had time to react before its head was torn off. Lin Hui winced as he watched the violence unfold. He had never seen Wuxuan this merciless, not when she was human. The surrounding zombies stood stunned, unable to comprehend why one of their own was attacking. Lin Hui wasn't concerned with their confusion. He urged Wuxuan to continue her rampage, dispatching zombie after zombie with ruthless efficiency. The air was thick with tension as Wuxuan's hands shredded through zombie flesh. Despite her raw strength, the fight wasn't without its cost. Wuxuan's uniform was torn to shreds, and though her 300-kilogram strength made her formidable, her lack of combat experience and inability to dodge left her exposed to injury. Lin Hui wasn't worried, though. He could always heal her with the hotel's essence. As the fighting continued, something unexpected happened. Wuxuan, like a true game character leveling up, began to evolve. She learned to target zombies' vital points, her strikes more deliberate, more efficient. Her strength and reaction speed gradually increased as well, an evolution that Lin Hui could only compare to a character's growth in a role-playing game. However, unlike typical games, Wuxuan wasn't leveling up through experience points. Instead, the hotel's essence fed her power, allowing her to push beyond her limits time and again. Each time her stamina waned, the hotel's origin replenished it, and she grew stronger with every fight. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Tang Zhen had managed to gather a large stash of food. As he returned, he noticed Wuxuan's strange behavior from a distance. The female zombie was running in a way unlike any other, and while it didn't attack him outright, Tang Zhen felt uneasy. Her movements were eerily human-like, more like jogging than the usual zombie shuffle. Curious and cautious, he continued to observe until Wuxuan ran off in the direction of the zombies. Tang Zhen was left bewildered, unsure of what to make of the situation. After dropping off his supplies, Tang Zhen headed back out. He had an idea. If he could lure zombies into the area, he might be able to gather more food. The apocalypse had only just begun, and the streets were still relatively sparse. But Tang Zhen had a knack for attracting trouble. He taunted a group of zombies, drawing them into pursuit. With the horde hot on his heels, Tang Zhen ran as fast as he could, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He had learned the hard way that the hotel could offer him protection, but only if he made it inside. As he neared the hotel, he screamed for help, his voice desperate. But Lin Hui, still deeply engrossed in the game, couldn't spare any attention to help. The hotel itself, however, had a different plan. Tang Zhen stumbled through the door just as the zombies were about to catch him. The moment the first of the horde crossed the threshold, the hotel's unseen power took over. The zombies exploded in a violent burst of energy, their bodies reduced to nothing more than blood and gore, absorbed into the hotel's structure. Tang Zhen collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the close call. He had witnessed this spectacle before, but the sheer power of the hotel still shook him. "Shopkeeper Lin, you're heartless," Tang Zhen muttered, too exhausted to be angry. Lin Hui didn't even glance up. "You're safe inside the hotel. I can't help you outside," he replied, his attention still focused on the game. Tang Zhen, still shaken, lay on the ground and then remembered something important. "Wait, how many zombies were there?" he asked, panic creeping in. 30, Lin Hui answered casually, without missing a beat. 30? Are you sure? Tang Zhen asked, still unsure. Lin Hui glanced up briefly, his eyes cold and impassive. Tang Zhen instantly felt a chill. "Yes, 30, Lin Hui confirmed, his voice steady. Tang Zhen quickly agreed, trying to recover from the tension. He was no longer foolish enough to challenge Lin Hui. He had come to realize the power the hotel possessed and the sheer danger of crossing Lin Hui. The man could kill him with a thought. After a long rest, Tang Zhen struggled to his feet, his body aching from the chase. "Shopkeeper Lin, do you sell anything in the hotel? Like, something to increase my strength?" Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. The idea intrigued him. He was deep in thought, considering the possibilities. With the hotel's origin at his disposal, could he use it to modify or enhance items? Could he sell something that would grant Tang Zhen greater strength? His mind raced as he mulled over the idea, his fingers still tapping on the keyboard, guiding Wu Xuan to kill more zombies. This could be the beginning of something far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Lin Hui's mind was racing with possibilities. If he could somehow create magically modified items, he could sell them for a huge profit. He imagined charging customers dozens of times the value for special enhanced products. His business instincts kicked in, and excitement bubbled up. It seemed like his hotel could become a gold mine, and his growing power would make him unstoppable. But even as his thoughts wandered, Wu Xuan was still outside. Lin Hui couldn't afford to get too distracted. Despite the certainty that Wu Xuan could be resurrected even if she died, Lin Hui didn't want to risk it. Reviving from death would drain energy, and he couldn't be too reckless. "That should happen eventually," Lin Hui muttered calmly, trying to hide his excitement. Just then, Lin Hui heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. His eyes lit up. "New guests?" he mused, quickly refocusing on the screen. Wu Xuan had just finished her fight with the zombies, and he guided her to a safer area. Outside the hotel, a cold young man, followed by 4 subordinates, approached the entrance. The younger brother behind him spoke with a mix of respect and curiosity. "Boss, this is it. Yesterday, we saw a lot of zombies enter, but nothing came out. I think something strange is going on inside. Maybe it's like the mutation you experienced. Except, of course, your powers are different." The young man's eyes narrowed. "You're saying that huge explosion came from in here?" The younger brother nodded quickly. "Yeah, from inside the hotel. It definitely seems like something's happening." "Interesting," the cold young man murmured, anticipation flashing in his eyes. Without further hesitation, he strode into the hotel, his footsteps echoing as he led his group inside. Inside, Lin Hui stood up with a smile. "Welcome. Are you here to stay at the hotel?" His voice was calm, almost businesslike. The 5 newcomers paused, taking in the surroundings. The hotel's interior was immaculately clean, far too pristine for a place only 3 days into the apocalypse. Unlike other buildings which were plagued with blood and debris, the hotel seemed untouched, its floors spotless. Even the usual stench of death was absent. One of the subordinates glanced around nervously and muttered, "This place doesn't make sense." Lin Hui, sensing the uncertainty, repeated with a smile, "Are you here to stay in the hotel?" The cold young man turned his gaze to Lin Hui, his expression unreadable. "Tell me what's going on here, and I'll think about letting you follow me." Lin Hui blinked, confused. "What?" His eyes flicked to the cold young man, who was now flanked by 4 tense subordinates. Lin Hui noticed their unhappy expressions, but didn't let it faze him. The cold young man's patience thinned. "Answer me." The younger brother behind him, seeing Lin Hui's silence, sneered. "Are you deaf? The boss asked you a question." Lin Hui calmly continued to smile, ignoring the rude remark. He hadn't heard the question at all. "Are you here to stay in the hotel?" Before the younger brother could retaliate, Lin Hui's calm demeanor suddenly shattered the tension. "Pah!" The younger man was sent flying backward, his face streaked with blood-red handprints. "What the hell?" The remaining subordinates gasped in shock. The cold young man, who had been observing in silence, stepped back, his eyes narrowing. In his hand, a fiery red energy ball formed, crackling with power. "You've made a mistake," he said, his voice cold. Lin Hui simply nodded, still unfazed. "Are you here to stay in the hotel?" The cold young man's anger flared. Without warning, he stretched out his hand, ready to hurl the fireball at Lin Hui. But as his hand moved, Lin Hui reacted faster than anyone could anticipate. Grabbing his wrist in an iron-tight grip, Lin Hui wrenched the young man's arm away and slammed his head down onto the front counter. Bang! Blood splattered across the counter, and the cold young man screamed, disoriented. Lin Hui's voice remained eerily calm. "I asked you a question. Are you here to stay in the hotel? Are you deaf?" Each time the cold young man attempted to retaliate, Lin Hui slammed his head back down onto the counter with a resounding bang. The fiery energy ball hung suspended in midair, powerless and inert. "I'll make you regret acting this way," Lin Hui muttered coldly, his grip unrelenting. The young man, struggling and nearly unconscious, finally broke. "Please, I was wrong. I'll stay in the hotel. I'll stay." Lin Hui released him, allowing the cold young man to pull his face off the counter, groaning in pain. Lin Hui straightened, a smile creeping onto his face. "Great. Welcome to my hotel. Lin, how many days will you be staying?" The young man, now pale and shaking, could barely respond. The other four subordinates, watching in disbelief, realized just how out of their depth they were. They hurriedly chimed in. "I'll stay for a day," one said. "Yeah, me too." "Same here." Lin Hui beamed at them, his smile growing wider. "Excellent. Just so you know, my hotel requires an accommodation fee, 10 zombies per person, either dead or alive. You can use the corpses or lure living ones in. One person, 10 zombies a day. That means 100 zombies will cover a full month." His eyes shifted back to the cold young man, still trembling. "However, just to be sure there's no trouble, you're going to be temporarily detained. Let your men handle the accommodation fee." The young man's expression darkened with realization, but his body remained frozen by Lin Hui's invisible control. The other four subordinates nodded hurriedly, their earlier bravado completely shattered. Lin Hui sat back down, satisfied. He wasn't just a businessman, he was turning this hotel into an empire, and these guests had just become his first customers. The young man didn't say anything further as Lin Hui returned to his task. After all, when you're inside the hotel, the rules were simple. Stay, pay, and never cross the boss. The young man's face tightened, with a mixture of blood and fury, his four younger brothers visibly unsettled by the situation. Lin Hui smiled calmly, unfazed by the tension in the room. "Your four younger brothers, they won't betray you, will they? If they don't come back, you might not leave here." Shu Huo, his face still dripping blood, turned to look at his men. "Of course not, boss. We would never betray you." The first brother quickly reassured, his voice laced with urgency. The others echoed him, each afraid of the consequences of disloyalty. They had all witnessed the raw power of their boss, how one fireball could level a crowd of zombies, but even Shu Huo, for all his might, had no chance against Lin Hui. "That's good," Shu Huo managed to say, his voice cool despite the blood splattered across his face. "Lin Hui, is it? I'll tell my men to raise the accommodation fee," he added, his tone steady, though the unease in his eyes was unmistakable. Lin Hui's smile only deepened. "Please do." The moment Shu Huo gestured for his men to leave, they hesitated, casting a glance back. The brother who had been knocked back by Lin Hui's strike seemed especially hesitant. Shopkeeper Lin," he began. "You mentioned attracting living zombies directly, right?" Shu Huo's gaze narrowed as he observed his subordinate. The shift in the way they addressed Lin Hui wasn't lost on him. These men were becoming more and more wary of him. Still, Shu Huo didn't comment. His focus was on Lin Hui, the one who had restrained him with such ease. "Yes, as long as it's a zombie, living or dead," Lin Hui replied smoothly. The brother, clearly relieved, bowed slightly before quickly hurrying out with the others. Shu Huo sat back, the invisible hold on his energy ball lifting as he absorbed the information. "You really don't want to do anything. Foolish, do you?" Lin Hui's words were casual, but they held a weight that Shu Huo couldn't ignore. "Of course not," Shu Huo muttered, his fingers twitching as he slowly retracted the energy from the fireball. He could still feel the power vibrating within him, but there was no way he could unleash it under Lin Hui's watchful gaze. At the same time, Tang Zhen, observing from a distance, took in the situation with a mixture of interest and caution. He had seen the power Shu Huo wielded, the fireball that could incinerate zombies, but in the hotel, where Lin Hui held sway, even the mighty fireball was rendered useless. A thought began to form in Tang Zhen's mind. If he couldn't fight against these superpowered newcomers, perhaps joining them would be the best course. With that thought in mind, Tang Zhen stepped forward, his tone friendly but calculated. "Hey there, friend. My name's Tang Zhen. I live here too." Shu Huo glanced at him, briefly noting the kitchen knife in his hand. Before Tang Zhen could react, Shu Huo's sharp eyes locked onto him, sensing his uncertainty. "I'm not here to cause trouble," Tang Zhen quickly said, hiding the knife behind his back with a nervous laugh. "I'm just curious. Are you a superpower user?" Shu Huo, still silent, simply raised an eyebrow. Tang Zhen, sensing an opening, pressed on. I've seen you around. Your fireball. Incredible! You wiped out a whole group of zombies with it. I can barely handle a kitchen knife myself. Only killed one zombie so far. Almost died doing it too, he added with a self-deprecating smile, hoping to earn some trust. Shu Huo didn't respond right away, but Tang Zhen wasn't deterred. This hotel, though, it's something special. You probably don't know yet. I'm pretty sure I'm the first guest to stay here, well, since the apocalypse hit. He leaned in, eyes gleaming with excitement. You see, I was in a lot of pain when I got here. My body was sore from all the fighting. Normally, I'd feel like that for days. But after just one night here, all that pain was gone. The scars on my body? Gone too. And I woke up feeling refreshed. It's like I hadn't slept so well since I was in junior high. Shuo blinked in surprise. Are you serious? Lin Hui, who had been quietly listening from behind the front desk, felt a flicker of curiosity. He had no idea what benefits his guests were experiencing. Perhaps there were more surprises hidden in the hotel than he realized. Tang Zhen continued, unaware of the growing tension. That's not even the best part. When I woke up this morning, I could tell something was off, in a good way. I think I'm a little stronger. It's subtle, hard to measure, but I swear something's different. He turned toward Lin Hui, who was still watching them. Your hotel's got something else, doesn't it, shopkeeper Lin? Something more. Lin Hui paused, considering his words carefully. You'll see for yourself. Tang Zhen grinned. Exactly. The longer we stay, the more we'll uncover. And trust me, I think this place has more to offer than just a good night's rest. Shu Huo was intrigued, though still skeptical. You think staying here will make me stronger? Not just you, my friend, Tang Zhen said, leaning in as if sharing a secret. Anyone who stays here, especially a superpower like you, might benefit more than you realize. But hey, we all know the world's changed. First come, first served, right? Shu Huo's gaze shifted as he thought over Tang Zhen's words. He had planned to wait for his men to return and settle the matter. But now he wasn't so sure. Lin Hui's hotel seemed to hold more than just safety. It might hold the key to power, something he couldn't afford to ignore. Lin Hui, watching the exchange unfold, allowed a small smile to tug at the corner of his lips. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. Now, with more eyes on the hotel, the real games were just beginning. Lin Hui's ears twitched as a strange buzzing sound filled the air. His senses, sharpened by the power of the hotel, allowed him to hear the distant noise of flapping wings, though it was still hard to pinpoint its exact origin. Mosquitoes? Bees? He muttered, slightly furrowing his brow. His enhanced hearing, a perk from his increasingly powerful connection with the hotel, picked up the sounds from miles away. But before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a loud voice interrupted him. Boss! Boss! We're back! Shuo's 4 younger brothers rushed through the door, panting, dragging a sack containing a zombie's body. The moment Lin Hui caught sight of the gruesome bundle, he smiled knowingly. Ah, these are the ones Xuan Xuan killed, right? Lin Hui remarked, his eyes scanning the mangled corpses. The injuries were so brutal that no weapon could have caused them. It was clear they had been killed by raw force. Shu Huo glanced at the bodies with a faint smirk. Shopkeeper Lin, these should count as 4, right? Lin Hui considered the question for a moment, then casually shrugged. I'll count it. As long as they're not too mutilated, 2 bodies can be counted as 1. His tone was light, but his smile hinted at something more calculated behind his words. The 4 younger brothers sighed in relief, dropping the sacks to the floor as they bent over, hands on hips, catching their breath. Carrying the bodies for hundreds of meters had drained them, but they knew better than to show weakness. Lin Hui, his gaze sharp, summoned the hotel's power with a simple thought. The zombie corpses, still fresh and bloody, were swiftly absorbed into the hotel's floor, disappearing without a trace. The blood-stained sacks followed suit, dissolving into nothingness, leaving the lobby as pristine as before. Go ahead, Lin Hui said with a relaxed smile, feeling the pleasant sensation of energy flowing into his reserves as the hotel absorbed the remains. Tang Zhen, who had been watching the whole scene unfold, smiled knowingly. Don't be so shocked, he teased. This is just the usual for shopkeeper Lin. He can destroy zombies with a thought. You should have seen it when I brought over 30 zombies here. They didn't last a second. More than 30? Shu Huo's eyes widened in disbelief. His fireball ability could only handle 7 or 8 zombies at once, and even then, it was more of a blast than a full kill. What Lin Hui was doing seemed impossible. His mind raced. If this place could destroy zombies so effortlessly, could it also deal with living people? Was there a limit to the power here? Before Lin Hui could respond, the buzzing sound grew louder, signaling something else was coming. Lin Hui's ear twitched again. The sensation was unmistakable. Something was approaching, and it was fast. Outside, Suhuo's younger brothers were still catching their breath when one of them suddenly shouted, "Zombies!" A figure dashed toward the hotel door, moving with terrifying speed. The 4 younger brothers hurriedly backed inside, their eyes wide with panic. The figure entered the hotel in a blur. A female zombie. Her clothes were tattered, her movements agile, but what caught everyone off guard was her speed. She was faster than Suhuo, and if it came to close combat, he wasn't sure if he could win. The female zombie, though, seemed uninterested in them. She made a beeline for the front desk, where Lin Hui was sitting. Lin Hui turned his attention to the zombie as she approached. At the same time, he glanced at Wu Xuan, who was standing beside him, barely clothed. With a thought, Lin Hui focused on repairing the clothes that were torn from Wu Xuan's body. As if by magic, the clothes glowed, and the damage began to reverse. When the light faded, Wu Xuan's clothing was restored to its original condition, not a drop of blood on it. Is this... Shuo stared in disbelief, his eyes flicking between Lin Hui, the zombie, and the repaired clothes. Tang Zhen, who had been here before, was just as shocked. Clothes that fix themselves? Shuo's mind raced. This wasn't just a hotel. It was a place of unimaginable power. Tang Zhen grinned, his voice tinged with awe. You see, this place is special. I've been telling you. It's like magic. Lin Hui chuckled softly to himself. The hotel had more tricks up its sleeve than anyone could comprehend yet. He gently patted Wu Xuan's head, though his guest didn't respond. Wu Xuan, now restored to his previous form, stood motionless, his empty eyes betraying no hint of the human he once was. But Lin Hui didn't dwell on this. He shifted his gaze toward the wall behind him. With a subtle movement, he saw the space twist. The door to room 1101, once part of the hotel's second floor, vanished, replaced by a solid wall. But in its place, a new door appeared at the front desk. The number 1101 marked the room's entrance, as if the very fabric of the hotel had reshaped itself. The others watched in stunned silence as Lin Hui waved a hand, and the door opened effortlessly. Inside, a fully furnished room awaited. The transformation of space was complete. This is impossible, Tang Zhen stammered. How could there be a room behind a wall? What is space manipulation? Shu Huo and his younger brothers were equally stunned. Lin Hui, however, was unfazed. What are you waiting for? Go to work, he said coolly, addressing his subordinates who had been frozen in shock. Yes, right away. One of the younger brothers mumbled, snapping out of their stupor. The group shuffled toward the door, their movements hesitant but obedient. Just then, the air grew thick with a low, continuous buzzing sound. The noise outside had reached its peak, and all of them could hear it now. The dark shape in the distance grew larger by the second, and soon it became clear. The sky was being blotted out by a cloud of large birds, their wings beating in unison. Everyone looked up, their expressions a mix of confusion and fear. What was this? Was this another strange phenomenon tied to the hotel, or had something far more dangerous arrived? Lin Hui's ears twitched as a strange, buzzing sound filled the air. His senses, sharpened by the power of the hotel, allowed him to hear the distant noise of flapping wings, though it was still hard to pinpoint its exact origin. Mosquitoes? Bees? He muttered, slightly furrowing his brow. His enhanced hearing, a perk from his increasingly powerful connection with the hotel, picked up the sounds from miles away. But before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a loud voice interrupted him. Boss! We're back! Suo's 4 younger brothers rushed through the door, panting, dragging a sack containing a zombie's body. The moment Lin Hui caught sight of the gruesome bundle, he smiled knowingly. Ah, these are the ones Xuan killed, right? Lin Hui remarked, his eyes scanning the mangled corpses. The injuries were so brutal that no weapon could have caused them. It was clear they had been killed by raw force. Shu Huo glanced at the bodies with a faint smirk. Shopkeeper Lin, these should count as 4, right? Lin Hui considered the question for a moment, then casually shrugged. I'll count it. As long as they're not too mutilated, 2 bodies can be counted as 1. His tone was light, but his smile hinted at something more calculated behind his words. The 4 younger brothers sighed in relief, dropping the sacks to the floor as they bent over, hands on hips, catching their breath. Carrying the bodies for hundreds of meters had drained them, but they knew better than to show weakness. Lin Hui, his gaze sharp, summoned the hotel's power with a simple thought. The zombie corpses, still fresh and bloody, were swiftly absorbed into the hotel's floor, disappearing without a trace. The blood-stained sacks followed suit, dissolving into nothingness, leaving the lobby as pristine as before. Go ahead, Lin Hui said with a relaxed smile, feeling the pleasant sensation of energy flowing into his reserves as the hotel absorbed the remains. Tang Zhen, who had been watching the whole scene unfold, smiled knowingly. Don't be so shocked, he teased. This is just the usual for shopkeeper Lin. He can destroy zombies with a thought. You should have seen it when I brought over 30 zombies here. They didn't last a second. More than 30? Shu Huo's eyes widened in disbelief. His fireball ability could only handle 7 or 8 zombies at once, and even then, it was more of a blast than a full kill. What Lin Hui was doing seemed impossible. His mind raced. If this place could destroy zombies so effortlessly, could it also deal with living people? Was there a limit to the power here? Before Lin Hui could respond, the buzzing sound grew louder, signaling something else was coming. Lin Hui's ear twitched again. The sensation was unmistakable. Something was approaching, and it was fast. Outside, Shu Huo's younger brothers were still catching their breath when one of them suddenly shouted, Zombies! A figure dashed toward the hotel door, moving with terrifying speed. The 4 younger brothers hurriedly backed inside, their eyes wide with panic. The figure entered the hotel in a blur, a female zombie. Her clothes were tattered, her movements agile, but what caught everyone off guard was her speed. She was faster than Shu Huo, and if it came to close combat, he wasn't sure if he could win. The female zombie, though, seemed uninterested in them. She made a beeline for the front desk, where Lin Hui was sitting. Lin Hui turned his attention to the zombie as she approached. At the same time, he glanced at Wu Xuan, who was standing beside him, barely clothed. With a thought, Lin Hui focused on repairing the clothes that were torn from Wu Xuan's body. As if by magic, the clothes glowed, and the damage began to reverse. When the light faded, Wu Xuan's clothing was restored to its original condition, not a drop of blood on it. Is this? Shu Huo stared in disbelief, his eyes flicking between Lin Hui, the zombie, and the repaired clothes. Tang Zhen, who had been here before, was just as shocked. Clothes that fix themselves? Shu Huo's mind raced. This wasn't just a hotel. It was a place of unimaginable power. Tang Zhen grinned, his voice tinged with awe. You see, this place is special. I've been telling you. It's like magic. Lin Hui chuckled softly to himself. The hotel had more tricks up its sleeve than anyone could comprehend yet. He gently patted Wu Xuan's head, though his guest didn't respond. Wu Xuan, now restored to his previous form, stood motionless, his empty eyes betraying no hint of the human he once was. But Lin Hui didn't dwell on this. He shifted his gaze toward the wall behind him. With a subtle movement, he saw the space twist. The door to room 1101, once part of the hotel's second floor, vanished, replaced by a solid wall. But in its place, a new door appeared at the front desk. The number 1101 marked the room's entrance, as if the very fabric of the hotel had reshaped itself. The others watched in stunned silence as Lin Hui waved a hand, and the door opened effortlessly. Inside, a fully furnished room awaited. The transformation of space was complete. This is impossible, Tang Jin stammered. How could there be a room behind a wall? What is this, space manipulation? Shu Huo and his younger brothers were equally stunned. Lin Hui, however, was unfazed. What are you waiting for? Go to work, he said coolly, addressing his subordinates, who had been frozen in shock. Yes, right away. One of the younger brothers mumbled, snapping out of their stupor. The group shuffled toward the door, their movements hesitant but obedient. Just then, the air grew thick with a low, continuous buzzing sound. The noise outside had reached its peak, and all of them could hear it now. The dark shape in the distance grew larger by the second, and soon it became clear. The sky was being blotted out by a cloud of large birds, their wings beating in unison. Everyone looked up, their expressions a mix of confusion and fear. What was this? Was this another strange phenomenon tied to the hotel, or had something far more dangerous arrived? The hotel lobby was in an uproar as the dark cloud in the sky drew closer. The others stared in disbelief. "Oh my God, is that a crow?" someone gasped. "How could there be so many? This is insane." Lin Hui too was stunned. The mass of dark shapes above them slowly took form, crows. But there was more to it than that. The flock was massive, easily over 10,000 strong. "No, wait, they're not all crows," Tang Zhen suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise. "Look, there's a white one. It's a pigeon, just like the ones you see in tourist spots." Lin Hui scanned the sky, and sure enough, pigeons flew among the crows. But as they looked closer, the variety of birds became even more apparent. "Hold on, those aren't just pigeons. I see swallows and magpies. And what the hell? The sparrows. Why are they so big?" Su Huo's younger brother shouted, his voice tinged with terror. The sparrows weren't the small, harmless creatures they were used to. Some were as large as a basketball, while others were still the size of a palm, far larger than anything they'd ever seen. "Those aren't normal birds," Lin Hui said with a furrowed brow. His voice was tense, and he knew the situation was more serious than it appeared. "What do you mean?" Tang Zhen asked, trying to process the sight before him. "What are they?" "They're infected," Lin Hui replied, narrowing his eyes. "Infected birds." "Infected birds?" Tang Zhen blinked, incredulous. "Like zombies? Are all the animals turning into zombies now?" The horrifying truth began to settle in as the birds swarmed overhead, their numbers practically blotting out the sky. Then, without warning, the first of the zombie birds plummeted to the ground. They dove through the windows of nearby buildings, their eyes glowing with hunger. "Ah!" The screams of survivors echoed through the area as the birds tore into anyone unlucky enough to still be hiding inside. They clawed and bit, ripping into flesh as the buildings filled with terror. The windows shattered as the zombie birds relentlessly invaded, devouring everything in sight. Panic quickly spread through the lobby. "Close the door," Shu Huo's younger brother shouted, eyes wide with fear. "They're coming for us too." "Lin Hui, do something," Tang Zhen urged. The entire group scrambled to react, panic rising in their chests. Shu Huo summoned a fireball, ready to unleash it at the oncoming onslaught. His fireball, however, seemed like a drop in the ocean compared to the tide of zombie birds heading their way. Yet Lin Hui remained unfazed. Instead of retreating, he almost seemed to welcome the challenge. His calm demeanor unnerved everyone as they backed away, unsure what he was planning. Then the first few zombie birds breached the hotel doors, their speed a blur. Before anyone could react, Lin Hui raised his hand with a simple thought. Bang! 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 The birds exploded into blood mist, their bodies disintegrating before they could even get close. The hotel's invisible power was working overtime, pulverizing the undead in seconds. Shu Huo barely had time to throw his fireball before the birds were obliterated. "What's going on?" Shu Huo's younger brothers turned to each other, mouths agape as they watched more zombie birds crash into the hotel, only to meet the same bloody end. Lin Hui's smile deepened. "Not bad. Not bad at all," he murmured. "A little small, but the quantity more than makes up for it." His aura flared then, a suffocating wave of power sweeping through the lobby. The bloodlust in the air was almost tangible. Even the zombie birds, which had no natural instinct for fear, could feel it. The moment they sensed the bloodthirst in the air, they dove toward the hotel with ravenous hunger. Crash! Clang! Crash! The overwhelming wave of zombie birds swarmed toward the door. From their perspective, it was like an ocean of darkness, flowing and undulating in search of its prey. Some of Shu Huo's younger brothers, already unnerved by the sheer number of birds, couldn't help but scream in fear at the sight. But it was useless. The moment the birds breached the threshold, they exploded into mist, just like the others before them. Bang! Bang! The air filled with the sound of destruction as the birds were obliterated, piece by piece, reduced to nothing but blood and gore. No matter how many poured in, no matter their size or type, it was all the same. Lin Hui's hotel absorbed them effortlessly, turning them into raw energy. The power surged inside the hotel, constantly replenishing itself with each passing moment. Lin Hui, watching the endless flood of birds, couldn't hide his excitement. His grin widened as he realized how much energy he was harvesting. This is it. I'm definitely going to make a fortune from this. As the blood mist continued to fill the air, Tang Zhen, Shu Huo, and the others slowly began to go numb from the sight. At first, they were in shock. But now, all they could do was watch in disbelief as wave after wave of zombie birds were obliterated. The hotel seemed invincible, and the more it absorbed, the more powerful it became. These zombie birds, they're so cute! Lin Hui laughed, grinning at the carnage. Another wave, please. Bring it on. Lin Hui was slowly becoming more attuned to his newfound connection with the Radiance Hotel. As he walked through the dark, abandoned halls, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about him had changed, something far beyond the normal human experience. The hotel, once just a building, now felt like an extension of his own being. With every floor he descended, the mysterious bond between him and the structure grew stronger. The 13th floor was eerily quiet. Lin Hui's senses, honed by the strange powers surging through him, could feel every movement of the zombies, every shuffling step and guttural groan reverberating through the hotel. But the zombies didn't dare approach him. They snarled, they hissed, but they kept their distance. It was as if the hotel itself protected him, keeping them at bay. Wu Xuan, his zombified girlfriend, was still trailing him, mindlessly following, her drooling mouth constantly seeking a taste of him. But despite her ferocious appearance, she wouldn't dare bite him. She was tethered to him, just as he was tethered to the building. By the time he reached the 10th floor, Lin Hui wasn't just walking. He was feeling the pulse of the hotel, sensing every floor, every room, and the presence of the zombies scattered throughout. The hotel itself seemed alive, and it was somehow protecting him, providing him with power. He could feel it growing stronger with every zombie he killed. As he faced the first group of zombies in the stairwell, Lin Hui remained calm. They rushed towards him with a terrifying speed, but Lin Hui stood firm, his axe ready. The first zombie, a female with wild, bloodshot eyes, lunged at him, but he quickly brought the axe down in a swift arc. The zombie's head splattered, its body collapsing to the floor, blood pooling around it. With the energy of the kill, Lin Hui felt the surge of power. His muscles tightened, his senses sharpened, and his body felt stronger than ever. But it wasn't just his physical body that was changing. No, the hotel was doing something to him, something he couldn't quite understand. The very essence of the building seemed to be infusing him with strength, with power, and a strange, supernatural connection to everything within its walls. Another zombie lunged at him, but this time Lin Hui didn't even flinch. With the axe raised, he struck again, cutting through the zombie's neck with ease. The blood spilled, and again, the familiar surge of energy washed over him, leaving him feeling more invincible with each passing moment. I can feel it, Lin Hui muttered to himself as he continued his descent. The hotel. It's like it's becoming a part of me. I can sense everything here. His footsteps echoed through the empty halls as he reached the lobby on the first floor. The front desk loomed ahead, its once bustling area now cold and silent. But as Lin Hui stepped into the area, he felt a shift in the air. A hum of power seemed to surround him, and in that moment he understood. He wasn't just in the hotel anymore. He was one with it. His mind expanded, and the hotel's structure unfolded before him, its layout clear and precise in his thoughts. He could feel the rooms, the hallways, even the individual zombies lurking on each floor. They were all connected to him now, and the hotel was his to command. A strange calm washed over him. The zombies no longer posed a threat. With a thought, he could control the flow of power, directing it as he wished. It was as if he was the king of the building, and the zombies were nothing more than pests to be dealt with at his leisure. Wu Xuan, still mindlessly following him, seemed unaware of the transformation occurring in her once human lover. She growled behind him, but Lin Hui paid her no mind. The power of the hotel was his now, and nothing, not even her, could stand in his way. The front desk beckoned him. Lin Hui approached, his hand brushing against the polished surface. The moment his fingers made contact, the power surged again, and he felt the hotel's energy flooding through him, solidifying his bond with the structure. In that moment, Lin Hui realized that the hotel wasn't just a building. It was his sanctuary, his strength, his home. Now I understand, Lin Hui whispered, a grin forming on his face. This is where I belong. With newfound purpose, he stepped away from the desk, his axe still in hand. The zombies in the lobby, unaware of the shift in power, continued to wander aimlessly, but they were no longer a threat. They were simply obstacles, and Lin Hui was the force that would clear them away. The lobby was his now. The hotel was his domain, and with each passing moment, the power of the Radiance Hotel coursed through his veins, transforming him into something more than human. He was no longer just Lin Hui. He was the protector of the hotel, the guardian of its secrets, and the force that would reshape this post-apocalyptic world. And as Wushuan's growls echoed in the distance, Lin Hui knew that his journey was just beginning. The zombie bird's appearance had left Shuhuo, Tang Zhen, and the others in a state of shock. The moment they had seen them, their scalps had tingled, their faces had turned pale, and their limbs had gone cold. The sight was nothing short of terrifying. But a minute later, they stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, watching as the zombie birds continued to flood the hotel entrance. By the 5-minute mark, their horror began to fade, replaced by numbness. 10 minutes in, and the bizarre situation had become oddly surreal. Tang Zhen, trying to shake off the tension, grinned at Shuhuo. "See? I told you living here was the right call." Shuhuo, still shaken but starting to relax, nodded. "Definitely. We'd have no idea how to avoid these zombie birds out there." His younger brothers nodded in agreement, still wide-eyed but slowly coming to terms with their odd new reality. Half an hour later, Tang Zhen pulled out a deck of playing cards, casually sitting on the stairs with Shuhuo. From time to time, they glanced at the ongoing chaos outside, the endless stream of zombie birds that met a violent death the moment they crossed the hotel threshold. Shuhuo's 4 younger brothers hovered nearby, offering advice as they helped read the cards. Despite the blood dripping from Shuhuo's face, he remained calm, tossing down cards with eerie composure, as though playing in any other situation. Tang Zhen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the carnage outside. Are these zombie birds from everywhere? This number is insane. Isn't it terrifying? Suo shook his head, throwing down a few cards. No idea. Before today, I didn't even know there were that many birds in the world. Tang Zhen grinned. Same here. Before the end of the world, I rarely saw any birds. But now? It's like they all decided to gather here. He dropped a few more cards and turned to Shuhuo. By the way, I don't think I ever caught your name. Suhuo, came the reply. I know you, though. You run that sports equipment shop. I bought 2 basketballs from you before, but I never got your name. Tang Zhen chuckled. Ah, well, it's an honor that you know me. Just a small shop, really. Too bad with the world falling apart, the shop's pretty much useless now. Suo shrugged. Not necessarily. Some things in there might still come in handy. Got any weapons? Tang Zhen's eyes lit up slightly. I don't sell those, but I've got a few in my personal collection. If you're interested, you can swing by sometime. I'll give you a couple, but you'd better hurry. Survivors will start breaking in soon. Shuhuo smiled. Sounds good. I appreciate it. No problem, Tang Zhen replied. We've got to look out for each other now. After all, it's not just family that matters anymore. We need to stick together, especially now. I hear you. Glad we're friends now. Shuhuo grinned back, a spark of camaraderie igniting between them. Definitely. We should grab a drink once this madness is over, Tang Zhen added. Shuhuo smirked. If we even get the chance. The conversation flowed easily between the two, despite the chaos outside, the hotel offering a strange sense of calm amidst the storm. The building was pristine, with the lights still on and the air seemingly untouched by the horrors outside. Shuhuo couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, almost as if the world hadn't ended. It was almost too peaceful, and it left him with a lingering feeling of unreality. Despite being a powerful superhuman, he had faced countless near-death experiences over the past few days. Yet now, in this hotel, surrounded by the relentless tide of zombie birds, it felt like a fleeting moment of normalcy. 40 minutes passed, and the last of the zombie birds had been vanquished. All that remained was the scent of nothingness. As the hotel's mysterious power absorbed every trace of the gruesome battle, blood, feathers, bones, and all. The hotel's origin had swelled by over 100 drops, strengthening it significantly, and Lin Hui could feel the difference within himself. He stretched, feeling an incredible surge of power. I've definitely hit 30,000 kilograms of strength, maybe more, he mused, marveling at the energy coursing through him. Yet, despite the thrill, a tinge of regret crept in. If only he could leave the hotel and test his newfound strength. But for now, he was bound to the hotel. Whatever. Why stress? Being the invincible hotel owner sounds pretty great, Lin Hui thought, quickly pushing aside any lingering thoughts of venturing out. He smiled to himself, surveying the rewards of his hard-earned harvest. The hotel's source had accumulated a total of 150 drops. If the energy were converted into zombie kills, it would be the equivalent of over 2,000 zombies. Though the zombie birds were numerous, their smaller size and lack of flesh meant that the rewards weren't as significant as they could have been. Still, Lin Hui was more than satisfied. 150 drops of the hotel's origin, that's enough to keep the place running for a long time. Lin Hui grinned. I could go for decades without worrying about energy. Despite the joy, Lin Hui knew that such opportunities were rare. Sustainability was key, so the business had to keep running. Looking over at Xu Huo, still calmly playing cards, Lin Hui decided it was time to raise the stakes. I've cleared the danger, Xu Huo, Lin Hui said, his voice calm but carrying a hint of authority. You should raise the accommodation fee. Xu Huo and Tang Zhen exchanged puzzled glances. Wait, what? Xu Huo blinked. Yeah, I don't care if you're a light bulb or a fireball. Raise the fee or you'll regret it. Lin Hui smirked, clearly enjoying the moment. Tang Zhen, slightly confused but still amused, laughed. Hold on, shopkeeper Lin, are you treating me to a meal? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. Are you still standing around? Go eat. I don't provide meals here, remember? Okay, Tang Zhen sighed, walking off. The absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on him, yet in the end, it felt oddly fitting for the new world they were all navigating. The zombie bird's appearance had left Xu Huo, Tang Zhen, and the others in a state of shock. The moment they had seen them, their scalps had tingled, their faces had turned pale, and their limbs had gone cold. The sight was nothing short of terrifying. But a minute later, they stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, watching as the zombie birds continued to flood the hotel entrance. By the 5-minute mark, their horror began to fade, replaced by numbness. 10 minutes in, and the bizarre situation had become oddly surreal. Tang Zhen, trying to shake off the tension, grinned at Xu Huo. See? I told you living here was the right call. Xu Huo, still shaken but starting to relax, nodded. Definitely. We'd have no idea how to avoid these zombie birds out there. His younger brothers nodded in agreement, still wide-eyed but slowly coming to terms with their odd new reality. Half an hour later, Tang Zhen pulled out a deck of playing cards, casually sitting on the stairs with Xu Huo. From time to time, they glanced at the ongoing chaos outside, the endless stream of zombie birds that met a violent death the moment they crossed the hotel threshold. Xu Huo's 4 younger brothers hovered nearby, offering advice as they helped read the cards. Despite the blood dripping from Xu Huo's face, he remained calm, tossing down cards with eerie composure, as though playing in any other situation. Tang Zhen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the carnage outside. Are these zombie birds from everywhere? This number is insane. Isn't it terrifying? Xu Huo shook his head, throwing down a few cards. No idea. Before today, I didn't even know there were that many birds in the world. Tang Zhen grinned. Same here. Before the end of the world, I rarely saw any birds. But now? It's like they all decided to gather here. He dropped a few more cards and turned to Xu Huo. By the way, I don't think I ever caught your name. Xu Huo, came the reply. I know you, though. You run that sports equipment shop. I bought 2 basketballs from you before, but I never got your name. Tang Zhen chuckled. Ah, well, it's an honor that you know me. Just a small shop, really. Too bad, with the world falling apart, the shop's pretty much useless now. Xu Huo shrugged. Not necessarily. Some things in there might still come in handy. Got any weapons? Tang Zhen's eyes lit up slightly. I don't sell those, but I've got a few in my personal collection. If you're interested, you can swing by sometime. I'll give you a couple, but you'd better hurry. Survivors will start breaking in soon. Xu Huo smiled. Sounds good. I appreciate it. No problem, Tang Zhen replied. We've got to look out for each other now. After all, it's not just family that matters anymore. We need to stick together, especially now. I hear you. Glad we're friends now. Xu Huo grinned back, a spark of camaraderie igniting between them. Definitely. We should grab a drink once this madness is over, Tang Zhen added. Xu Huo smirked. If we even get the chance. The conversation flowed easily between the two, despite the chaos outside, the hotel offering a strange sense of calm amidst the storm. The building was pristine, with the lights still on and the air seemingly untouched by the horrors outside. Shuhuo couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, almost as if the world hadn't ended. It was almost too peaceful, and it left him with a lingering feeling of unreality. Despite being a powerful superhuman, he had faced countless near-death experiences over the past few days. Yet now, in this hotel, surrounded by the relentless tide of zombie birds, it felt like a fleeting moment of normalcy. 40 minutes passed, and the last of the zombie birds had been vanquished. All that remained was the scent of nothingness, as the hotel's mysterious power absorbed every trace of the gruesome battle, blood, feathers, bones, and all. The hotel's origin had swelled by over 100 drops, strengthening it significantly, and Lin Hui could feel the difference within himself. He stretched, feeling an incredible surge of power. "I've definitely hit 30,000 kilograms of strength, maybe more," he mused, marveling at the energy coursing through him. Yet, despite the thrill, a tinge of regret crept in. If only he could leave the hotel and test his newfound strength. But for now, he was bound to the hotel. Whatever. Why stress? Being the invincible hotel owner sounds pretty great, Lin Hui thought, quickly pushing aside any lingering thoughts of venturing out. He smiled to himself, surveying the rewards of his hard-earned harvest. The hotel's source had accumulated a total of 150 drops. If the energy were converted into zombie kills, it would be the equivalent of over 2,000 zombies. Though the zombie birds were numerous, their smaller size and lack of flesh meant that the rewards weren't as significant as they could have been. Still, Lin Hui was more than satisfied. 150 drops of the hotel's origin, that's enough to keep the place running for a long time. Lin Hui grinned. I could go for decades without worrying about energy. Despite the joy, Lin Hui knew that such opportunities were rare. Sustainability was key, so the business had to keep running. Looking over at Shuhuo, still calmly playing cards, Lin Hui decided it was time to raise the stakes. I've cleared the danger, Shuhuo, Lin Hui said, his voice calm but carrying a hint of authority. You should raise the accommodation fee. Shuhuo and Tang Zhen exchanged puzzled glances. Wait, what? Shuhuo blinked. Yeah, I don't care if you're a light bulb or a fireball, raise the fee or you'll regret it. Lin Hui smirked, clearly enjoying the moment. Tang Zhen, slightly confused but still amused, laughed. Hold on, shopkeeper Lin? Are you treating me to a meal? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. Are you still standing around? Go eat. I don't provide meals here, remember? Okay, Tang Zhen sighed, walking off. The absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on him, yet in the end, it felt oddly fitting for the new world they were all navigating. Shuhuo felt a surge of frustration, but held back his words. After witnessing Lin Hui effortlessly take down a horde of zombie birds, he wasn't about to provoke him further. Just moments ago, he had thought he might not even survive this day. What are you waiting for? Raise the accommodation fee. Lin Hui's voice broke through his thoughts. Shuhuo turned to his younger brothers. All right, go ahead, he said. The four younger men hesitated, exchanging uneasy glances before slowly moving toward the door. Cautiously, they stepped outside, peering through the hotel's entrance. The sky, which had been clouded with a swarm of zombie birds, was now clear. But still, they didn't trust the calm. They moved slowly, fear evident in their every step. Then, out of nowhere, panic struck. Zombie birds! They're back! One of the younger brothers screamed, rushing back into the hotel. His eyes were wide with fear. Shuhuo and Tang Zhen froze in their tracks. Where? Where are they? Shuhuo demanded. The boy, who had been on the receiving end of Lin Hui's earlier punishment, pointed in the direction of a nearby cluster of high-rise buildings. Over there, but they're still far. Just a few here and there, but I saw them moving in and out of the buildings. Lin Hui, sitting behind the front desk, seemed unfazed. Is it a large group? He asked eagerly, his voice hinting at something more than casual curiosity. Yes, but they're at least 1,000 meters away, the boy answered. Lin Hui leaned back, disappointed yet relieved. He understood now. After drawing most of the zombie birds to the hotel with his power, the remainder had scattered across the city. But there was no immediate danger. Those that hadn't been drawn to the hotel were simply wreaking havoc elsewhere. Shu Huo, clearly irritated, slapped the boy across the back of his head. "It's that far, and you're acting like it's right on top of us?" The younger brother winced, rubbing the back of his head. I was just worried. What if they spot us and come back? They have wings, and we can't outrun them." Shu Huo slapped him again, more forcefully this time. "Enough with the excuses. Get out there and handle it? You think those birds have superpowers?" The boy nodded quickly, no longer daring to question Shu Huo's orders. Reluctantly, he and the others returned to the task. This time, there was no panic. The remaining zombie birds were quickly dispatched, leaving only scattered remains. As the last of them flew away, the hotel returned to an eerie calm. Now that the immediate threat had passed, Shu Huo approached the front desk again, eyes narrowing. "Business owner Lin, can I get a room now?" Lin Hui, without missing a beat, smiled. "Did you raise the accommodation fee?" Shu Huo paused, as if caught off guard. Then, with a sheepish grin, he pulled out a small crystal from his pocket. "How about this for payment?" Lin Hui's eyebrows rose. "Is this a gem?" "No," Shu Huo explained quickly. "I dug it out from an evolved zombie. Almost died doing it, too." "Evolved zombie?" Tang Zhen leaned forward, intrigued. Shu Huo nodded. "Much stronger than regular zombies. I only ran into one. It was a hard fight, but I managed to get this from its heart." Lin Hui, interested now, took the small blue crystal. It was the size of a peanut, but held an odd, pulsating energy. Tang Zhen looked closer. "Is that the zombie crystal core?" "Only evolved zombies have them," Shu Huo explained. "I've smashed the hearts of regular zombies, but never found anything like this." Lin Hui, eager to see the potential, used the hotel's energy to absorb the crystal. Immediately, a drop of the hotel's essence materialized, adding a significant boost to both the hotel's power and Lin Hui's own strength. "This is impressive," Lin Hui said, clearly satisfied. "This crystal is worth more than 20 regular zombies. For now, I think we can consider it equivalent to a day's accommodation fee." Shu Huo blinked in confusion, still unsure of the full value of the crystal. "So, I can stay for a day with this?" Lin Hui nodded. "Exactly. And if you find more of these, you can use them for your stay." Shu Huo, feeling thankful but unaware of the true worth of his offering, nodded eagerly. "Thank you, shopkeeper Lin. Can I get a room now?" Lin Hui slid a room key across the counter. "Room 702. Keep this card safe. It's your key to the hotel. Without it, you won't be able to move around or access anything. And no wandering into other rooms, especially the kitchen. Anyone who trespasses will be dealt with severely." Shu Huo's expression sobered. He nodded quickly, understanding the seriousness of Lin Hui's warning. "I won't break the rules." "Good," Lin Hui said with a smile. "Also, food is not included, and any forceful actions will be suppressed. Now, go ahead and get settled." Shu Huo grabbed the room card, eager to explore the benefits of the hotel. "I'll head up now. Please check the zombie remains my men brought in." Lin Hui watched him go, then turned to Tang Zhen, who was lounging nearby. "Aren't you going to continue luring zombies?" Tang Zhen stretched, clearly exhausted. "Maybe later. I'm wiped out after that last round." Lin Hui gave a nonchalant shrug and turned to head back into the room. Wu Xuan was still waiting for him. She needed to be cleaned up after the brutal fight earlier. Girls, after all, needed to stay clean. The door to room 1101, which was once hidden behind a wall in the lobby, was now moved, opening directly into the room. Inside, the hotel's layout had an almost surreal quality. Upon entering, one found themselves on the 11th floor, an impossible transition. Wu Xuan had stood there since entering, staring vacantly out of the window, lost in thought, her body stiff, unsure of what to do next. Lin Hui, not one to waste time, grinned and pulled her into the bathroom for a much-needed shower. 20 minutes later, the peace was shattered by Lin Hui's scream. Xuan, don't bite! You're literally murdering your husband!" The frantic yell was loud enough to send the zombie birds flying away from the window in a panic. Meanwhile, Shu Huo's 4 younger brothers were in complete chaos. Running for their lives, they were pursued by an unrelenting horde of zombies. "Why did you attract so many?" One brother screamed as they ran. "Shut up! I didn't know you were going to attract them too." Another brother yelled back. "Why did you do this?" The third one cursed, all while sprinting like mad, the pain of zombie bites shooting through their backs. The 4 brothers were helpless, running out of breath and their panic mounting. Their frantic escape led them to the hotel doors, But there was no sign of Lin Hui, the once mighty owner. Only an empty front desk greeted them. Despair washed over them, their legs giving out as they collapsed in terror. Then, as if fate was mocking them, the ground beneath their feet seemed to vibrate with power, and an invisible force slammed down on the zombies chasing them. The horde was instantly obliterated, leaving nothing but lifeless bodies in its wake. The four brothers, still in shock, collapsed to the floor, their pants soaked in fear. "Fuck! I quit!" one of them muttered, barely able to stand, let alone argue. "Shut up!" another hissed. "Just be thankful we're alive." As the last of the zombies fell, the door behind the front desk creaked open. Lin Hui stepped out, his face radiating with surprise. "You four are something else. Over 60 zombies? That's more impressive than even that Tang Zhen." At the mention of his name, Tang Zhen, who had just stood up at the stairs, froze, suddenly realizing he was in the spotlight. "Shopkeeper Lin." No one, no but two, and no. Three were quick to bow in gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we'd be done for." The fourth brother, however, was a different case. He slumped, face twisted in despair. "Shuhuo, are you out of your mind?" the first brother snapped. "You're cursing the boss?" "You're crazy," the second added, a mix of concern and anger in his voice. But the fourth brother just laughed bitterly. "I've been bitten. It's over. What am I supposed to be scared of anymore?" The remaining brothers stared at him, eyes wide with fear. Lin Hui's expression shifted as he silently observed. He didn't waste time. His mind worked quickly, and with a flick of his hand, the hotel's invisible power seized the fourth brother, lifting him into the air. Instantly, 3 deep, unmistakable bite marks appeared on his back. The sight sent a shiver through the group. No one needed to ask. They knew what had happened. "Are you okay?" "No." One asked nervously, his voice thick with concern. They had fought together for years, surviving the apocalypse side by side. The bond between them was not easily broken. The fourth brother slumped weakly. "I feel so hot, like I have a fever. It's hopeless. I'm done for." Tang Zhen, witnessing the exchange, quickly spoke up. "You need to check in. This hotel is magical. It might save you." "Really?" The fourth brother perked up, his voice full of hope. The other 3 brothers nodded eagerly. "Boss Lin, is this true? Can your hotel really save him?" Lin Hui raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Experience it for yourselves." Tang Zhen jumped in with a grin. "See? Shopkeeper Lin didn't deny it. I've seen it with my own eyes. This place works wonders. If anyone can save you, it's him." The fourth brother didn't need any more convincing. He grabbed the room card that Lin Hui threw at him like it was his lifeline. "Take me to the room," he shouted, desperation making his voice crack. "Let's go." The 3 brothers quickly rushed to help him, lifting him up and hurrying toward the stairs. "Wait," Lin Hui called out, his voice calm. "Anyone who hasn't checked in can't go upstairs. Do you all want to check in?" The 3 brothers didn't hesitate. "Of course, give us the cards." Lin Hui handed over the room keys without a second thought. The 3 brothers, grateful yet still shaken, dashed upstairs with the fourth brother in tow. Once they were gone, Tang Zhen approached the counter, curiosity in his eyes. "Boss Lin, your hotel saved them from the zombies, but can it really heal them?" Lin Hui gave him a cool glance and replied, "Experience it for yourself." Tang Zhen's eyes lit up. "Got it." He began to turn to leave, then froze. "Wait, why do you have so many bite marks on your face?" Lin Hui didn't even flinch. "Not your concern." Tang Zhen left quickly, feeling awkward, but his mind was racing. He had to find more zombies to keep up with the competition. As Lin Hui settled into his chair, his attention turned to his laptop. He thought about the hotel's mysteries, particularly about the new development, the vacant number 2 waiter position on the hotel's system. His fingers hovered over the screen, curiosity urging him to click. But when he did, his heart skipped a beat. The image was not what he expected. It was the spot where he'd once selected the corpse of a woman, but now there were only scattered bones, no longer even a complete skeleton. Strange symbols hovered above them. A flicker of realization struck Lin Hui. Could it be? Meanwhile, Tang Zhen, wandering in a grimy alley, stumbled upon something shocking. Scattered human bones on the ground began to shift and move, reassembling themselves with eerie precision. Before his very eyes, the skeleton took form, and then, in an instant, flesh, skin, and hair began to grow. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, a perfect woman stood before him. Her eyes snapped open, and she moved with unnatural speed. Ah! Tang Zhen screamed, his heart racing in terror as he tried to flee, but the woman was already upon him. He's so powerful, he could do this himself, but we're the ones stuck moving corpses, muttered brother number 1, trudging forward with an exaggerated sigh. Honestly, luring zombies from farther away would be less of a chore than this corpse cleanup. Smack! Shuhuo's hand landed sharply on brother number 1's shoulder, silencing him. What was that for? Brother number 1 protested, rubbing his shoulder. Think before you talk, you fool, Shuhuo hissed, his gaze darting nervously back toward the hotel. Shopkeeper Lin is probably listening to us even now. You want to dig your own grave? Brother number 1 froze, his face paling. Tang Zhen chimed in, his voice low. We've all seen what he's capable of. He doesn't need to lift a finger to deal with us. Best to keep our heads down and mouths shut. The younger brother swallowed hard and nodded. The rest of the group trudged on in tense silence, each carrying their share of the zombie corpses. Back at the hotel, Lin Hui smirked faintly at the exchange he overheard. They're sharper than they look, he muttered to himself. Still, he knew he had no time to dwell on their antics. The second waiter returned, dragging 2 more zombie corpses. Good work, Lin Hui said, gesturing toward the hotel's processing area. Dump them here. The hotel will handle the rest. The second waiter complied, her movements precise but mechanical. Lin Hui studied her closely. Do you have any memories of your past life? Do you remember who you were? The waiter tilted her head slightly, as if contemplating the question, but said nothing. Lin Hui sighed. Go shower, and try not to flood the bathroom this time. Once she disappeared, Lin Hui retrieved a pair of sneakers from the storage room, his mind racing with possibilities. He'd already proven the hotel could enhance certain objects, so why not try his hand at creating something marketable? He placed the sneakers on the table and focused intently, whispering, Change. Meanwhile, Shuhuo and Tang Zhen were deep in discussion about establishing a safe zone around the hotel. With shopkeeper Lin anchoring this area, the zombies are already cleared. It's practically a fortress, Tang Zhen pointed out. Shuhuo nodded. True, but we'll need his approval, and possibly his help, to make it official. Even then, we can't overreach. If we scare off survivors or interfere with his interests, it'll all come crashing down. Brother number 1 hesitantly added, What if he didn't hear us earlier? It's loud outside. Maybe he missed it. Shuhuo's glare was sharp. He didn't miss anything, trust me. He lowered his voice. We'll tread carefully. The last thing we want is to end up as the next batch of corpses. The group murmured in agreement and continued hauling the zombie remains back to the hotel, each step fueling their determination to establish the safe zone. Lin Hui stared at the sneakers on the table. His experiments so far had been hit or miss, but he felt a strange sense of confidence this time. He placed his hand over the shoes and visualized what he wanted: enhanced durability, improved speed for the wearer, and an energy-dispersing sole for silent movement. Let's see if imagination really is the limit, he whispered, focusing all his energy on the task. The sneakers began to shimmer faintly, the hotel's unique energy radiating through them. Lin Hui grinned. If this works, it's not just a shoe, it's a game changer. Lin Hui stared intently at Tang Zhen, who was panting lightly but looked exhilarated. How does it feel? He asked, a hint of satisfaction glinting in his eyes. Tang Zhen wiped the light sheen of sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with excitement. It feels unreal. I've never run this fast in my life. It's like my body is working with the shoes, not against them. And I'm barely tired. Shuhuo and the other 4 were staring, mouths agape. 7 seconds for 100 meters? Number 1 stammered. That's insane. Lin Hui crossed his arms, his expression calm but pleased. The shoes seemed to amplify physical capabilities. Tang Zhen, you've proven they work. Congratulations, you're now my prototype tester. Tang Zhen blinked in surprise. Prototype tester? Yes, Lin Hui replied. I plan to refine this further, perhaps different models for different enhancements. But for now, these sneakers are yours, on one condition. Tang Zhen straightened, his eyes narrowing in caution. What condition? You'll help me gather zombie crystal nuclei, Lin Hui said, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. I'll need them to power and test future creations. In return, you can keep the sneakers and anything else I produce. assuming they're successful. Tang Zhen nodded without hesitation. Deal. Su Huo, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Shopkeeper Lin, can you make something like this for us too?" Lin Hui smirked, raising an eyebrow. "Bring me enough zombie corpses and crystal nuclei and we'll talk. But remember, this isn't charity. I expect results if I invest my resources." The group exchanged glances. The opportunity was too good to pass up. Tang Zhen laced up the sneakers tighter, already itching to test their limits again. "I'll gather as many as I can. These shoes are worth it." Lin Hui nodded, turning back to the hotel. "Good. Now if you'll excuse me, I have other projects to work on. And don't forget, no disrupting the hotel's peace. These walls may protect you, but they won't shield you from me." The group fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. But as they watched Lin Hui disappear back into the hotel, their determination grew. For the first time since the apocalypse began, they saw a glimmer of hope. Not just in survival, but in the possibility of reclaiming some semblance of strength and control in their shattered world. Hearing Tang Zhen's enthusiastic challenge, Lin Hui smirked, but kept his focus on the stopwatch in hand. Tang Zhen was already racing down the street like a whirlwind, the garbage on the pavement scattering in his wake. His movements were so fluid, so light, it almost seemed like he wasn't running but gliding. As he returned, panting but exhilarated, Tang Zhen yelled, "What was it this time, Shopkeeper Lin? Must have been faster." Lin Hui calmly glanced at his stopwatch. Still 7 seconds. Tang Zhen's face fell, his expression a mix of disbelief and frustration. "What? No way. It felt so much faster this time." Lin Hui shrugged. It could have been faster by a fraction, but with no proper 100-meter track, it's hard to measure exact changes. Tang Zhen groaned, but nodded in reluctant agreement. 7 seconds, huh? Still, this is incredible. I've never moved like this before. Shu Huo, who had been watching intently, couldn't contain his excitement any longer. "Let me try, Shopkeeper Lin. I need to see this for myself." Tang Zhen hesitated, his eyes flicking to Lin Hui for approval. Lin Hui, standing with an air of quiet authority, gave a small nod. "Let him try. I need more data to determine the true value of these sneakers." Reluctantly, Tang Zhen unlaced the sneakers and handed them over. "Be careful, Brother Shu. These shoes are something else." Shu Huo grinned as he took them, inspecting the mysterious material. The sneakers looked unassuming at first glance, but upon closer inspection, the craftsmanship and texture were unlike anything he'd seen. Feels like something between metal and fabric. Weird but cool. When Shu Huo slipped them on, they adjusted instantly to the perfect fit. He stood up, his eyes wide with amazement. "It's like they're alive. They fit like a second skin." "Run," Tang Zhen urged eagerly. "You won't believe it until you try." Shu Huo took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then launched forward. His initial stride broke the sound of stillness like a thunderclap. He accelerated rapidly, his body a blur as he vanished down the street. "Holy! Did you see that?" Tang Zhen exclaimed, his jaw dropping. Su Huo returned moments later, skidding to a halt at the hotel's entrance, a gust of wind sweeping through the group. His expression was pure exhilaration. "What's the verdict, Shopkeeper Lin?" Lin Hui looked up from his stopwatch. 5 seconds flat. Tang Zhen gasped. 5 seconds? That's insane. You're basically a human rocket. Shu Huo's 4 younger brothers erupted into cheers. "Boss, you're amazing. The boss is unstoppable. 666. Shu Huo, chest heaving but grinning from ear to ear, looked down at the sneakers with reverence. "These aren't just shoes. They're a miracle. Shopkeeper Lin, are you planning to sell these? If so, name your price." Lin Hui raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the question, but not rushing to answer. "That depends. How much are they worth to you?" Before Shu Huo could respond, Lin Hui's attention shifted subtly, his posture stiffening. Somewhere down the street, he sensed a disturbance. Without even turning to look, an image formed in his mind, a woman creeping cautiously in their direction, trying to remain unseen. His enhanced perception caught every detail, the faint shuffle of her steps, the whisper of fabric brushing against her body. His lips curled into a faint smirk. An invisible psychic? Interesting. He chose to stay silent for now, his focus returning to Su Huo. "If you're serious about purchasing, I'll need something valuable in return, crystal nuclei or equivalent resources. These shoes aren't cheap to create." Tang Zhen's curiosity piqued, but he decided to hold his tongue. Lin Hui's nonchalant demeanor made it clear. He was the one in control, and everything had a price. As Shuo handed back the sneakers, the group buzzed with excitement, the possibilities of such a creation sparking ideas in everyone's minds. Meanwhile, Lin Hui glanced once more in the direction of the approaching woman, his thoughts calculating. "Now," he murmured under his breath, "let's see what surprises you bring to my door." Lin Hui's expression was calm as he announced, 100. Before he could finish, Tang Zhen cut in, his eyes widening with excitement. 100 zombie corpses? That's expensive, but reasonable for such power. These shoes let an ordinary person outpace even a superpowered individual. Shu Huo nodded in agreement. Considering what they can do, it's worth it. Lin Hui let their chatter run for a moment before finishing his statement with a sly smile. Crystal cores. 100 zombie crystal cores. The group froze. The room, which had been alive with excitement, grew silent as the weight of the price settled in. Tang Zhen's voice broke the quiet, a mixture of disbelief and dismay. Crystal cores? That's way too expensive. Even Shu Huo, who rarely showed hesitation, looked stunned. 100? That's insane, he muttered. Lin Hui raised a brow, unbothered by their reactions. Magic-modified items aren't ordinary trinkets. Do you think something this powerful comes cheap? Considering the materials and energy it cost me, I'm offering it at a very fair price. If you work at it, you'll gather enough eventually. You've got at least half the cost lying in the corpses outside. 100 cores might sound steep, but for what you gain, it's a bargain. He gave a small, knowing smile, and with a flick of his fingers, the sneakers floated through the air toward the drawer at the front desk. The sneakers, now glowing faintly, shrank as they reached the entrance of the drawer, slipping inside as if the space itself had bent to accommodate them. Lin Hui shut the drawer with a thought and turned toward the street, his eyes narrowing. At the other end of the road, the woman he had been tracking through his enhanced hearing was no longer visible. A faint curiosity flickered across his face. Invisible, huh? He mused. Interesting. He decided to let the situation unfold on its own. She wasn't a threat yet, and Lin Hui preferred to see how far her curiosity would push her. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, the invisible woman, Huang Shengyi, wrestled with her instincts. The sight of Shu Huo's speed, paired with the mention of magic-modified items, had piqued her interest. Magic-modified, could it really be some kind of evolved artifact? Those shoes would be a game-changer. But caution tugged at her resolve. She glanced around the eerily quiet area. This place is too strange. No zombies, no noise. It's unnatural. That hotel, it might be a trap. She bit her lip, retreating a few steps. I'll watch for now. Better safe than sorry. Maybe I can lure some zombies this way and see how they react. Her decision made, she moved cautiously through the desolate streets until she spotted a cluster of zombies a few hundred meters away. As she drew closer, she noticed something peculiar. Despite her proximity, the creatures didn't react to her presence. Her footsteps made noise, but it was as if the zombies couldn't perceive her. Invisibility? Or something more? Huang Shengyi wondered. Her power seemed to extend beyond simply vanishing from sight. She stepped closer to test her theory, but before she could act, distant voices broke through the quiet. "Boss, this is the place," a gruff voice called. Huang Shengyi stiffened, turning toward the sound. A group of men appeared, armed with pistols and brimming with confidence. Without hesitation, the zombies in front of her growled and charged toward the newcomers. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted, shattering the stillness of the street. The men's aim was precise, each bullet finding its mark. Heads exploded, hearts were punctured, and limbs flew as the zombies fell one by one. Huang Shengyi recoiled, her stomach churning at the sight of the carnage. Despite her revulsion, she couldn't look away. "They're efficient," she admitted grudgingly, "but reckless." The group's leader, a cocky young man, scowled at his companions. "Save the bullets, idiots. You think they grow on trees? Do you know how hard it is to make them? Aim properly and stop wasting ammo." "Yes, boss," the others mumbled, chastened but unrepentant. The leader shook his head in frustration. "Forget it. The bank's ahead. Let's get this over with." They moved toward an agricultural bank nearby, and Huang Shengyi followed cautiously. Her invisibility allowed her to observe undetected, but she kept her distance, wary of stray bullets. When they reached the bank, the leader extended his hand toward the door. Clang! The metal lock shattered, and the door twisted violently, collapsing outward with a screech. Huang Shengyi's eyes widened. He can control metal? Like Magneto? But her amazement turned to confusion as the group entered the bank. Why would they rob a bank? Money's worthless now. She watched as they disappeared inside, torn between curiosity and caution. In the apocalypse, nothing was ever what it seemed, and Huang Shengyi had learned the hard way to trust no one. The metal-wielding leader's voice cut through the stale air. Lead the way to the underground vault. You sure you know where it is? One of the lackeys smirked, trying hard to please. Trust me, boss. I used to work here. I know exactly where the vault is. And there's really a ton of gold? The leader pressed. The lackey nodded enthusiastically. Enough to build you a golden throne. No doubt about it. The group of 8 descended deeper into the bank, their heavy boots echoing ominously. From the shadows, Huang Shengyi followed, her invisibility cloaking her movements. Her curiosity piqued as she pieced together their intentions. Gold? A throne? Does this guy want to declare himself emperor in the middle of the apocalypse? She nearly scoffed, but stayed silent, watching. Inside the bank, scattered zombies still roamed aimlessly. The outbreak had been sudden, trapping many employees and customers. Some tried barricading themselves, but the infection spread faster than their efforts. The group's homemade guns barked in quick succession, cutting down the undead with brutal efficiency. Huang Shengyi observed from the edges, carefully weighing her options. If they're after gold, they can't possibly carry it all. Maybe I could snag a few bars without them noticing. As the gang reached the vault's entrance, the metal-wielding leader grinned. With a flex of his power, the reinforced metal locks groaned and twisted open. His confidence radiated. See, nothing can stop me. But the moment the door swung wide, a flash of gold launched forward. The man closest to the vault was snatched up and slammed into the ground before anyone could react. Golden zombie, someone screamed. The creature shimmered unnaturally, its entire body seemingly made of pure gold. It roared, gripping its first victim like a rag doll and smashing him repeatedly until he was unrecognizable. The gang panicked, unloading bullets into the golden monster. Sparks flew as rounds ricocheted harmlessly off its metallic skin. Get out of the way, the leader bellowed. He stepped forward, veins in his temple bulging as he concentrated his ability. Metal is metal. I'll stop this thing. For a moment, his power seemed to work. The golden zombie froze mid-step, its body deforming slightly under the leader's influence. But just as victory seemed close, the zombie violently jerked free. The leader staggered back, coughing blood as his control backfired. The creature roared in rage and lunged. It missed by inches as the leader dodged instinctively, but the impact of its charge dented the vault's thick walls, sending tremors through the structure. The gang stared in horror at the damage. "We're out of here!" the leader yelled, sprinting toward the exit. His remaining subordinates didn't need to be told twice. Huang Shengyi followed, her invisibility giving her a significant edge in the chaotic escape. Behind them, the golden zombie shook off its daze and charged again, its metallic roar echoing through the tunnels. Not far away, Lin Hui stood near the hotel window, his sharp hearing catching the distant commotion. The dull booms and guttural roars painted an unsettling mental picture. A zombie strong enough to knock through walls? Must be a first-level evolved type. He frowned, wondering if Shu Huo and his group could handle something like that if it wandered too close. At the same time, Shu Huo and his crew were busy hauling zombie corpses to clear the area. The heavy silence of dusk began settling in, and they paid no mind to the strange echoes in the distance. But something stirred beneath their feet. Unseen by them, the blood dripping from the corpses began to pool and writhe. It coalesced unnaturally, as though drawn by a force beyond comprehension. From the crimson puddle, something new was forming, a grotesque amalgamation of death and rebirth. The night held its breath, waiting. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a suffocating gloom enveloped the city. The air was thick, oppressive, and carried an unnatural tension that weighed on everything. Inside the Guanghui Hotel, Shu Huo and his group collapsed onto makeshift seats, their muscles aching and drenched in sweat. The day had been relentless, with over 400 corpses moved into position, a grim yet necessary task for survival. "That's it for today," Tang Zhen gasped, his voice strained but satisfied. We've made good progress. Tomorrow, we'll finish the rest. Shuhuo, wiping his brow, turned his attention to the horizon. The darkening sky seemed wrong, ominously so. Rest while you can, he said, eyes scanning the skyline. We'll need every ounce of strength tomorrow. But as exhaustion settled over the group, Huang Shengyi was moving in the shadows. Slipping past unnoticed, she retraced her steps to the bank's vault. Her mind raced with images of the guns the raiders had dropped earlier. She told herself it was worth the risk. Inside the vault loomed dark and foreboding. Huang Shengyi's breathing quickened as she tiptoed inside, guided by memory and the faint metallic glint of discarded weapons. Her hand reached out, grasping a pistol. Relief washed over her, brief, fleeting. A sound broke the stillness. Chichi. Her heart jumped. Every nerve in her body screamed to run, but fear rooted her in place. Logic told her she was invisible, untouchable. Still, she edged backward toward the vault door, her eyes adjusting to the faint light seeping through cracks. Then she saw it. A figure bathed in golden light was swelling, growing. Huang Shengyi froze as the golden female zombie emerged, its body shimmering as it expanded grotesquely, the glint of gold consuming flesh and form alike. With each tear of clothing and every strand of hair falling from its scalp, the creature became more monstrous, more unnatural. Suppressing a scream, Huang Shengyi backed away, abandoning her search. As her trembling hands reached the vault entrance, she bolted into the night, leaving the growing horror behind. The crimson sky. Back at the Guanghui Hotel, Lin Hui stood by the window, Wu Xuan quietly by his side. The sky outside was a deep, unsettling crimson, as if the heavens themselves had been painted with blood. This isn't normal, Lin Hui muttered, his sharp senses catching the faint pitter-patter of raindrops. Is it raining? He extended a hand, letting a droplet hit his palm. A strange heat spread through him, coursing from the point of contact. The hotel walls began to hum faintly, absorbing the rainfall like a living organism. With each drop, Lin Hui felt a strange energy stir within him, like a dam on the verge of bursting. Suddenly, the air thickened with an ominous energy. Outside, the dark red rain acted as a catalyst, transforming the world. Survivors caught in the downpour screamed as their bodies convulsed, hair falling away, flesh rotting into unrecognizable forms. Ordinary zombies prowling the streets grew fiercer, their eyes glowing with a newfound ferocity. In the chaos, Huang Shengyi found shelter within the bank, both shielding herself from the rain's acidic sting. Every drop that touched her skin seared like fire, forcing her to stay hidden, trembling in silence. The city unravels. Elsewhere, a heavily armed group huddled inside a crumbling building, watching the rain with grim faces. This rain isn't natural, one muttered. The leader, a middle-aged man with steely eyes, nodded. It's secondary infection, he said. This apocalypse, it's evolving. Stronger zombies, more mutations. This is only the beginning. What do you mean? One of his men asked, panic creeping into his voice. The leader's gaze darkened. This isn't just a zombie apocalypse. There's something else at play. The group fell silent, the ominous patter of rain filling the void. In the distance, the sound of an approaching train, eerily silent yet profoundly foreboding, echoed through the night. Back at the hotel, Lin Hui's body burned with unbearable heat, his mind teetering on the edge of consciousness. The rain, absorbed into the hotel's structure, seemed to be channeling into him. Wu Xuan, sensing the change, ran to the hotel entrance, letting out a guttural roar into the night. Lin Hui staggered as a surge of energy coursed through him. The barrier of stagnation he'd felt since his awakening shattered. Power, pure, unrelenting, flowed freely once more. The hotel itself responded, glowing faintly as a protective barrier expanded outward, pushing back the oppressive night. For a moment, amidst the chaos, there was a flicker of hope. But the dark red rain fell harder, and the horrors of the night were just beginning. Lin Hui felt an intense pulse of energy radiating from the hotel, guiding him through the building with an eerie clarity. As he surveyed the second floor, his senses tingled. More than a dozen zombies were roaming aimlessly in the dining area. Without hesitation, Lin Hui focused his thoughts, summoning the hotel's power to act on his behalf. Bang! One zombie was crushed instantly, its remains disintegrating as the hotel's unseen energy consumed it. The remaining zombies, startled by the sound, turned and began to roar in confusion. But there was nothing to attack, only the air. Lin Hui observed as the crushed zombie's body was swiftly devoured by the hotel's power. He couldn't help but marvel. The hotel refines and devours them, like food, he mused. The revelation hit him like a wave. The hotel wasn't just a building. It was alive in a way, mutated and bound to him. It was feeding, consuming the zombies, refining them into energy. He even sensed that the hotel's kitchen still contained untouched meat, signaling the hotel's strange preference for zombies over anything else. A familiar surge of energy coursed through him. Lin Hui smiled. So I don't have to do everything myself. That's a relief. With a simple thought, he triggered another surge. Zombies in the dining area on the second floor exploded one by one, their bodies crushed, broken, and absorbed by the hotel's growing power. It was fast, quicker than he could have imagined. One zombie, then another and another, all disintegrated in the blink of an eye. With each defeat, Lin Hui felt his strength rising, his connection with the hotel deepening. More and more energy flowed into his body, making him feel invincible. But there was something else he hadn't anticipated. As the energy was absorbed, he realized that it wasn't just his body that was growing stronger. The hotel itself was also becoming more powerful. Bang! 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 One by one, the zombies were obliterated until the entire dining area was empty, their remnants consumed. Lin Hui could feel the power circulating through the hotel, his control over it strengthening with each victory. The hotel was more than a place. It was now an extension of his will. As he moved from floor to floor, clearing out the zombies, his progress was swift. The hotel's systems were now fully under his control. The energy from the zombies feeding the hotel and, in turn, feeding him. By the time he reached the fourth floor, which housed high-end private rooms, Lin Hui was practically unstoppable. He dispatched zombies with ease, each strike pushing him further into an uncharted power. The fifth and sixth floors passed in a blur. Bar areas, movie lounges, each floor held more zombies, but none of them stood a chance against the relentless force of the hotel. Lin Hui's power grew exponentially, and with every room cleared, he felt the hotel itself becoming more refined, more potent. It was then that he realized something extraordinary. The hotel wasn't just feeding on the zombies. It was absorbing their essence, refining it into an energy that fueled every system within the building. Lights, air conditioning, and even the elevators seemed to hum with life, all powered by this strange new force. Lin Hui had discovered the hotel's secret. The very essence of the building was the key to its operation, and with it, he could control everything. By the time Lin Hui reached the first floor, he had wiped out the zombies on the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, and the hotel's power was running at full capacity. In the front desk area, the mysterious energy he had first discovered was now present in liquid form, a dozen drops of shimmering essence. It was precious, an energy capable of sustaining the entire hotel for days on end, if not longer. Wu Xuan, still a mindless zombie at his side, continued to roar at him, but Lin Hui didn't mind. The hotel's aura was now far beyond anything he had ever experienced. His strength had grown to monumental levels. He could easily take down any remaining zombies without breaking a sweat. But there was something more intriguing than just power. Lin Hui focused on Wu Xuan. He realized that some of the zombies he had killed earlier were waiters, hotel staff. These figures seemed to be part of the hotel, a deeper connection running through them. It was then that an idea struck him. Could Wu Xuan, his own zombie companion, be bound to the hotel in the same way? His thoughts reached out, and with a slight flicker of his will, the invisible power of the hotel flowed through him. In an instant, Wu Xuan was caught in that current, her body trembling as the hotel's energy enveloped her. The transformation was swift, and Lin Hui watched as her chaotic, ferocious nature calmed. It was as if she had been given an identity, one that connected her to the hotel as a devoted servant. The connection between them was undeniable now. Lin Hui could sense that Wu Xuan was no longer just a zombie. She had become part of the hotel's strange ecosystem, a living, breathing extension of its will. She was his personal waiter now, bound to him and the hotel. Lin Hui felt a strange sense of satisfaction. "Xuan Xuan," he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. She was still his, but now she was more than that. "Come here and lie down on the counter," he ordered, pleased by the new connection they shared. Wu Xuan complied, moving with a new purpose. In this twisted apocalyptic world, Lin Hui had not only gained strength and control over the hotel, but had also reshaped his bond with the undead. The hotel was his, and through it, he was unstoppable. The world outside might be crumbling, but within these walls, Lin Hui was ready to rule. Lin Hui's elation was palpable as he stepped out of the hotel for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The oppressive red rain soaked the world around him, but it didn't seem to bother him. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling with a mix of triumph and anticipation. "I'm out," he muttered, then shouted with laughter that reverberated like thunder across the eerie, rain-drenched cityscape. His voice carried through the desolate streets, unsettling the silence and drawing the attention of something deep in the shadows. From the distance, a guttural roar answered his outburst. A tiger, massive and primal, its growl resonating like a challenge in the oppressive night. Inside the bank, Huang Shengyi clutched the edges of her drenched jacket, trembling. The eerie echoes of Lin Hui's laughter and the tiger's roar filled her with unease. She tightened her grip on the stolen pistol, scanning her surroundings, as if expecting something to leap from the shadows. Elsewhere, a squad of armed survivors froze in their tracks, startled by the same tiger's roar. They exchanged wary glances, their weapons poised. "Boss, that laugh, was it human?" one of them ventured. The middle-aged captain's brow furrowed. "If it was, they're at least A-class, maybe higher." A wave of astonishment rippled through the group. "A-class? Already?" one muttered. The captain exhaled slowly, the weight of the apocalypse visible in his expression. Or maybe not human at all. Regardless, we don't have time to chase rumors. We stick to the plan, search for survivors, secure resources, and make it out alive. As if to punctuate his words, a distant scream sliced through the rain. It was followed by a deafening crash, like a building collapsing. Without hesitation, the captain ordered his team to move. The group advanced swiftly, their abilities combining to mask their movements. Shadows wrapped around them like cloaks, and a thin air shield kept the toxic rain at bay. Despite the heavy atmosphere, they navigated the streets with precision, their steps silent. When they arrived at the scene of the commotion, they found chaos. A golden figure loomed in the gloom, its body shimmering unnaturally in the crimson light. A survivor writhed in its grip, struggling against the inevitable. With terrifying ease, the golden zombie hurled its victim into the pavement. The body crumpled with a sickening crunch. "Open fire!" the captain barked. The night erupted with gunfire. Bullets tore through the rain, striking the golden figure. Sparks flew, and its form deformed grotesquely under the barrage. For a moment, it seemed they had succeeded as the creature melted into a puddle of viscous golden liquid. But their relief was short-lived. The liquid began to ripple, then gather, reforming into the same monstrous shape as before. "It regenerates?" someone shouted in panic. The captain gritted his teeth. "Physical attacks won't cut it. We need a containment strategy." "But we don't have any seals," another responded, their voice tinged with despair. Back at the hotel, Lin Hui watched the crimson rain with intrigue. It wasn't just rain. It was something far more potent. Each drop absorbed by the hotel seemed to feed him directly, bolstering his strength and heightening his senses. He felt the pulse of energy coursing through him, stronger with each passing second. Experimentally, he reached out with his mind, imagining the hotel devouring the rain in earnest. Immediately, the building responded, an unseen force pulling the rain toward it in torrents. Lin Hui's strength surged even faster, and he grinned. "Magical, isn't it?" he murmured, glancing at Wu Xuan. The zombie beside him seemed equally captivated by the phenomenon, but her contentment turned to confusion when the rain near her abruptly stopped, siphoned entirely by the hotel. She barked at the building in frustration, her guttural sounds echoing indignantly. Lin Hui chuckled. "Patience, Wu Xuan. There's enough power here for both of us." Meanwhile, the captain's team struggled to adapt to the relentless golden zombie. They regrouped, their earlier confidence eroded by the creature's unnerving resilience. "Keep firing! Buy time!" the captain yelled. They needed a plan, a real one, before the monster overwhelmed them. In the distance, Lin Hui turned toward the sounds of gunfire and explosions. The corner of his mouth twitched into a faint smile. "Looks like the show's just getting started." Lin Hui was in a contemplative mood as he observed the rain around him. His thoughts turned to Wu Xuan, still sulking nearby. Xuan, he teased. You want some of this too? Wu Xuan's response was to spin around and roar at him, her guttural voice reverberating through the night. She continued her tirade at the hotel building, completely ignoring Lin Hui's playful remark. Can you even understand me? Lin Hui muttered, half amused, half disappointed. It seemed like Wu Xuan had no interest in talking. He sighed but decided to keep the rain flowing toward her, curious if the mysterious downpour would benefit the zombie in some way. The rain had proven to enhance his own strength, and maybe, just maybe, it would help Wu Xuan too. A steady stream of water cascaded down onto her as Lin Hui directed it with focus. It was like watering a plant, except the plant was a zombie. To his satisfaction, Wu Xuan calmed down, finally absorbing the energy from the rain, her violent outbursts quieting as the mysterious power of the water seeped into her body. Meanwhile, Lin Hui turned his attention to the hotel's guests. 6 of them, each deep in sleep, seemed to be subtly growing stronger as the hotel itself grew in power. The energy was feeding them, albeit slowly and in a limited way. He could tell they were benefiting from the hotel's strange aura, physical fitness improving, muscles becoming subtly stronger. It wasn't a miracle, but it was enough to make them more resilient than before. His thoughts wandered, and with a sigh of satisfaction, he realized the hotel's power was continuing to build. The suction was growing stronger, pulling rainwater from a radius of thousands of meters. The hotel was absorbing more of the strange rain, and in turn, Lin Hui felt himself growing stronger. His muscles felt more powerful, his senses sharper. The hotel was alive with energy. By the early hours of the morning, the rain finally stopped. The dark red sky above shifted to a deep, ominous black. The world felt still, eerily quiet. Lin Hui sensed the change in the air. It was as if everything had fallen into a dead silence, and the Guanghui Hotel, illuminated by its own lights, was the only island of light in a world swallowed by darkness. Lin Hui flexed his muscles, calculating his current strength. If he was right, he could lift the equivalent of 100,000 kilograms. That's 100 tons. It was almost beyond comprehension. His body had transformed, and not just in terms of raw power. His nerve reaction and explosive speed had improved as well. He felt invincible. If only he could leave the hotel, he could roam the world with this newfound strength. But the hotel's boundaries still trapped him. As his mind wandered, an unsettling thought struck him. A faint energy signature in the distance, living beings, survivors. He'd sensed them before, but they'd remained hidden, probably holed up with supplies. However, something had changed. The faint traces of life he'd sensed in a nearby building, they were gone. Just like that, they disappeared. Dead? Lin Hui mused, frowning as his senses scanned further. Then, it wasn't just one building. In the surrounding structures, living breath after living breath disappeared, wiped out in an instant. It wasn't just humans. It was as though the very life in the area was being consumed, devoured by something unseen. A chilling, metallic taste of blood lingered in the air as Lin Hui felt a growing sense of dread. The blood-stained scent wafted through the darkness, and his mind raced. What was happening? His gaze snapped to the distant buildings. The colors around them began to change, as if they were bleeding, turning a sickly, blood-red hue. Something sinister was at play. Lin Hui's gut twisted as he realized a blood demon might be behind the carnage, wandering through the buildings, devouring everything in its path. Not good, Lin Hui muttered, his anger rising. This thing is killing off potential customers. That's unforgivable. Before he could act, the blood smell intensified, rolling toward the hotel like a tidal wave. Lin Hui's senses were assaulted by the stench of decay as blood seemed to seep from the buildings themselves, moving like a living entity, rushing toward the hotel. It was as if the very earth was bleeding. Wu Xuan seemed to sense the disturbance too, her movements sharp and alert. She turned and roared into the darkness, but the blood didn't stop. It only surged forward. Lin Hui felt a strange pull, an almost hallucinatory vision of a sea of blood and corpses. As though he had been transported to hell itself. The air was thick with dread. Just in time? Lin Hui grinned darkly. I can't leave here, but I can deal with this. He sneered as the blood approached, undeterred. Without hesitation, he pulled Wu Xuan back into the safety of the hotel, and the blood swarmed toward the building's threshold. Strangely, the blood hesitated, swirling in a concentrated pool just outside. It felt alive, almost sentient. It sensed the threat the hotel posed, but Lin Hui didn't wait for it to decide. The invisible force of the hotel pulsed to life, its power closing in on the blood. The moment the blood touched the hotel's boundary, the force trapped it. The blood struggled, but it was no match for the hotel's power. With a sickening sound, the blood began to break apart into droplets, each one being absorbed and disintegrated by the hotel's energy. The remaining blood recoiled, pulling back into the darkness, clearly fearful of the hotel's power. Lin Hui rushed to the hotel's edge, eager to finish the task, but as he stepped out, an invisible barrier stopped him. He cursed under his breath, watching as the blood mass retreated into the shadows, unwilling to engage further. The area around him was eerily silent, the light from the hotel sign casting long shadows on the blood-stained buildings. Lin Hui's eyes narrowed. The threat wasn't gone, just momentarily halted. What the hell is this thing? Lin Hui thought aloud, his frustration rising. How do you fight something like that? A grim thought crossed his mind, and he glanced at the decimated buildings around him. Maybe it's time to tear these buildings down. Lin Hui stood in the hotel, his mind racing with thoughts of how to deal with the growing threat. His hand flicked, and a drop of hotel essence appeared in his palm. He paused, considering his options. The previous explosion had been powerful, but not enough to truly endanger him. Still, he didn't want to risk another blast, especially one that could hurt him. I wonder if I can learn Shu Huo's fireball technique, Lin Hui mused. The idea of destroying the nearby buildings had never left his mind. The invisible blood seeping into them was a threat, and if left unchecked, it could doom all future humans who wandered into the area. Worse, it would destroy his hotel's ability to accept guests and kill his business. He turned to the 7th floor, where Shu Huo was staying, focusing on his abilities. Let's see if I can analyze his powers, Lin Hui thought, tapping into the hotel's immense power. He directed an invisible wave of energy to scan Shu Huo's body. In an instant, Shu Huo's form became transparent, not in the way glass would be, but like a 3D model made of lines. Lin Hui's eyes narrowed, studying Shu Huo's body, especially his head, but nothing about his superpower appeared clearly. What is a superpower, really? Lin Hui wondered. While he was capable of many things within the hotel, there were still limits. Finding Shu Huo's power, or replicating it, wasn't as simple as he hoped. His frustration grew as the answers eluded him. Just as he was about to give up, a thought struck him. Lin Hui recalled the scene where Shu Huo had summoned the fireball earlier. A smile crept across his face. Maybe he could use the hotel's power to rewind time, specifically the moment when Shu Huo summoned the fireball. Lin Hui focused his will and, like flipping a switch, the scene before him reversed. The front desk flashed in a blink, and then the moment rewound to the day Shu Huo had first entered the hotel. Time seemed to flow backward as Lin Hui narrowed in on the moment the fireball had been conjured. His heart raced with excitement as the image of the fireball in Shu Huo's hand began to travel forward, back through the fabric of time. With a triumphant grin, Lin Hui commanded, "Give me that fireball!" The fireball materialized before him. It traveled from the past to the present, the hotel's source of energy depleting as it did. The fireball formed, and with a rush, Lin Hui caught it in his hand. His smile widened as he marveled at his power. Reverse time and bring things from the past to the present. I'm practically a god. Lin Hui's excitement was palpable. Within the hotel, he felt invincible, as if the world was his to bend to his will. He was learning how to manipulate not only the present but the past itself. Still, he didn't stop there. Lin Hui, eager to understand more, used the hotel's power to analyze the fireball. As the structure of the fireball unfolded in his mind, Lin Hui quickly memorized its intricacies. He wanted to replicate the fireball without relying on the hotel's time-rewinding powers. In a swift motion, Lin Hui consumed more of the hotel's energy, and an identical fireball began to form in his hand. This is far more efficient, Lin Hui muttered, watching the fireball take shape. It uses less of the hotel's energy, and it's more sustainable. But he wasn't satisfied yet. The fireball he had created was strong, like the power of a grenade. But it could be better. With renewed determination, he willed the fireball to grow smaller, more concentrated. Optimize power, optimize structure, he muttered under his breath, focusing his will. As the fireball shrank, it became intensely bright. The light emanated from it, not blinding but contained bright, as if the fireball was brimming with restrained power. The temperature was immense, yet controlled. It was now the size of a billiard ball, but it was far more powerful than before. Satisfied, Lin Hui flicked his wrist, sending the fireball hurtling out of the hotel. It zipped into the night air like a streak of light. As it flew, the fireball expanded, becoming a blazing ball of destruction. When it collided with a distant building, the explosion was deafening. Boom! The force of the blast shook the city. Flames surged, engulfing the building in a fiery storm, and debris flew through the air. The shockwave rattled the hotel, and Wushuan screamed in surprise. On the 7th floor, Shu Huo and the others stirred in their sleep, disturbed by the blast. Lin Hui was pleased with the result. Tsk, tsk. This power rivals the explosion I caused with a drop of hotel essence, he mused, admiring the destruction from the blast. He quickly dismantled the fireball in his left hand, only to reconstruct it again with the optimized structure. It took only a fraction of the hotel's essence to form another fireball, far more efficient than the first one. That's the way to go, Lin Hui thought, feeling satisfied with his newfound power. The fireball had become a tool of precision. He could use it to destroy anything in his path, without draining the hotel's energy too quickly. As Lin Hui stood at the threshold of the hotel, he felt the ominous presence of the blood demon in the distance. The waves of blood crashed around him, and he could smell the disturbing scent in the air. He could feel the power emanating from the darkness. With a swift motion, he raised his hand again, and the fireball shot out like a comet. It tore through the air, growing in size as it sped toward its target. It collided with a blood-stained building in the distance, triggering another massive explosion. The wall disintegrated, and the blood-stained red hue turned to ash. But Lin Hui wasn't done. He created more fireballs and hurled them into the dark night, each explosion more deafening than the last. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions echoed through the darkness, signaling that Lin Hui's fury was unstoppable. He would not allow any threat, no matter how strange or powerful, to disrupt his business. Everything that stood in his way would be reduced to ashes. Rumble. The ground shook as the deafening explosion tore through the city. Buildings crumbled in front of the hotel, their structures reduced to rubble. Huang Shengji, who had been hiding in a bank more than 600 meters away, was thrown into confusion. Is the army here? A missile strike? She thought, panic rising in her chest. But the explosions kept getting closer, and the ground trembled with each blast. Fear seized her, and she quickly fled the area, not wanting to be caught in the blast. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive force of the fireballs was relentless. Every explosion was accompanied by the shattering of buildings. The power of Lin Hui's optimized fireballs was overwhelming. The first explosion might not take down a building, but the next was enough to send it crashing to the ground. Pieces of reinforced concrete were sent soaring into the sky, followed by flames that consumed everything in their path. The strange blood that had seeped into the walls of the buildings had no chance of escaping. It evaporated instantly, swept away by the fiery onslaught. Outside the hotel, Lin Hui stood, a calm figure amidst the chaos. The explosions kept coming, one after another, as fireballs flew from his hand with precision. The art of destruction was his to command, and he reveled in the perfection of his power. As buildings collapsed and flames lit up the night sky, the strange blood hidden within the structures was completely eradicated, vanishing without a trace. For hours, the explosions echoed across the city, drawing the attention of zombies in the distance. But before they could even approach, they were obliterated by the shockwaves. By dawn, the area within 300 meters of the hotel was nothing but ruins. What had once been bustling buildings were now reduced to smoldering piles of rubble. Even the blood that had polluted the structures was gone, evaporated by the sheer intensity of Lin Hui's attacks. Lin Hui looked around, his heart racing as he processed the aftermath. He had thrown hundreds of fireballs that night, each one more powerful than the last. He had expected the hotel's source to be significantly depleted, but when he checked, he was stunned to find that it had barely dropped at all. He had thought that the explosions would drain at least 10 drops of essence, but there was still over 1,000 drops left. It took him a moment to realize that he had gained more than 10 drops by decomposing the strange blood the night before. The discovery stunned him. If he had been able to fully disintegrate the strange being's body, how many more drops could he have obtained? But he also knew that capturing the creature would be no easy feat, given its bizarre nature. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Shu Huo awoke with a groan. His head throbbed as he rubbed his temples, still haunted by the nightmare he'd had. In it, fighter jets had rained down missiles on the city, obliterating everything in their path. He had run for his life, desperately trying to escape the onslaught, only to be bombed over and over again. Damn bombers. If you're gonna blow up zombies, just do it! Why do you have to chase me too? He muttered, still shaken. He'd never had a nightmare like that before. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking broke his train of thought. Boss, is the boss here? Open the door. Brother Number One's voice called from outside. Shu Huo opened the door, irritation written across his face, but it quickly shifted to curiosity when he saw Brother Number One standing there. You're still alive? How do you feel? Shu Huo asked, remembering the test they'd done the night before. Brother Number One grinned. I feel great, boss. In fact, I think I'm stronger than you now. Shu Huo raised an eyebrow. Really? Brother Number One's grin faltered. Of course not, he said quickly, noticing the fireball in Shu Huo's hand. My strength has definitely increased, maybe 300 to 400 kilograms, but that's just raw power. It's nothing compared to your superpowers. Shu Huo nodded, impressed, and glanced at the fireball in his hand. It felt stronger today than it had the night before. His strength had definitely increased, though not by as much as he had hoped. It was more than the previous night, though. Boss? Good morning, boss. Brothers Number 2, Number 3, and Number 4 had gathered outside. Tang Zhen, too, emerged from his room, greeting everyone with a wave. I had a nightmare last night, he said, shaking his head. It was about the earth exploding. The whole world was going up in flames. I was running for my life, just trying to get away from the bombs. Shu Huo was taken aback. Wait, you had that kind of nightmare too? Brother Number 2 quickly chimed in. I had a similar one. I dreamt that the boss was chasing me, his fireballs flying after me like meteors. I couldn't sleep a wink. Brother Number 3 added, You guys had nightmares too? Mine was about the boss fighting enemies, but then the fireballs kept flying toward me. It was terrifying. Shu Huo stared at them in disbelief. What's going on? Brother Number 1 and Brother No? 4 looked confused. You all had nightmares? Not us, said Brother Number 1, shaking his head. He had been infected with the zombie virus the night before and had thought he might die, but he had slept deeply and woke up feeling stronger than ever. I slept soundly, said Brother Number 4, agreeing with Number 1. Shu Huo thought it was just a coincidence, but when he looked at his group, a thought occurred to him. Have your strengths increased a lot? He asked. Yes, Brother No. 1 replied, grinning. I feel like I could take on a boss with a single punch, or maybe a cow. Same here, Brother Number 4 said. I feel stronger too. Shu Huo smiled, pleased. It seems like our theory was right. If you're infected with the zombie virus and sleep in this hotel, you not only survive, but your strength increases too. Tang Zhen grinned. That's amazing. I didn't even use the zombie virus last night, but I feel a boost. Let's keep moving the bodies and clear the area. We need to build a safe zone as soon as possible. Right, let's go, Shu Huo said, leading the group downstairs. As they entered the lobby, they noticed the front desk was empty. They didn't think much of it and kept moving. But when they stepped outside the hotel, they froze. What the hell? Shu Huo muttered, his voice trailing off. The others were equally stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before them. Shu Huo's eyes widened in shock as the golden zombie charged toward him with terrifying speed. Without hesitation, he hurled a fireball directly at the advancing monster. The ball of flame soared through the air, faster than the zombie's sprint, and collided with its face with a deafening explosion. The blast reverberated through the ruins, sending chunks of concrete and debris flying. Huang Shengyi, the middle-aged captain, and the metal controller, who were watching from a distance, paused for a moment, puzzled by the explosion's familiar sound. But the fireball's force, though massive, seemed to do little to halt the golden zombie's momentum. From the center of the blast, the golden zombie emerged, untouched and still gleaming with a fierce golden light. Shu Huo's mouth fell open as he realized the horror of what he was facing. Before he could react, the golden zombie surged forward like a streak of lightning, crashing into him with devastating force. The impact crushed Shu Huo's body, the sound of his bones snapping filling the air. His head spun violently, blood rushing to his ears, and for a brief, agonizing moment, he felt a cold, iron grip around his neck. The zombie's left hand, a golden monstrosity of inhuman strength, tightened its hold and flung him to the ground. Shu Huo's body slammed into the debris, the force of the impact creating a crater beneath him. "Boss!" The shouts of his team echoed from the distance, but they were faint, as if coming from another world. The golden zombie continued its relentless assault, slamming Shu Huo into the ruins again and again. Each strike shattered his body further, and within moments, his life was extinguished, the darkness creeping in as his vision blurred. In the distance, Lin Hui, who had been in his room, felt a sudden shift. His face went pale as he sensed the destruction unfolding. Without a moment's hesitation, he teleported to the front desk of the hotel, his hand snatching the room card for room 702. He knew what this meant. The card would only return to the drawer upon the death of its owner. Flashing to the side of the hotel, Lin Hui's gaze locked onto the scene of utter devastation. The golden zombie, still gleaming with deadly light, stood over Shu Huo's mangled body, its roar shaking the ground. Shu Huo was beyond saving. Even someone with the strength of the great Luo immortal wouldn't be able to revive him now. Roar! The golden zombie threw its head back and howled, its fury echoing across the ruins. Lin Hui stood still, watching the destruction unfold before him, unmoved by the spectacle. Meanwhile, the middle-aged captain and the metal controller, desperate to escape, continued to flee. "Run! The golden zombie can't be killed," the captain shouted, his voice filled with panic. They had learned the hard way that there was no stopping the golden zombie once it was in motion. It was a force of nature, a horrifying mutation with speed and strength beyond anything they had faced. Huang Shengji, now far ahead, was no stranger to the golden zombie's terror. She had witnessed its destructive power firsthand, but was stunned to learn it couldn't be killed. Tang Zhen and Shu Huo's 4 younger brothers, though shaken by their leader's death, did not lose their resolve. "Run to the hotel!" Tang Zhen shouted. Despite their grief, they knew that their survival depended on reaching the hotel. Up ahead, Lin Hui remained motionless, an enigmatic figure in the chaos. The middle-aged captain, seeing him standing in the path of the golden zombie, shouted, "Get out of the way!" But Lin Hui didn't flinch. The golden zombie locked onto him and, with a roar, sprinted toward him at breakneck speed, its golden form streaking across the ground. The middle-aged captain and metal controller, familiar with the zombie's deadly charging pattern, quickly veered to the side to avoid the monster's path. They knew that the zombie couldn't change direction once it began its charge. But Lin Hui stood still, waiting for the inevitable collision. "What's he doing?" the metal controller sneered. "Another fool thinking they can take on the zombie." But just as the golden zombie reached Lin Hui, something unexpected happened. With a casual flick of his left hand, Lin Hui sent the zombie's golden arm flying, as though swatting away an insect. The force was so immense that it lifted the golden zombie off the ground, throwing it several feet into the air. In the blink of an eye, the golden zombie was helpless, suspended in Lin Hui's grasp. The entire scene unfolded so quickly that no one could process what had just happened. The golden zombie, a terrifying force of nature, had been effortlessly neutralized by Lin Hui. For a moment, the world stood still. The metal controller, who had been ready to mock the situation, was left speechless. The middle-aged captain, who had been preparing for another desperate escape, stared in disbelief. Even Huang Shengyi, who had been watching from afar, was stunned by the sheer power Lin Hui displayed. "Lin Hui's amazing!" Tang Zhen and the others shouted, momentarily regaining their composure. They had known the hotel's owner had power, but this was on a whole new level. The golden zombie, which had been unstoppable moments before, was now completely under Lin Hui's control. Lin Hui glanced at them, his expression unchanged. "Are you giving orders now?" he asked the first brother, who had been cheering him on. The first brother hesitated, unsure how to respond. Lin Hui's calm demeanor was both reassuring and intimidating. As the golden zombie dangled in Lin Hui's grip, the others could only watch, speechless. The tide had turned in a single moment, and Lin Hui had proven once again that there was no force in this world that could challenge him. Ahem? Tang Zhen stood up, his voice steady but filled with urgency. Shopkeeper Lin, this golden zombie killed Brother Shu. He kept it short, not wanting to appear as though he was giving unnecessary instructions. Lin Hui nodded slightly, his face unreadable. Of course, he knew what had happened. If he hadn't known Suho was dead, he wouldn't have bothered leaving his room. Who would want to leave a cozy place, especially when you could be with a zombie girlfriend who had evolved and gained a mind of her own? The golden zombie, struggling in Lin Hui's grasp, let out an ear-splitting roar, but it couldn't move. An invisible force had it locked in place. Lin Hui effortlessly carried the beast, walking calmly toward the hotel doors. Tang Zhen and the 4 younger brothers of Shu Huo hurriedly followed behind, not sure what to make of what they were witnessing. Meanwhile, the middle-aged captain and the metal controller stood frozen, exchanging looks of disbelief. Who is this shopkeeper Lin? How could he suppress the golden zombie so easily? The middle-aged captain's mind raced, and the metal controller felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He had witnessed the destructive power of the golden zombie firsthand. Its strength was immense. Every step it took could crush bones. Every swing of its limbs could break a tree. It was nearly invulnerable. No ordinary weapon had any effect on it. Even bullets couldn't kill it. The zombie could be torn apart, but in mere minutes, it would reform itself, no worse for wear. As they followed Lin Hui, the 2 men could hardly wrap their heads around what was happening. Follow us and take a look, the metal controller said, not quite ready to accept what he was seeing, but still curious. The middle-aged captain, still in shock, nodded. Even Wang Shengyi, who had been keeping her distance, felt a pull of curiosity. She had heard rumors about the strange hotel, and now she was determined to see it for herself. Lin Hui brought the golden zombie into the lobby of the hotel. Without a word, he activated the hotel's invisible force. The hotel's power, while subtle, was not bound by the walls. Its influence could extend within the hotel's boundaries. Lin Hui was simply more accustomed to solving problems inside the hotel. With a sudden boom, an invisible energy field slammed down onto the golden zombie. The creature's body, which had seemed so invincible moments ago, began to disintegrate. It was torn apart and reduced to fragments of gold, which then melted into liquid. The middle-aged captain and the metal controller looked on in stunned silence. The golden zombie, something they had spent hours trying to kill, had been vanquished so effortlessly. But the middle-aged captain wasn't ready to admit defeat just yet. This mutated zombie, it's a bizarre type of creature. It can't be killed with regular power. His words trailed off as he saw the last traces of the golden zombie vanish into the hotel's floor, leaving only a small ball of golden liquid. Lin Hui stared at the captain, his eyes cold but amused. What were you saying again? The middle-aged captain swallowed hard, his throat dry. What was this place? What kind of power did Lin Hui wield? He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The ground had swallowed the golden zombie's remains as if the hotel itself had consumed it. A chilling thought struck him. This place felt like it was alive. Ignoring the captain's stunned expression, Lin Hui turned to the group and smiled, his voice now warm and welcoming. Welcome to our hotel. Guests who stay here will be protected by the hotel's power. You'll also have the chance to evolve. An opportunity to evolve? The captain's heart skipped a beat. This was a new kind of horror. Was Lin Hui offering them something they couldn't refuse? Yes, Lin Hui confirmed, his smile widening. I am the owner of this hotel. You can call me Shopkeeper Lin. Before he could say more, the door to room 1101 suddenly opened with a creak. The number 2 waiter stepped out, her cold eyes fixed on the young man standing in the lobby. A look of deep hatred was etched on her face. The young man, holding a fire axe, recoiled. Mo Qingshan, impossible. He stumbled back, his face going pale. I saw you. His voice broke as he realized what was happening. He had witnessed her death, hadn't he? He had seen her torn apart by zombies on the street, her body broken. There was no way she could be alive. Lin Hui understood instantly. The young man's panic was familiar. He had seen his face before, in the video feed from the hotel's surveillance system. The pieces clicked together. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity when he first saw this man. Tang Zhen, who had been watching the scene unfold, went pale. He couldn't help but stumble, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. "Brother, husband," the second waiter spoke, her voice low and full of venom. The young man's expression twisted with fear. He stumbled back, shaking his head violently. "No, this can't be happening. You're dead. I saw it happen." His eyes widened in terror. "Ghost. It must be a ghost." Before he could react further, the second waiter moved. Her speed was unbelievable. She was a blur, an unstoppable force. She rushed past the middle-aged captain and the others, her motion sending a gust of wind that tousled their hair. The young man tried to escape, but she was already upon him. Her eyes blazed with fury, her hand reaching out to grab him. He froze, paralyzed by the terror of facing the one person he thought he had killed. Lin Hui, watching the scene unfold with a detached interest, glanced at the captain and the others. "If there's a grudge, settle it. He's not a guest of the hotel, so he's not protected by its power," Lin Hui said with a cold smile. His words left little room for hesitation. The second waiter's eyes lit up with fierce joy. "Shua!" In a blur of motion, she caught up to the young man, her hand gripping his throat with inhuman strength. The man's scream echoed through the hotel as he was pulled back toward his past, toward the consequences of his own actions. As the middle-aged captain and metal controller watched in stunned silence, the realization hit them hard. Lin Hui wasn't just the owner of a hotel. He was something far more dangerous. And this hotel? It was no ordinary place. The third update. Thank you for all the support. Your rewards and comments keep me going, and I'm happy to provide more content as we reach the top ranks. The journey is just beginning. The middle-aged captain and the metal controller exchanged stunned looks as they watched Mo Qingshan move with terrifying speed. They had believed themselves to be among the stronger evolvers, but the women in this hotel, especially Mo Qingshan, seemed to surpass them effortlessly. There was a strange, otherworldly aura about her, amplified by her haunting beauty. Outside the hotel, the young man with the fire axe had just burst through the door, only to freeze in shock as Mo Qingshan suddenly appeared before him. His eyes widened with panic, and he raised the axe, his voice trembling. "Don't come closer." But in an instant, Mo Qingshan's hand snatched the fire axe from his grasp. His face drained of color as he fell to his knees, begging. "Qingshan, please, spare me." His voice cracked, pleading for mercy. "I was wrong. I couldn't control myself. It was because you were so beautiful that I—" Mo Qingshan's expression remained cold, and a mocking smile played on her lips. "I am Mo Qingshan, but I am not Mo Qingshan," she said cryptically. The young man's confused expression shifted to one of horror as he stuttered. "What do you mean?" Before he could process her words, the axe was raised. Thud! The young man's head was cleaved clean off, his body crumpling lifelessly to the ground, a fountain of blood spurting from his neck. Lin Hui observed the scene closely. The blood didn't seem to be absorbed by the hotel, a detail that only confirmed his suspicions. The hotel was only interested in zombie flesh, not human blood. Without hesitation, Lin Hui raised a hand, and the hotel's power disposed of the body, tossing it away. He didn't feel right absorbing human remains, but the zombies, those he had no problem with. The other onlookers, including the middle-aged captain, looked on with unease. The captain, though silent, couldn't help but feel a moral conflict stir within him. Even in this apocalyptic world, he wasn't sure death was a fair punishment for such a transgression, especially when it came to a young man who had just acted out of lust. But in this strange hotel, with its ominous aura, he dared not voice his opinion. Mo Qingshan, after disposing of the young man, tossed the bloodied fire axe aside. The weapon clattered out of the hotel's reach. With no change in her demeanor, she walked back toward the front desk, and the crowd instinctively parted to let her pass. As she approached the door to her room, Lin Hui's voice stopped her. "Your name is Mo Qingshan?" he asked. Mo Qingshan paused, turning to face him with an emotionless gaze. "Yes, Qingshan thanks the owner for giving me a second chance at life." The room fell into stunned silence. Her words were cryptic, and the others could only speculate about what had really happened. They had overheard the young man's desperate pleading, and though they were starting to understand something about Mo Qingshan's past, the revelation still seemed impossible to believe. Only Tang Zhen appeared visibly shaken, the memory of seeing flesh and bones regenerate in front of his eyes fresh in his mind. The realization hit him hard. Lin Hui had known all along about Mo Qingxian's true nature, but he had chosen not to say anything. Lin Hui smiled softly, seemingly unbothered by the tension. Mo Qingxian, are you the Mo Qingxian who once said, "I won't become an immortal, I'll just wait for you to return in the mortal world?" At that, everyone turned to look at Lin Hui in disbelief. His words hung in the air, confusing everyone except Mo Qingxian, whose face remained as unreadable as ever. Lin Hui continued, almost conversationally. How stylish of you. Ruthless, silent, incredibly beautiful, and decisive when it comes to eliminating those who offend you. Mo Qingxian's eyes flickered for a moment before she spoke with the same chilling calm. Shopkeeper, my name is Mo Qingxian. I know, Lin Hui replied with a smile. But do you understand that my will can shape your evolution? The words hung in the air as Mo Qingxian's gaze sharpened. She seemed to contemplate this for a moment before nodding slowly, as though trying to piece together the strange transformation she had undergone. Lin Hui, sensing her curiosity, leaned in slightly. Before your death, you awakened to the memories of your past life, didn't you? Mo Qingxian nodded, though her expression didn't change. She had vague memories of her past life, but everything about it felt disconnected. Her appearance was far more beautiful than before, and she didn't quite recognize the cold, detached person she had once been. But whatever memories she had weren't the same as before. The world had fallen apart. Lin Hui smiled knowingly. There was once a woman, extraordinary in every way, whose beauty and power spanned eras. She was called the most remarkable woman to have ever lived. Mo Qingxian stared at him, her expression unreadable, but something in her eyes hinted at recognition. The mention of her past life, of who she had been, seemed to stir something deep within her. But she said nothing. Shopkeeper, if everything is fine, I'll return to my room, she said flatly, breaking the silence. Of course, Lin Hui replied with a smile, allowing her to leave. As Mo Qingxian disappeared into the back, Lin Hui turned his attention to the others in the room. The middle-aged captain and the metal controller stood there, unsure of what to make of the strange situation. Lin Hui broke the silence, addressing Tang Zhen and the others. Tang Zhen, take care of Shu Huo's body. We know each other, and we can't leave him like this. Tang Zhen quickly nodded. You're right, Shopkeeper Lin. I'll take care of it right away. With that, he motioned to Shu Huo's 4 brothers, and the group left, their faces filled with conflicting emotions. After they left, Lin Hui turned to the middle-aged captain and the metal controller. So, are you two planning to stay in the hotel? The middle-aged captain exchanged a glance with the metal controller. After a moment, the metal controller asked, What do you mean by this evolution opportunity? It means exactly what it sounds like, Lin Hui said smoothly. If you stay here, you'll have the chance to evolve. The specifics are up to you to discover. The opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you seize it is entirely up to your luck. The 2 men exchanged uneasy looks, clearly contemplating the proposition. The middle-aged captain hesitated before speaking again. Is it free? What's the cost? I assume it's not just a simple offer. Lin Hui's gaze flickered with a hint of amusement. Well, it's not free. Everything comes at a cost. He paused, letting the words settle. But that's a discussion for another time. The middle-aged captain still looked uncertain, but one thing was clear. They were now standing at the edge of something they couldn't fully comprehend. Lin Hui gave a casual glance at Wang Shengyi. What makes you think I can do that? He asked, his tone still light, though his eyes held an odd glint. Wang Shengyi hesitated for a moment. I don't know, she said, her voice quiet yet laced with suspicion. But you're not exactly what you seem. I've seen things. This hotel, something's different about it, and you're not the typical person I expect to meet in a place like this. Lin Hui's lips curled into a slight smile. You could say that. He leaned against the counter, watching her with a glint of amusement. But for now, I'll let you keep your doubts. The truth will unfold in time. And as for reviving the dead? He trailed off as if considering her question. That depends. I can do many things, but not everything comes without its own cost. Wang Shengyi's expression shifted slightly. She had heard rumors of powerful evolvers, but a man who could revive the dead? That was something else. Her mind raced with possibilities, but she kept herself composed, eyes never leaving Lin Hui. "Is it true then about the evolution opportunity?" she asked, her curiosity piqued again. "Yes, it's true," Lin Hui replied, his smile never faltering. "But remember, nothing comes free. A zombie crystal core per day, as I said, a small price to pay for something that could change your future." She glanced at the room card on the counter again, then back at him, unsure. Her hesitation was palpable, but Lin Hui sensed her internal battle. "You've been out there long enough to know that the world doesn't wait for you to be ready. Either you take the chance to evolve, or you stay stuck in the same place you were before." Lin Hui's words were sharp, but they resonated with a certain truth she couldn't deny. Huang Shengyi's thoughts swirled as she stared at the room card. She had come to this hotel with her own agenda, hoping to find answers to the mysteries of the world, maybe even a way to survive longer in this chaos. But now, the choice before her seemed bigger than just survival. This was about power, evolution itself. Before she could respond, a voice interrupted them. "Are we really going to just stand here and chat all day?" The middle-aged captain entered with the metal controller, both of them eyeing the scene before them with curiosity and slight wariness. They had returned empty-handed, having not yet managed to acquire the zombie crystal cores Lin Hui had mentioned. Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. "Did you two find what you were looking for?" The captain nodded. "Not yet, but the offer still stands. We'll get the cores and be back." He didn't seem surprised, just resigned, as if he had been expecting something like this to happen. The metal controller, a man with a wiry frame and a calculating gaze, seemed to notice the tension in the air. His eyes flickered toward Huang Shengyi, but he didn't speak. His focus was on Lin Hui. "We'll need to do some searching. But once we've got them, we'll be back," the captain said, his voice firm yet tinged with uncertainty. He glanced at the counter, where the room cards still lay. The thought of evolution hung in the air like a weight. "Take your time," Lin Hui said with a smile, leaning back. "But I'd advise you to move quickly. Opportunities like these don't last forever." The captain and the metal controller exchanged a glance and left without another word. As the door closed behind them, Huang Shengji looked back at Lin Hui. "You don't think they'll come back, do you?" Lin Hui chuckled softly. "Everyone's looking for power in their own way. Some will find it here, and others will find their own paths. But as for them, the hotel will reveal what it needs to." She took a deep breath and reached for the room card, finally making her decision. "I'll take it, but don't think this means I trust you completely." Lin Hui's grin widened. "Trust is overrated. Just make sure you're ready for what's coming. Evolution. It's not always what people think it is." With a final glance, Huang Shengyi turned and walked toward the rooms, the door clicking shut softly behind her. Lin Hui's gaze followed her, then flicked to the empty lobby, his thoughts hidden behind a calm facade. The room grew quieter, but the tension in the air lingered. Something bigger was at play in this hotel, something that even Lin Hui, for all his power, seemed to know only fragments of. And those who stayed would soon find out just how far the mysteries reached. The world outside might have been chaotic, but inside, this hotel was a sanctuary, or perhaps a trap. Only time would tell. Lin Hui was taken aback by her request. "Why do you ask?" he inquired, his voice betraying a mix of confusion and curiosity. Huang Shengyi, her eyes filled with an unmistakable urgency, answered quietly. "I saw her die." "Mo Qingxian, I watched her fall from the building and get eaten by zombies. I couldn't do anything. I just watched." Lin Hui's gaze softened slightly as he considered her words. He had noticed her earlier, but now he could see the depth of grief in her eyes. Despite her youthful appearance, she carried an undeniable sorrow. It was strange, though. This woman was capable of becoming invisible, but even then, she couldn't escape the overwhelming helplessness that plagued her in this apocalyptic world. "Yes, she was my daughter," Huang Shengyi added, her voice breaking slightly. Lin Hui blinked, a wave of surprise washing over him. "Your daughter?" he echoed. "But you look so young." Huang Shengyi gave a small, strained smile. "I was young when I had her, but that's not important now." Lin Hui paused, his mind racing. Why would she come to him with such a request? And how could he possibly help her? The end of the world had brought forth so many new possibilities, but resurrecting the dead was a tall order, even for someone like him. He scrutinized her carefully before speaking. Why should I help you bring her back? What's in it for me? His tone remained matter of fact, though his curiosity was piqued. Huang Shengyi's eyes flashed with determination. I don't expect you to do it for nothing. I can offer you the zombie crystal core I have. Just, please, bring her back. Lin Hui's brow furrowed. The cost of reviving someone, you don't understand it. It's not something that can just be paid for with a crystal core, no matter how much you want it. But Huang Shengyi wasn't dissuaded. Can you do it? She pressed, her voice a desperate whisper. Lin Hui hesitated. He didn't have all the answers, but there was a glimmer of possibility. He'd seen strange things happen in the hotel, things that defied all reason. What if, just this once, he could truly make the impossible happen? But he needed to test it. Yes, Lin Hui said after a moment, his voice quieter. But you need to understand, reviving the dead is not a simple task. It comes with a high price. You may not be able to afford it. What price? Huang Shengyi asked, her eyes wide with urgency. One zombie core might not be enough, Lin Hui said with a grin that seemed to hide his deeper thoughts. I think you should focus on getting stronger. The world is dangerous, and if you bring her back, you'll be responsible for her safety. Can you protect her in this world? Can you keep her alive? Huang Shengji's heart sank as the weight of his words hit her. As much as she wanted to hold on to her daughter, Lin Hui was right. It wasn't just about bringing her back. It was about surviving the nightmare that this world had become. She needed to be ready. Taking a deep breath, she dug into her pocket and pulled out a single zombie crystal core, the only one she had left. Open a room for me, she said, her voice firm but quiet. Lin Hui took the crystal with a smile, his fingers brushing the cool surface. He then reached into the drawer and pulled out a room card, writing something on it before handing it to her. Room 707. You get 1 day. After 24 hours, the card will expire and you'll be moved out. Huang Shengyi nodded silently, accepting the card. The room number glowed faintly, and she noticed the 1-day inscription beside it. Her heart raced. She had just 1 day. Thank you, she said softly before turning invisible once more and heading for the stairs. Remember, Lin Hui called after her. Don't barge in. Respect the space. Got it, came the muffled reply, as Huang Shengyi disappeared into the hotel's shadowy halls. As she vanished, Lin Hui let out a deep breath. The air seemed heavier, more oppressive now that he was left alone with his thoughts. He had given her a room, but what she didn't know was that the hotel might offer more than just shelter. Would it be enough to truly evolve? Was he risking too much by dabbling in the impossible? Once Huang Shengyi was out of sight, Lin Hui turned his attention to the others, Tang Zhen and his companions. Using the hotel's special function, he remotely adjusted their room cards to show how much time they had left. The system was evolving, and he was growing more inventive with each passing day. The hotel had always been a refuge, but now it seemed like something far greater was unfolding. But his thoughts were interrupted when he suddenly had an idea. What if he could try reversing time? Could he undo what had been lost? Lin Hui concentrated, using the hotel's strange power. He activated the time reversal, his heart pounding. In an instant, everything in the lobby seemed to shimmer as images from the past replayed before his eyes. Huang Shengyi's form appeared, moving backwards, disappearing into the hotel. Tang Zhen and his group retreated, then reappeared, vanishing once more. Interesting, Lin Hui muttered under his breath. It wasn't true time reversal, not in the literal sense. He wasn't bending time itself. He was merely pulling images from the past. It didn't cost much energy, and the hotel's power made it feel effortless. But then, Lin Hui stopped. He needed to see if he could take things a step further. He focused harder, trying to materialize an actual person from the past. The figure of Xu Huo, who had descended from the stairs earlier that day, appeared in the loop. Suddenly, the air in the hotel felt thick with pressure. Lin Hui's concentration intensified as he drew Xu Huo closer to the present. But with each passing second, the pressure outside the hotel grew stronger. The entire building seemed to groan under the weight. What's happening? Lin Hui whispered, alarm creeping into his voice. Something was wrong. The pressure grew unbearable, and cracks began to form in the hotel's walls. Lin Hui's heart raced as he quickly called on the hotel's essence to stabilize the building. Drops of energy were consumed rapidly as he fought to maintain control. Despite the growing intensity, Lin Hui held on, pulling Shuhuo's form closer, and finally, with one last push, the figure solidified. Shuhuo's body, once a fading image, now stood before him, alive and tangible. The moment he fully materialized, the pressure vanished, as if it had never been there. Lin Hui stood frozen, breathing heavily, his mind racing. Could this really be done? Could he truly manipulate time and bring someone back from the past? Only time would tell, but the boundaries of what the hotel could do were beginning to reveal themselves in ways Lin Hui never imagined. Shuhuo's return to the present was nothing short of jarring. His eyes, once dull and lifeless, sparked with confusion as he sat up, disoriented. Huh? Am I still alive? His hands moved nervously over his body as if to reassure himself. What happened? Didn't I die? Wasn't I killed by that golden zombie? A wave of disbelief washed over him. Could it all have been a dream? But as his surroundings became clearer, it was impossible to deny he wasn't in his bed. Could a dream feel so real while standing? His thoughts were interrupted when he looked up and saw Lin Hui standing at the front desk, watching him with a mix of frustration and impatience. Business owner Lin? What are you doing here? Shuhuo stammered, trying to make sense of the situation. Lin Hui's expression twisted into a sneer, his anger barely contained. Why do you think I'm here? His voice dripped with sarcasm. Do you know how much it cost to bring you back from the dead? Confusion flickered in Shuhuo's eyes. What do you mean? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Lin Hui didn't wait for an answer. To resurrect you, I consumed 10,000 zombie crystal cores. The words hit like a cold wave. Wait, what? Shuhuo blinked, stunned. You resurrected me? Yes, I did. Lin Hui's words were calm, but the weight behind them was heavy. Without warning, he flicked his hand, and Shuhuo felt a sharp, burning pain between his eyebrows. A little branding to remind you of your debt, Lin Hui said, an eerie calm in his voice. Shuhuo screamed in agony, his face contorting as if being branded with a searing iron. The pain was unbearable, but just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished, leaving behind only a lingering numbness. Lin Hui motioned for him to look at the mirror that had appeared in front of him. Do you see that? He asked, pointing to the glowing number 10,000 etched between Shuhuo's eyebrows. That's the price of your life. You have 1 year to pay me back. If you don't, well, let's not talk about that. Just remember, 10,000 zombie crystal cores. Shuhuo was speechless, his hand instinctively reaching up to touch the number. So, I really was dead? He muttered, still trying to process everything. Resurrected? By you? Lin Hui nodded, his tone businesslike. If you don't believe me, ask your 4 lackeys. They were there when your body was outside. They can tell you all about it. He paused, then added with a smirk. I'll give you a year. 10,000 crystal cores. Don't forget. The weight of the words settled over Shuhuo like a cold fog. He could hardly believe what he was hearing, but without another word, he sprinted out of the hotel, desperate to confirm the truth. Was he really standing here alive? And if so, where was his body? Outside the hotel, about 200 meters away, Shuhuo's 4 younger brothers, along with Tang Zhen, were gathered at a freshly dug hole, quietly mourning. They were burying what they believed was their leader's lifeless body. Brother Shu, may you find peace in the next life, Tang Zhen muttered, tossing dirt into the grave. The others followed suit, their murmurs filled with a strange mix of respect and unease. Boss, don't reincarnate into another apocalypse. Be free from this nightmare, one of the younger brothers said, eyes downcast. Boss, we'll burn paper figurines for you, another added, his voice shaky. Even if we can't join you, we'll remember you. Suddenly, Tang Zhen paused, looking up with a frown. Wait, I still don't know your names. I never did. Number 1, the youngest of the group, sighed, a touch of bitterness in his voice. When we followed the boss, he said we didn't deserve names, so we were just numbers. I'm number 1, he's number 2, number 3, and number 4. He pointed at each of his companions in turn, as if finally shedding the last remnants of his old life. But now, with the boss gone, I want a name. I'm done being just number 1. My name is... Before he could finish, the group froze. A figure rushed from behind them, shoving them aside, and jumped straight into the grave. What the hell? Brother number 1 shouted, furious. Who's messing with our boss's body? Get out of the way, the man in the pit shouted, frantically digging. The others readied themselves to strike, but the sight that met their eyes when the man emerged from the grave was beyond belief. Shuho stood there, holding his own body, alive. His face, pale but unmistakable, was the same as it had been before his death. His eyes, wide with disbelief, met the horror-stricken gazes of his brothers. "What the hell is going on?" he muttered, his mind racing. For a moment, all 5 of them were frozen in shock. The world seemed to tilt as they realized what they were witnessing. Shuho was holding his own body, alive, breathing, and unscathed. The others stumbled back, a mix of disbelief and fear coursing through them. Tang Zhen, in particular, was the first to break the silence. You're really alive?" Shuho blinked, slowly processing the reality of the situation. "Yeah, I'm alive," he said, barely able to believe his own words. His fingers brushed his own corpse, and the world seemed to crumble around him. "How?" Tang Zhen whispered, still reeling. "How did you come back? Did shopkeeper Lin really do this?" Shuho's gaze snapped to his brothers, his mind spinning with the implications. "I don't know," he muttered, "but I have 10,000 zombie crystal cores to repay. I need to get those." The realization hit him hard. He was back, but at what cost? The others were silent for a moment, absorbing the weight of Shuho's words. Then Tang Zhen spoke again, his voice tinged with a mix of awe and fear. 10,000 crystal cores? That's the price for your resurrection?" Shuho nodded, his brow furrowed in frustration. "Yeah, 10,000. And I have to pay it off myself." He looked around, determination starting to replace the confusion in his eyes. "We need to go to the south of the city. I remember hearing about a biological lab there. Survivors were buying bodies of evolved people. My body, it might be worth something." The urgency in his voice left no room for doubt. "Let's go. We don't have much time." Wushuan stood still, her expression flat and emotionless, her once fierce demeanor now replaced by a cold, detached calm. She didn't respond to Lin Hui's words, as if her mind was trapped in some fog of instinct. Unlike before, she didn't growl or lash out, but she didn't obey immediately either. Lin Hui noticed her stillness and quickly stopped issuing commands vocally. Instead, he reached out with his mind, sending a clear, silent instruction. Instantly, Wushuan's body moved, mechanically lying down on the counter, her actions stiff, as if a puppet bound by invisible strings. A feeling of unease washed over Lin Hui. Wushuan, though physically present, was no longer the person she once was. She was more of an automaton now, her once vibrant spirit erased, leaving only the shell behind. Lin Hui glanced at her, a mix of concern and frustration swirling in his chest. His gaze lingered on her for a moment, noticing how her pajamas clung to her form. It wasn't about her appearance, though. Something more important gnawed at him. The world had changed, and death was now an ever-present companion. But he was bound to this hotel, growing stronger with each passing moment, and his focus sharpened on survival. "Pa!" He slapped Wushuan's backside lightly. The force of his touch sent her body jolting forward, though she didn't react. No pain, no response. She simply remained still. Then, suddenly, a low rumble came from outside the hotel. Faint, but unmistakable. The growls of zombies. Lin Hui's eyes sharpened, his mind already racing. If he could lure those zombies inside, the hotel's power could devour them, make him stronger. He had become a part of the hotel, its energy flowing through him, and he needed to harness it to survive. His muscles tensed at the thought. The more power he consumed, the stronger the hotel, and he became. Just as his mind began to spin with possibilities, a loud crash shook the building, followed by the sound of heavy thuds. A figure sprinted toward the hotel, its speed almost impossible to comprehend, moving faster than anything Lin Hui had ever seen. Behind it, a horde of zombies howled, their relentless pursuit closing in fast. Lin Hui's eyes widened in shock. The figure was no ordinary human. It was a mutant, capable of feats beyond human limits. Lin Hui observed as the figure hurled a glowing ball of light towards the approaching zombies. Boom! The explosion that followed was deafening, the impact sending shockwaves through the street. Zombies were torn apart, limbs scattered, and the ground cracked beneath the force. Lin Hui blinked in astonishment. Is that energy? Not a grenade. Something else entirely. A mutant, for sure. But the mutant wasn't out of danger yet. As the explosion faded, the zombies continued their pursuit, enraged by the sudden attack. The mutant stumbled, slowing down. Lin Hui's mind whirled with possibilities. The energy he had just witnessed was incredible, and if he could harness something like it, his survival would be all but guaranteed. His gaze turned to the front desk. The energy of the hotel pulsed within him, and a thought struck him. The energy that flowed through this place had immense power. If he could transform it into something more lethal, it might be his ticket to safety outside. The mutant's energy ball had been powerful. What if his could be stronger? Lin Hui reached for a drop of the hotel's essence from the drawer. The energy was dense, concentrated. It was capable of running the hotel's operations for 24 hours, but could it be weaponized? Without hesitation, he focused, the energy responding to his thoughts. He imagined a grenade, visualized the structure, and the essence began to shift and warp in his palm, expanding. Lin Hui's heart raced. He could feel the intensity building, and just as the energy began to take shape, an overwhelming wave of danger washed over him. His instincts screamed for him to stop, but it was too late. Before he could react, the energy ball exploded with a blinding light. A shockwave ripped through the hotel, and Lin Hui barely had time to think before his body was obliterated. The explosion tore through the lobby, collapsing the floor, shattering furniture, and sending the entire building into chaos. His body disintegrated in the blast, his flesh reduced to ash, his brain evaporating in an instant. The explosion sent ripples outward, rattling the entire hotel. The outer walls cracked, but the core, where the front desk stood, remained strangely intact. Outside, the sound of the blast reached the ears of the zombies, who immediately turned toward the source. A flood of them began to converge on the hotel, their groans filling the air. Nearby survivors, startled by the deafening sound, began to scatter in fear. The shockwave spread through the building, the hotel shaking under the force. But amidst the destruction, something strange began to happen. The remnants of Lin Hui's body began to disintegrate, absorbed by the hotel itself. His blood, his very essence, was drawn into the core, feeding the building's energy. At the same time, in room 1101 on the 11th floor, a brilliant light gathered. Within moments, a figure began to take shape on the bed, reconstructed from the hotel's essence. Another drop of the hotel's origin was consumed, repairing the damage, reviving what had been lost. Lin Hui's essence, his life force, was being rebuilt. Outside, the zombies neared, drawn to the power that now pulsed from within the hotel. And within, the hotel stood silent, waiting for the next phase of its strange evolution. Shuhuo's return to the present was nothing short of jarring. His eyes, once dull and lifeless, sparked with confusion as he sat up, disoriented. Huh? Am I still alive? His hands moved nervously over his body, as if to reassure himself. What happened? Didn't I die? Wasn't I killed by that golden zombie? A wave of disbelief washed over him. Could it all have been a dream? But as his surroundings became clearer, it was impossible to deny. He wasn't in his bed. Could a dream feel so real while standing? His thoughts were interrupted when he looked up and saw Lin Hui standing at the front desk, watching him with a mix of frustration and impatience. Business owner Lin? What are you doing here? Suhuo stammered, trying to make sense of the situation. Lin Hui's expression twisted into a sneer, his anger barely contained. Why do you think I'm here? His voice dripped with sarcasm. Do you know how much it costs to bring you back from the dead? Confusion flickered in Shuo's eyes. What do you mean? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Lin Hui didn't wait for an answer. To resurrect you, I consumed 10,000 zombie crystal cores. The words hit like a cold wave. Wait, what? Shuo blinked, stunned. You resurrected me? Yes, I did. Lin Hui's words were calm, but the weight behind them was heavy. Without warning, he flicked his hand, and Shuo felt a sharp, burning pain between his eyebrows. A little branding to remind you of your debt, Lin Hui said, an eerie calm in his voice. Shuo screamed in agony, his face contorting as if being branded with a searing iron. The pain was unbearable, but just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished, leaving behind only a lingering numbness. Lin Hui motioned for him to look at the mirror that had appeared in front of him. Do you see that? He asked, pointing to the glowing number 10,000 etched between Suhuo's eyebrows. That's the price of your life. You have 1 year to pay me back. If you don't, let's not talk about that. Just remember, 10,000 zombie crystal cores. Suhuo was speechless, his hand instinctively reaching up to touch the number. So, I really was dead? he muttered, still trying to process everything. Resurrected? By you? Lin Hui nodded, his tone businesslike. If you don't believe me, ask your 4 lackeys. They were there when your body was outside. They can tell you all about it. He paused, then added with a smirk. I'll give you a year. 10,000 crystal cores. Don't forget. The weight of the words settled over Shu Huo like a cold fog. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. But without another word, he sprinted out of the hotel, desperate to confirm the truth. Was he really standing here alive? And if so, where was his body? Outside the hotel, about 200 meters away, Shuo's 4 younger brothers, along with Tang Zhen, were gathered at a freshly dug hole, quietly mourning. They were burying what they believed was their leader's lifeless body. Brother Shu, may you find peace in the next life, Tang Zhen muttered, tossing dirt into the grave. The others followed suit, their murmurs filled with a strange mix of respect and unease. Boss, don't reincarnate into another apocalypse. Be free from this nightmare, one of the younger brothers said, eyes downcast. Boss, we'll burn paper figurines for you, another added, his voice shaky. Even if we can't join you, we'll remember you. Suddenly, Tang Zhen paused, looking up with a frown. Wait, I still don't know your names. I never did. Number 1, the youngest of the group, sighed, a touch of bitterness in his voice. When we followed the boss, he said we didn't deserve names, so we were just numbers. I'm number 1, he's number 2, number 3, and number 4. He pointed at each of his companions in turn, as if finally shedding the last remnants of his old life. But now, with the boss gone, I want a name. I'm done being just number 1. My name is. Before he could finish, the group froze. A figure rushed from behind them, shoving them aside, and jumped straight into the grave. What the hell? Brother number 1 shouted, furious. Who's messing with our boss's body? Get out of the way! The man in the pit shouted, frantically digging. The others readied themselves to strike, but the sight that met their eyes when the man emerged from the grave was beyond belief. Shu Huo stood there, holding his own body. Alive. His face, pale but unmistakable, was the same as it had been before his death. His eyes, wide with disbelief, met the horror-stricken gazes of his brothers. What the hell is going on? He muttered, his mind racing. For a moment, all 5 of them were frozen in shock. The world seemed to tilt as they realized what they were witnessing. Shuo was holding his own body, alive, breathing, and unscathed. The others stumbled back, a mix of disbelief and fear coursing through them. Tang Zhen, in particular, was the first to break the silence. You're really alive? Shuo blinked, slowly processing the reality of the situation. Yeah, I'm alive, he said, barely able to believe his own words. His fingers brushed his own corpse, and the world seemed to crumble around him. How? Tang Zhen whispered, still reeling. How did you come back? Did shopkeeper Lin really do this? Su Huo's gaze snapped to his brothers, his mind spinning with the implications. I don't know, he muttered, but I have 10,000 zombie crystal cores to repay. I need to get those. The realization hit him hard. He was back, but at what cost? The others were silent for a moment, absorbing the weight of Shu Huo's words. Then, Tang Zhen spoke again, his voice tinged with a mix of awe and fear. 10,000 crystal cores. That's the price for your resurrection? Shuo nodded, his brow furrowed in frustration. Yeah, 10,000, and I have to pay it off myself. He looked around, determination starting to replace the confusion in his eyes. We need to go to the south of the city. I remember hearing about a biological lab there. Survivors were buying bodies of evolved people. My body, it might be worth something. The urgency in his voice left no room for doubt. Let's go. We don't have much time. There's such a restriction, Lin Hui muttered, his frustration evident. The idea of his invincibility was beginning to crumble under the weight of reality. He'd once fantasized about cultivating an army of unstoppable hotel staff to conquer the world. Now, the limitations on the hotel waiter's range of movement dashed those dreams. Lin Hui thought back to the chef position, a seemingly odd inclusion. He hadn't eaten since the apocalypse began, and he wasn't sure he even needed to. The hotel's origin essence seemed to sustain him, Mo Qingxian, and Wu Xuan. So why did the chef role exist? Was it a relic of the hotel's former function, or did it hide a special ability or purpose? For now, it was a question for another time. His gaze shifted to Mo Qingxian, who stood still, her unnaturally flawless appearance almost too perfect. Her cool demeanor hadn't wavered since she first entered his service. "Do you want to leave the hotel's confines?" Lin Hui asked, his tone curious. Mo Qingshan blinked, the question seemingly catching her off guard. "I don't care," she replied, her voice steady. Lin Hui tilted his head. "Don't you long for freedom?" She considered this for a moment before answering. "Perhaps it's the influence of my current identity, but I feel a sense of belonging here. I don't have a strong desire to leave." Her words piqued Lin Hui's interest. "You seem to have independent thought," he observed, stepping closer. "How do you perceive me? What do you think our relationship is?" Without hesitation, she answered, "Master." The simplicity and certainty of her response startled Lin Hui. It wasn't servility or reluctance. It was matter of fact, as if ingrained into her existence. He leaned in slightly, testing boundaries, but Mo Qingshan stepped aside, her face calm though her ears betrayed a faint blush. Lin Hui laughed softly, not pressing further. "Good. A puppet would have been too dull. Your autonomy makes this much more interesting." He had confirmed something critical. While he could control her actions, her thoughts were her own. This realization filled him with a strange satisfaction. "You can move freely. I'll call you if I need anything." Mo Qingshan nodded. "I'll return to my room then." She turned and left, her form fading into the shadows. Lin Hui leaned back, lost in thought. The hotel's constraints were becoming more apparent, but so too were its possibilities. A new idea struck him. With a wave of his hand, he activated the mysterious essence of the hotel. The air shimmered as he rewound time to the moment the middle-aged captain had arrived at the hotel. Lin Hui focused on the pistol at the captain's waist, isolating it in time and space. The process consumed a small fraction of the hotel's essence, but soon the weapon materialized in the present. Lin Hui inspected the pistol with fascination. Extracting the bullets, he examined their structure with the hotel's invisible power. Simple enough, he mused. Using the essence, he replicated the weapon and ammunition, discovering that manufacturing bullets consumed only a negligible amount of essence, while the pistol itself required slightly more. This could be a business, he murmured, eyes gleaming with opportunity. Just then, the door creaked open, and Tang Zhen stepped in, his expression weary. "Tang Zhen," Lin Hui called. Tang Zhen straightened, surprised. "Boss Lin, did you need something?" Lin Hui smiled and gestured to the pistol and ammunition box on the counter. "Interested?" Tang Zhen's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. "How much?" "1 zombie crystal core for the pistol. Another for the box of 100 bullets, Lin Hui said plainly. Tang Zhen swallowed hard, clutching the 2 crystal cores he'd scavenged. It felt too perfect to be a coincidence. After a brief pause, he nodded. "Deal." He handed over the cores and eagerly grabbed the pistol, inspecting it like a child with a new toy. Lin Hui leaned forward. "How about a mission, Tang Zhen?" "What kind of mission?" Tang Zhen asked warily. "Find survivors," Lin Hui said. "For every survivor you bring back, you'll earn a box of bullets. Age and gender don't matter." Tang Zhen's expression shifted. He didn't like the idea of bringing more people into the hotel. It meant more competition for resources and safety. But Lin Hui wasn't finished. Reaching under the counter, Lin Hui retrieved a map. "I've marked locations where I've sent survivors. This is only for you as my first guest. Others won't get this advantage." Tang Zhen's gaze lingered on the map. Bringing back survivors meant venturing out into danger, but the rewards were tempting. He clenched his fists, then nodded resolutely. "I'll take the mission." Lin Hui smirked as Tang Zhen departed. "Let's see how far you'll go to survive." "A wise choice. You won't regret it." Lin Hui handed the map to Tang Zhen, his voice calm yet confident. Tang Zhen accepted it and immediately spread it out on the front desk, scanning the marked points. The map depicted locations within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius of the hotel, 10 spots marked with subtle precision. "Are there survivors at these places?" Tang Zhen asked, his tone cautious. "Yes, at least there are now," Lin Hui replied with an air of certainty. His ability to sense the living was unerring, distinguishing the vibrant aura of survivors from the cold, decayed presence of zombies. However, the range of his sensing powers was limited to 3 kilometers for now, leaving further areas shrouded in mystery. "As long as I bring back a survivor, I get a box of bullets?" Tang Zhen pressed for confirmation, his grip tightening on the map. Mistrust wasn't his nature, but with the enigmatic Lin Hui, clarity was survival. "Exactly." Lin Hui's smile deepened. Better yet, introduce the hotel to them. If you bring guests who might become regulars, I'll consider additional rewards. What kind of rewards? Tang Zhen asked, eyes narrowing with curiosity. That depends on how well you do, Lin Hui said, keeping his cards close to his chest. Tang Zhen sighed, realizing he wouldn't get more details for now. He pocketed the map and the box of bullets, then walked out of the hotel. Still, he was cautious. Trusting Lin Hui was one thing, but verifying the pistol's functionality was another. After walking a few hundred meters, he stopped in the ruins, far enough to test the weapon unnoticed. He fiddled with the gun, discovering to his surprise that the magazine already contained 7 bullets. Did he forget to take these out? Tang Zhen wondered, feeling as though he'd just scored an unexpected bonus. Glancing nervously back at the hotel, he hastened to test the weapon before Lin Hui could call him back. Bang! The gun fired flawlessly, the bullet embedding itself in the ground. Tang Zhen felt a surge of relief and excitement. It was real, a fully functional firearm. Examining it further, he noticed it had a unique toggle for semi-automatic and automatic modes. An automatic pistol? This thing's got serious potential. Satisfied, he refilled the magazine, slipped the pistol into his belt, and turned his focus back to the map. It struck him as odd how up-to-date the map was, even showing the ruins of the buildings destroyed the night before. This map couldn't have existed before the apocalypse, he murmured. Owner Lin keeps getting more mysterious. Picking his first destination, a survivor located just under a kilometer away, Tang Zhen set off. The journey was eerily quiet. Cars lay abandoned in disarray, and the air was thick with the remnants of chaos. He thought of the vehicles in the ruins earlier, their sturdy frames obliterated. The magnitude of the explosion Lin Hui had orchestrated last night still boggled his mind. The stillness around him grew oppressive. The absence of zombies made every sound, his footsteps, the rustle of debris, feel unnaturally loud. Sweat trickled down his temple as he scanned his surroundings. The quiet was unnerving, and his fingers twitched near the pistol's grip. After several tense minutes, Tang Zhen reached the marked location. It was a cluster of tall buildings, their shattered windows and cracked facades bearing silent witness to the chaos. He unfolded the map to confirm the spot, but Lin Hui hadn't marked an exact building. Before he could decide his next move, faint voices drifted toward him, deliberately hushed but clear enough to catch. Throw the body out! Don't attract zombies. I'm not going out there. What if there are zombies? Just do it. Damn it. Don't make me repeat myself. Tang Zhen's pulse quickened. He crept toward the sound, carefully avoiding debris. Rounding a corner, he spotted 2 men standing outside a clothing store. At their feet lay a bloody corpse, the victim's features twisted in terror. Tang Zhen's gaze shifted to the half-open roller shutter behind them. Inside, he caught a glimpse of a naked woman sprawled lifelessly on the floor. Her body wasn't alone. Horror and anger churned within him. These weren't survivors. They were predators. His foot shifted, and a faint crunch echoed. Damn it! Tang Zhen cursed under his breath, realizing he'd stepped on a piece of shattered glass. The 2 men froze, their heads snapping toward the sound. Their narrowed eyes scanned the ruins, and Tang Zhen knew his presence hadn't gone unnoticed. Heart-pounding, he tightened his grip on the pistol, ready for whatever came next. The line stretched endlessly before me, a snaking crowd of people all waiting for the same thing, the COVID-19 vaccine. I hadn't expected it to be quick, but I also hadn't imagined it would take 5 grueling hours. 5 hours of standing, shifting from one foot to the other, as the sun alternated between glaring down and hiding behind thick clouds. The occasional breeze offered fleeting relief, but exhaustion clung to me like a second skin. Every step forward felt like a tiny victory, but it was hard to celebrate when the end of the line was still nowhere in sight. Conversations buzzed around me, strangers finding ways to pass the time. Some shared jokes, others complained, and a few simply stood in silence, their faces set with quiet determination. I was one of the silent ones, conserving energy and trying to ignore the dull ache building in my legs. As the hours dragged on, I found myself regretting not bringing a chair, or at least a better sense of how long this would take. But there was no turning back now. Each inch closer to the front felt like progress I couldn't afford to lose. The thought of starting over was unbearable. Finally, when I reached the vaccination station, relief flooded me. momentarily washing away the fatigue. The shot itself was quick, a small pinch that barely registered after the ordeal of waiting. But the sense of accomplishment was immense. I'd done it, taken one step closer to protecting myself and others. By the time I left the site, my body screamed for rest. The day off I'd planned wasn't just a luxury. It was a necessity. As I collapsed onto my bed, I hoped my absence would be understood. After all, today wasn't just about me. It was a small but important act for the greater good. To ensure stability and prevent any disruption to the timeline, Lin Hui deliberately suppressed their powers. He couldn't risk an accidental misstep that might cause destruction, casualties, or any deviation from the intended flow of events. While Lin Hui had the means to restore order, it would inevitably create complications he preferred to avoid. In the glorious safe zone, Xu Huo had already gathered a group at the dimensional road near the hotel. Standing before the mysterious space channel, he addressed his team with authority. This is the dimensional road. Many of you have likely seen it before, but our mission is to locate similar channels, record their dimensions, and document their current state. The crowd nodded, some murmuring quietly among themselves. Xu Huo's detailed explanation wrapped up quickly, and he wasted no time dividing his men into 4 teams. His younger subordinates, each now leading a group, were assigned to explore the surrounding 100-mile radius. With such a vast area to cover, one team alone wouldn't suffice. The more hands on deck, the faster the task could be completed. To motivate his people, Xu Huo made enticing promises: promotions, weapons, ammunition, and food rewards for outstanding performance. In this apocalyptic world, food was the most valuable commodity for the average survivor, and the offer was enough to spark enthusiasm. Although Xu Huo sent his teams out to cover distances up to 10 kilometers away, he chose to remain closer to the safe zone. Leading his own group, he began searching the nearby area to ensure they could return safely by nightfall. Meanwhile, Qin Gui was setting out from the glorious hotel alongside Yan Fang. It was the first time she had left the hotel since their arrival, and her discomfort was evident. "Uncle, is everything outside like this now?" Yan Fang's voice wavered as she stared at the cracked ground ahead of them. Qin Gui shook his head. This started recently. Yesterday, things were still relatively normal. Then, with a reassuring tone, he added, "But don't worry. With your enhanced physical abilities, even a quake like this can't harm you." Though Yan Fang was not bound to the hotel's guest system like her uncle, she had benefited from the protective properties of the glorious hotel. Nights spent sleeping on its beds had significantly strengthened her. Now, she had the power to lift hundreds of kilograms effortlessly, a transformation that had turned her from a frail woman into someone capable of fending off low-level evolved zombies. Still, strength alone wasn't enough. Qin Gui was determined to toughen her up and make her a survivor in the harsh reality outside the hotel's safety. As they walked further from the building, Qin Gui pointed out, "Most of the zombies have left the city. We won't need to go far to find one. Today, your task is to kill a first-level evolved zombie with your own hands." "Uncle, no." Yan Fang's face paled, and she grabbed his arm, shaking her head vehemently. Fear had a tight grip on her, despite her newfound strength. "You must learn," Qin Gui said firmly. His expression hardened as he added, "One day, I might not be here to protect you." Her protests only grew louder, but Qin Gui pressed on, guiding her toward their goal. Eventually, they spotted a lone zombie in the distance. Its movements were slow, one leg dragging uselessly behind it, a perfect target for a novice like Yan Fang. "See that?" Qin Gui pointed. "That's your target. Get close and aim for its neck or head. Be quick and precise." Yan Fang froze, trembling as she stared at the creature. "I can't do it," she whispered, clinging to Qin Gui. "You will," he replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. As he tried to coax her forward, Yan Fang suddenly stormed away, muttering something under her breath. She began removing her jacket, a rebellious expression on her face. "What are you doing?" Qin Gui demanded, frowning in confusion. "I." Yan Fang started, her voice tinged with defiance, but before she could finish, a distant rumble broke the tense moment. In an uninhabited land, a dimensional road was expanding, its chaotic energy spilling into the surroundings. The ground trembled faintly as the strange gas seeping from the portal began to erode everything it touched, reducing matter to its most basic state. Similar changes were occurring across multiple dimensional roads, their presence threatening to alter the very fabric of reality. Though the natural laws of the world absorbed much of the chaotic influx, small traces still lingered, their corrosive effects spreading like an unseen plague. In the northern region of Shangming City, the beast god was hard at work. A girl no older than 17, she stood amidst a field of animals, her 7-colored divine light transforming them into stronger, more formidable creatures. The same divine light reshaped the landscape, turning earth and ruined buildings into radiant, glazed materials. These pieces were being gathered for a singular purpose, the construction of a colossal divine ship. Her expression tightened as she sensed the growing dimensional disturbances. "We have less than a year," she murmured, determination flaring in her eyes. "This ship must be completed before the dimensional waves consume the real world." The new book, I Am a Forbidden Life, has officially launched on Chidian. With 600,000 words and already 4,200 subscriptions, it's off to a promising start. The updates are consistent, a commitment I'm determined to uphold. For now, I won't be using the Chuangxi Taishen account anymore. There's a sense of unease tied to that account, too many unfinished projects left behind. It feels like a pattern I don't want to repeat, almost as if the habit of abandoning books could spread like a curse. This new account is a fresh start. I want to manage it with care and intention. If I can prove to myself and my readers that this first book won't be abandoned, it sets a precedent. From here on out, no more unfinished stories. I Am a Forbidden Life is just the beginning, and I'm determined to see it through. The journey starts on Chidian, and I'm excited for what lies ahead. Right now, the number of hotel room cards was limited. Lin Hui often found himself contemplating the future, envisioning a time when he could create hotel room cards freely, without restricting usage duration or deducting funds for continued access. That change would open the doors for more people to bind themselves to the hotel permanently, impacting the very fabric of the post-apocalyptic world. Though limiting time brought in more resources, it left gaps. People with injuries or those needing temporary refuge were often excluded. A sudden loss of bound status or disappearance of a house could spell disaster. If binding was lifelong, more lives could be preserved. Lin Hui knew this ideal scenario was far off, reliant on his ability to create those identity cards, but he couldn't help but plan. The quiet hum of the hotel broke with the sound of a door creaking open. Lin Hui turned, spotting Wu Xuan stepping out. Her expressionless face held a strange calmness as she approached. "Xuan, aren't you going to sleep?" he asked gently. Wu Xuan didn't respond, her silence almost eerie. Lin Hui wasn't discouraged. This was progress. Wu Xuan was no longer the mindless zombie she had once been. Over time, the hotel's upgrades subtly enhanced its attendance. Wu Xuan's evolution was slower but steady, her current strength a formidable 1,000 kilograms. Much of her improvement came from the Red Rain, unlike Mo Qingxian, whose strength was forged through Lin Hui's relentless and brutal training regimens. Lin Hui reached out, wrapping an arm around Wu Xuan's waist. Her skin was firmer, with an elasticity that hinted at her growing vitality. Outside, the world was shrouded in darkness, save for the glowing GG sign of the Guanghuai Hotel. With fewer occupants, the hotel felt even more desolate. Determined to change that, Lin Hui decided to offer rewards for finding survivors. The more people who discovered the hotel, the closer he would be to becoming the world's new epicenter. He didn't need to leave the hotel to wield influence. He just needed to bring the world to him. Suddenly, Wu Xuan's hand moved, instinctively pulling Lin Hui's head close. Her frown deepened, and Lin Hui froze for a moment before feeling a spark of warmth. Her unconscious reactions were becoming more human. With no interruptions likely at night, Lin Hui decided to carry her back to the room. Despite the apocalypse and its lack of societal rules, Lin Hui held a special place for Wu Xuan. She was his first love, his true girlfriend. Even with the possibility of others entering his life, Wu Xuan would always come first. "Xuan," he whispered, his voice filled with conviction. "We made a promise once, to never leave each other, in life or death. Even if you're no longer the same person, I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes." In room 701, Tang Zhen closed the door behind him, leading 3 women into the suite. His voice was weary but firm. You can stay here tonight. If you trust me, take the bed or the sofas. There's plenty of space. I'm too injured to bother you. I told you before, sleeping here heals you, so don't worry about me. Without waiting for a response, Tang Zhen collapsed onto the bed, his exhaustion overwhelming. Blood loss from the scissors wound on his back had left him lightheaded, and only the hotel's restorative magic kept him conscious. The oldest woman, Chen Jiayun, stepped forward. She was 28, a former boutique owner, and the girlfriend of the man brutally murdered just days prior. Brother Tang Zhen, you saved us. How could we not trust you? She said, her voice filled with gratitude. The other women, Huang Jiayi, 24, and Zhao Tingting, only 13, echoed her sentiments. Their ordeal during the past 3 days had been harrowing. The apocalypse had turned their world into a nightmare, and Tang Zhen's timely arrival was the only thing that saved them from further horrors. As Tang Zhen drifted into a deep sleep, Chen Jiayun looked at the others. Ting Ting, you should bathe first. Jiayi, help her. Make sure she's clean. We need to wash away those memories and protect her. If she gets pregnant now. Chen Jiayun trailed off, her tone heavy with concern. Huang Jiayi nodded and led Ting Ting to the bathroom. The discovery of running water and hot showers in the hotel left them both speechless. The mysteries of the Guanghui Hotel felt like miracles in a broken world. An hour later, the women returned, wrapped in bath towels provided by the hotel, their spirits slightly lifted. Sister Jiayun, Huang Jiayi asked hesitantly, what should we do now? What's the plan for the future? Chen Jiayun looked at her companions, determination shining in her eyes. We survive, together, and whatever it takes, we live. Chen Jiayun froze at the question, then sighed heavily. What other plans can we have? If Brother Tang Zhen is willing to help us, we'll do our best to adapt to this new world. Huang Jiayi fell silent, her unease evident. Chen Jiayun noticed and asked gently, You're wondering what we'll do if Brother Tang Zhen doesn't want to help, right? After a moment's hesitation, Huang Jiayi nodded slightly. The grim reality loomed over them. In this apocalyptic world, women were at a distinct disadvantage. Beyond the disparity in physical strength, the risk of pregnancy in such dire circumstances could be a death sentence without support. Even worse was the looming fear of exploitation in a lawless world. Chen Jiayun took a deep breath. Even if it's hard, we have to try to survive. It's better to live, no matter how difficult, than to give up. But Huang Jiayi's voice trembled. What if no one helps us and we end up being targeted by other men again? Chen Jiayun looked away, her expression heavy. We've already endured the worst, she said quietly, then caught herself. Shaking off the despair in her tone, she tried to reassure Huang Jiayi. But let's not dwell on that. Brother Tang Zhen said the hotel is a safe haven. As long as we stay here, shopkeeper Lin will ensure our safety. Didn't you hear about the explosion yesterday? That was Lin Hui. He leveled the surrounding buildings single-handedly. If anyone can maintain order here, it's him. Do you think we'll really be safe here? Huang Jiayi's voice carried a note of desperate hope. I believe so, Chen Jiayun affirmed. Tomorrow, we'll figure out how to gather zombie crystal cores. As long as we contribute, we'll find a way to survive. Huang Jiayi nodded, some of her tension easing. The two women continued talking, their conversation gradually lulling them into an uneasy sleep. On the couch beside them, young Zhao Tingting, exhausted from days of torment, had already succumbed to slumber. Unnoticed by the others, Zhao Tingting's small frame began to emit a faint glow. The light intensified, pulsing softly as if signaling an unseen transformation. The next morning, Tang Zhen stirred awake, stretching carefully to avoid aggravating the wound on his back. Feeling the scab that had formed, he marveled again at the hotel's miraculous healing properties. Even after experiencing it firsthand, the rapid recovery was almost unbelievable. As he moved to wash up, Tang Zhen noticed the glowing figure on the sofa. He froze, squinting to confirm what he was seeing. Zhao Tingting's body was still alight, the faint glow pulsing in rhythm with her breath. Is she awakening a superpower? Tang Zhen muttered, excitement stirring. Saving Zhao Tingting had been a gamble, but if she truly gained abilities, it could solidify her loyalty and ensure a reliable ally in this dangerous world. However, as the hours ticked by, concern replaced his initial excitement. Zhao Tingting remained unresponsive, her glowing state unchanged. Unable to wait any longer, Tang Zhen scooped her up and rushed downstairs to find Lin Hui. followed closely by Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun. At the front desk, Lin Hui sat with Wu Xuan by his side. The former zombie, now with partial intelligence, silently followed Lin Hui's every move. Her blank expression betrayed no emotions, but Lin Hui took comfort in her quiet presence, seeing it as a sign of progress. Tang Zhen's voice broke the stillness. "Shopkeeper Lin, help us. Tingting's burning up and glowing, and she won't wake up. Is something wrong with her?" Huang Jia and Chen Jiayun chimed in, their voices thick with worry. "Please, Boss Lin, save Tingting." Lin Hui glanced at the glowing girl in Tang Zhen's arms and raised an eyebrow. "Relax, she's fine." "Fine?" Tang Zhen repeated, baffled. "She's been like this for hours. Is it normal for an awakening to take this long?" Lin Hui leaned back, folding his arms. "When's the last time this girl had a proper meal?" The question caught Tang Zhen off guard. "What does that have to do with?" "Awakening a superpower isn't free," Lin Hui cut in, rolling his eyes. "It takes energy. If she's starving, her body's struggling to sustain the process. You're lucky she hasn't collapsed completely." Tang Zhen opened his mouth to argue, then shut it, realizing Lin Hui had a point. Seeing his expression, Lin Hui smirked. "Don't feel too bad. You haven't awakened a superpower yourself, so it's natural you wouldn't know. But next time, try feeding her first. Basic survival, my friend." Tang Zhen's shoulders slumped as he muttered, "This kind of help stings a bit, you know?" Lin Hui waved him off. "Give her food and let her rest. She'll be fine. Superpower awakenings vary, but hunger isn't something anyone can fight through, not even in a place like this." As Tang Zhen carried Zhou Tingting back upstairs, Lin Hui turned to Wu Xuan and murmured, "See, Xuan, even in chaos, there's room for order." Wu Xuan tilted her head slightly, her empty gaze briefly meeting his. Though she said nothing, Lin Hui smiled, believing it was only a matter of time before her memories returned. Beside him, Chen Jiayun suddenly realized, Tingting hasn't eaten for a long time. Actually, none of us have had a proper meal for days. The admission hung in the air, and Tang Zhen's brows furrowed in concern. "Is that so?" "Thank you for pointing that out, Owner Lin. I'll go get her some food right now," he said, moving to lift Zhou Tingting again. Lin Hui raised a hand to stop him, his tone calm but firm. "Don't bother. In her current state, she's too weak to eat anything. Food won't help her now." Tang Zhen froze mid-motion. "Then what should we do?" Lin Hui leaned back, considering his words carefully. "It depends on whether you're willing to make a trade. 1 zombie crystal core, and she becomes a hotel citizen. Once that's done, I'll take care of her myself. No extra cost." Tang Zhen hesitated. "But I don't have any crystal cores left. Is there another way?" Lin Hui smirked knowingly. "No cores, but you've got bullets. A box of bullets equals 1 crystal core in value. I'll accept that as payment." Without hesitation, Tang Zhen pulled out a box of bullets from his bag. But as he handed it over, he paused, his expression thoughtful. He retrieved 2 more boxes and said, "Open rooms for the other 2 as well." Chen Jiayun and Huang Jiayi stared at him, eyes wide with gratitude. "Brother Tang Zhen." Tang Zhen smiled warmly. "The sooner you become citizens of the hotel, the safer you'll be. In this world, we need every advantage we can get. Besides, we're in this together now, aren't we?" Both women were moved to tears. Their worries from the night before about whether Tang Zhen would abandon them evaporated. Even if his actions were partly motivated by Zhou Tingting's potential, they couldn't deny his kindness. Lin Hui took the bullets with a satisfied grin. Stepping forward, he placed a hand on Zhou Tingting's shoulder. A faint glow surrounded his palm as he infused her body with nutrients, drawn from a fraction of the hotel's mysterious energy. The light surrounding Zhou Tingting intensified, her face regaining its color. Then, without warning, her body began to levitate. Buzz. A low vibration echoed through the room as ripples of energy spread outward. Papers, chairs, and other lightweight objects floated into the air as if gravity had been suspended. "What's happening?" Huang Jiayi exclaimed, clutching Chen Jiayun's arm. Tang Zhen's eyes widened. "Is this her awakening?" Lin Hui observed the scene with a calm yet impressed demeanor. "She's a lucky one. The energy ripple suggests her ability has significant potential." The light grew brighter before slowly fading, and Zhou Tingting's body gently descended. Lin Hui waved his hand, using his power to guide her safely to the ground. As her eyes fluttered open, Tang Zhen, Huang Jiayi, and Chen Jiayun rushed to her side. "Tingting, how are you feeling?" Huang Jiai asked, her voice trembling with concern. Zhou Tingting blinked, disoriented but clearly alive. I feel different, she murmured. Lin Hui approached, holding 3 small orbs of light in his palm. Time to make it official. These are your citizen bindings. They'll connect you to the hotel and grant you its protection. The process is a bit uncomfortable, but harmless. Before anyone could respond, Lin Hui sent the glowing orbs toward the 3 women. They flinched as the energy coursed through them but quickly recovered. In their minds, a translucent panel appeared, full of options waiting to be unlocked. Excitement replaced their initial discomfort. They explored the panels with eager curiosity, though most functions were still unavailable without further activation. Lin Hui gave a final reminder. Remember, once the countdown on your citizenship hits 0, you lose your status. Make sure to earn glory coins regularly to maintain it. The group nodded, thanking him profusely before heading upstairs to their rooms. As they disappeared from sight, a new room key materialized on the counter. Wu Xuan, seated nearby, turned her head toward the entrance. Lin Hui gently patted her head, smiling. You sensed her, didn't you? He asked. Wu Xuan nodded faintly, then leaned into his touch, her expressionless face showing a hint of contentment. Moments later, a woman with wavy hair appeared in the lobby, her figure materializing out of thin air. It was Huang Shengyi, who had checked into the hotel the day before. She looked calm, her demeanor composed despite her sudden appearance. I left something in my room, she said without preamble. Can I retrieve it? Lin Hui chuckled, his gaze lingering on her. You truly have the most striking presence. Go ahead. Just don't forget the rules. With a polite nod, Huang Shengji turned and ascended the stairs, her footsteps echoing softly in the quiet lobby. Indeed, Huang Shengyi's voice carried an undeniable allure, gentle yet commanding, exuding a warmth that seemed to wrap around anyone who heard it. It was the kind of voice that could soothe fears or spark inspiration, embodying a perfect blend of grace and strength. Her tone hinted at maternal care, a likely reflection of her life before the apocalypse, and now carried a trace of resilience born from surviving the end of the world. Lin Hui couldn't help but admire her. You truly have the most beautiful voice I've ever heard, he said with an earnest smile. Wang Shengyi, however, remained composed. Compliments like these were nothing new to her. Before the apocalypse, she had been a faceless game streamer with over 3 million followers. Her voice alone had built a loyal fan base, with viewers showering her with gifts and adoration. But that was a lifetime ago. In this new, brutal reality, her voice's charm seemed both irrelevant and strangely comforting. She glanced at Wu Xuan, whose gaze hadn't left her since she entered. Wu Xuan's intensity unnerved her slightly, but it wasn't just the stare, it was the absence of human emotion in her eyes. She sensed me, Huang Shengyi realized, astonished. Her invisibility had become stronger since her powers evolved, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people, or even most evolved humans, to detect her. Yet Wu Xuan had. Lin Hui noticed her curiosity. This is Wu Xuan, my girlfriend, he explained with a soft chuckle. Though now she's a zombie. Her consciousness hasn't fully recovered, so she can't interact much. Huang Shengyi blinked, taken aback. Zombie? You mean she's conscious? Can zombies really recover? Lin Hui nodded, his expression serious. Wu Xuan's case is unique. I can't promise the same for others. Even if I could, restoring a zombie's consciousness comes at a steep cost, one most people wouldn't be willing to pay. And even then, they're not human anymore. Zombies are something else entirely now. The implications of his words struck Huang Shengyi. The idea of saving zombies, of giving them back their minds, was both miraculous and unsettling. Lin Hui shifted the conversation, producing a pistol from seemingly nowhere. This is what you left in your room. He handed it to her, then added with a sly grin. If you're looking for an upgrade, I've got something better, a custom pistol. Only costs 1 zombie crystal core, or maybe some extra bullets? Huang Shengyi shook her head, smiling faintly. Thank you, but I'll stick with this for now. Her polite refusal masked her real reason. She was short on resources. Without another word, she turned invisible and slipped out of the hotel. Lin Hui sighed, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He pocketed the key card for room 707, deciding to save it for her should she return. Moments later, Tang Zhen and the 3 women descended the stairs, ready for their expedition. Tang Zhen's tone was firm yet encouraging as he addressed the group. Jiayi, Jiayun, Ting Ting. I know you've never killed zombies before, but don't be afraid. Most ordinary zombies aren't as strong as they seem. You just need to stay calm and act decisively. Remember, as tenants of the Guangwai Hotel, you're immune to the zombie virus. Use that to your advantage. The women nodded earnestly, their determination evident despite their nervous expressions. Tang Zhen unfolded a map, pointing to their destination. We're heading to Minsheng Road, about 1,300 meters away. The first part of the route should be safe. Shopkeeper Lin has already cleared it. But once we're past the halfway point, there will likely be zombies. Stay alert and be ready. As they ventured beyond the hotel's safety zone, Zhou Tingting's voice broke the tense silence. Brother Tang Zhen, I think I can sense zombies nearby. Tang Zhen halted. What do you mean? She hesitated, searching for the right words. I can. Feel them. There are over 100 zombies in the building next to us. One of them feels different, brighter than the others. Tang Zhen's eyes lit up with realization. Bright? That might indicate a stronger zombie. Ting Ting, if your ability lets you sense their location and strength, it's a game changer. This will give us a huge advantage. Ting Ting beamed with pride, relieved to have proven her usefulness. The group moved cautiously through the ruins, every step deliberate. As they approached an abandoned car, Ting Ting suddenly pointed. There's a zombie in that car. Tang Zhen raised his pistol, his voice steady. Let's confirm your ability. If you're right, we'll rely on it from now on. Ting Ting nodded, summoning her courage. The apocalypse was harsh, but with her newfound powers and Tang Zhen's guidance, she felt a spark of hope. Perhaps survival wasn't just about endurance, but also about discovery and growth. And as the group pressed forward, their resolve hardened. This wasn't just a journey for resources, it was a test of their will to adapt and thrive in a world turned upside down. Lin Hui jolted awake on the bed, his eyes snapping open as a wave of fear washed over him. What the hell? I'm alive? He gasped, bewildered, staring down at his unscathed naked body. Wasn't he just obliterated by that explosion? Am I? Reborn? His mind raced, and he scrambled out of bed, feeling a strange clarity. He was alive, but how? Confused, he dashed to the door and sprinted down the hotel's corridors. As he moved, the stark contrast between the pristine state of the hotel and his memories of destruction unsettled him. Bloodstains from the zombies were nowhere to be found, and the chaos that had once littered the lobby had vanished completely. In its place was an unnervingly clean, orderly space. Arriving in the lobby, Lin Hui found Wushuan standing motionless behind the front desk, her expression a blank slate. Xuan. He exhaled a breath of relief, but his confusion deepened. How could this be? He had seen everything, the explosion, the destruction, the wreckage, and now here she was, unchanged. His thoughts raced. What happened? Did I die and come back? Or am I dreaming? His pulse quickened as he moved to the desk and almost instinctively tapped into the hotel's power. It was like a familiar, overwhelming presence. He could control everything once again. Without hesitation, he accessed the surveillance footage. The first thing he saw was the explosion, the blinding flash that consumed everything. But as the video rewound, he watched, stunned, as the hotel seemed to reconstruct itself. Cracked floors, shattered walls, and missing furniture reappeared, almost as if time reversed. Lin Hui stood frozen, realizing with dread, I actually died. I was resurrected. His mind scrambled to make sense of this strange reality. So, I'm immortal? A new realization hit him hard. He opened a drawer at the front desk, only to find that one drop of the hotel origin was gone. There had been 16 drops before. Now, there were only 14. So the hotel's origin? It powers both my resurrection and repairs the hotel, he murmured. He understood now. He was tied to this place, to the energy it provided. The thought filled him with a strange sense of power and fear. He glanced at Wushuan, his once girlfriend now a zombie, and felt a flicker of hope. Could she be immortal too? But he dared not experiment with her life. If she couldn't be revived, it would all be for nothing. Just then, the lights flickered and went out, casting the lobby into complete darkness. Lin Hui froze, panic rising. He quickly focused his energy and converted the hotel's source to power the lights. The faint hum of the electricity returned, and the lights glowed once more. But the peace was short-lived. The sound of zombies moaning faintly from outside reached his ears. Lin Hui ignored it, his attention fixed on the sight before him. A pair of his old torn pants lay on the floor. He noticed other items nearby, his clothes and shoes, stuff he had lost in the chaos. Without hesitation, he reached out with his mind and used the hotel's resources to summon a full outfit. He dressed quickly, his mind racing with possibilities. What was the next step? Next, he turned to Wu Xuan. She still wore nothing but her tattered pajamas, so he changed her into the hotel's staff uniform, choosing practical flat shoes for her. He looked at her with a mix of concern and determination. If she could remember who she was, maybe, just maybe, they could start again. With everything in place, Lin Hui's thoughts turned to the outside world. He needed to make contact, to understand what was going on beyond these walls. He stepped into the front desk area, his mind commanding the hotel to open the elevator and the glass doors. As the doors opened, a flood of zombies surged in. Lin Hui's pulse quickened, but his face remained calm. Beside him, Wu Xuan roared as she was drawn to the chaos outside, her instincts taking over. "Xuan, Xuan, quiet," Lin Hui murmured, guiding her back into a calmer state. His focus shifted as the zombies pressed forward, drawn to the hotel's entrance. He reached out with his mind, and the invisible power of the hotel surged forward, smashing the first few zombies to pieces. Blood splattered as their bodies crumpled under the invisible force. But more zombies kept coming, relentless, undeterred. They poured into the hotel one after another, but Lin Hui remained unmoving. With every zombie that entered, his control over the hotel's power became more precise, and each new wave of attackers was instantly destroyed. The zombies' methane blood fed into the hotel's energy, strengthening its core, and Lin Hui could feel himself growing stronger with each passing moment. Minutes turned into an hour as the last of the zombies finally stopped pouring in. Lin Hui let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. He couldn't help but marvel at his newfound power. "I've never felt anything like this. My strength is growing faster than ever." He looked down at the drawer where the hotel's origin rested. It had increased by 10 drops. Now there were 24. "Is that it?" Lin Hui thought, his voice a whisper to himself. But as he stepped outside the front desk, axe in hand, ready to confront whatever lay beyond the hotel doors, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The sudden sound of a muffled puff broke the eerie silence, followed by a thick stillness that seemed to hang in the air. Tang Zhen, Huang Jiayi, and Chen Jiayin froze, their eyes snapping to the car in front of them, all wondering what had just happened. Zhou Tingting, her voice uncertain, was the first to speak. "The zombie? It seems to have disappeared." "Disappeared?" Tang Zhen's confusion mirrored the others as they turned their attention to her. "What do you mean disappeared?" Zhou Tingting struggled to explain. "I don't know how to put it, but the light around it, it's gone. Completely vanished." Tang Zhen's instincts kicked in. He walked toward the car, his hand resting on the gun as he cautiously approached. The car was only a few meters away, but the absence of the zombie was unsettling. Looking inside, he saw the backseat had been flattened by the impact of a large truck, with the zombie crumpled inside. But there it was, still, unmoving. "Is this a zombie or just a human corpse?" Tang Zhen muttered, his mind racing. If it were truly a human body, it would have begun decaying after being trapped for so long. He doubted this was the case. Could Zhou Tingting's power have done something to it? His thoughts raced as he knocked gently on the car window with his pistol, then quickly stepped back, watching closely. Nothing happened. Instead, a distant growl echoed from a building nearby, signaling that the noise had attracted other zombies. Tang Zhen hesitated, but then reached his hand toward the zombie. The moment his fingers brushed against it, a message flashed in his vision. "Found raw material for Glory Coin. Can be absorbed." Glory Coin? Tang Zhen's eyes widened as realization hit him. This was the unique feature of the Glory Hotel system. Without wasting a moment, he focused his energy, trying to absorb whatever this zombie contained. To his amazement, a bright light emanated from his palm, covering the zombie's body. In a blink, the entire form dissolved, melting into the light and disappearing into his hand. He quickly pulled up the system panel, and to his astonishment, the number of glory coins was steadily rising, starting from 0 and climbing all the way to 8. 8 glory coins? Tang Zhen whispered to himself, surprised by the amount. Based on what Lin had told him, 20 regular zombies were equivalent to a single crystal core, a first-level zombie. This one, converting into 8 glory coins, was certainly stronger than an ordinary zombie, but still far from the level of a first-tier one. Behind him, Huang Jiaiji's voice broke through his thoughts. "Brother Tang Zhen, are you okay?" Tang Zhen smiled, turning to reassure them. "It's fine. Just got a bit of a surprise, that's all." The 3 women, curious but wary, crowded around the car. When they saw no zombie inside, only some tattered clothing, their confusion deepened. Tang Zhen, deciding to be honest, explained, "I converted the zombie's body into glory coins. 8 points this time." The girls blinked in shock. "Zombies can really be converted into glory coins?" Huang Jia asked, her voice full of awe. "How did you do that?" Chen Jiayun added, her eyes wide. "This one's thanks to Ting Ting," Tang Zhen smiled. "Next time, I'll make sure to convert it for her." No. Zhou Tingting waved her hands frantically. "Brother Tang Zhen saved me. Twice. And he got me the system. It's all because of him." Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun exchanged glances. Chen Jiayun was quick to speak up. "Ting Ting's right. If not for Brother Tang Zhen, who knows where we'd be? Let him keep the glory coins." "Yes, let him keep them." Huang Jiayi agreed, her expression earnest. Tang Zhen looked uncertain, though flattered. "Isn't that a bit much? I mean, I only helped because I had to." "There's nothing wrong with it. Brother Tang Zhen saved our lives," Huang Jiayi insisted. "It's only right." The 2 women were firm in their decision, and Zhou Tingting nodded along. "We'll stick together. You've been our protector from the start." Tang Zhen thought for a moment, then a spark of inspiration struck him. "All right then. How about we form an adventure team? I'll be the captain for now. Any glory coins we earn from missions will go into a team fund. If anyone acts alone, they keep their own earnings, and I'll cover food and supplies for all of us. What do you think?" "I agree," Chen Jiayun immediately answered, smiling brightly. "Me too," Huang Jiayi added enthusiastically. Zhou Tingting, smiling widely, asked, "Should we give the team a name?" The suggestion was met with eagerness. "How about calling it the Tang Family Team?" Chen Jiayan suggested, though her voice faltered when she saw Tang Zhen's expression. "The Tang Family Team?" Tang Zhen raised an eyebrow. No, Huang Jiayi piped up quickly. "It should be the Tang Family Adventure Group." "Adventure Group?" Tang Zhen's face lit up with excitement. "That sounds perfect." The 3 women clapped in agreement, and a sense of camaraderie filled the air. As they chatted, the world around them suddenly erupted into chaos. With a deafening crash, several zombies from the nearby buildings broke through windows and tumbled down, landing either on the car or in the street with sickening thuds. They groaned and rushed forward, intent on reaching the group. Before Tang Zhen could raise his gun, Zhou Tingting's reaction was faster. In a reflexive burst, she unleashed her power. Plastic bags and trash from the surrounding area swirled into the air, and with a series of puffs, the approaching zombies suddenly collapsed, their bodies untouched but clearly incapacitated. Tang Zhen blinked in disbelief. What just happened? Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun were equally stunned. They looked at each other, then back at Zhou Tingting, who was now breathing heavily, a satisfied grin on her face. "Did I do that?" she asked innocently. "Seems like you did," Tang Zhen said, unable to hide his admiration. The group stared at the fallen zombies, their stunned silence punctuated by the soft hum of their newfound teamwork. They had survived another obstacle, and as they continued on their journey, their bond only grew stronger. The floating garbage slowly settled back to the ground, and the street fell silent. The only sound that remained was the distant roars of zombies echoing from nearby buildings. It took Tang Zhen a moment to process what had just happened. His gaze turned to Zhou Tingting, who looked pale, likely drained from using her power. "Tingting did this?" Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun both stared at her in shock. They had seen the garbage levitate, and then the zombies fall. But they were still trying to wrap their heads around how it all happened. "Tingting, are you okay?" Tang Zhen rushed to support her, concerned. The last thing they needed was for her to collapse now. The girls, too, looked worried. "I'm just a little dizzy," Zhou Tingting admitted, a frown pulling at her face. "Your power probably drained you," Tang Zhen reasoned, keeping his voice gentle. "Don't use your abilities again until the dizziness passes." "Okay," Zhou Tingting nodded quietly. Though she felt she could push through, she wasn't about to argue. Tang Zhen paused to think for a moment before continuing. Stay close and don't wander off. I'll collect the glory coins from the zombies. Zhou Tingting, Huang Jiayi, and Chen Jiayun watched as Tang Zhen approached the closest zombie's body. He cautiously poked it with his pistol, ensuring it was really motionless, then placed his palm on it to absorb the remains. A light burst from his hand, engulfing the body as it dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only glory coins. Tang Zhen glanced at his guest system panel and noted the increase. 5 more glory coins. He absorbed all 5 of the fallen zombies, totaling 33 glory coins. A small part of him felt disappointed by the modest increase, but he kept reminding himself that every little bit added up. This tenant system is a lifesaver, Tang Zhen remarked with a grin. Before, I had to lure zombies into risky situations just to get glory coins. Now I can do it safely and without all the danger, though it does seem like the zombies need to be dead first. That's a relief, Huang Jiayi joked, her voice lightening the mood. We wouldn't want to risk any more close calls. We'll keep moving ahead, Tang Zhen said, his voice growing serious again. Let's be as quiet as possible. As they moved forward, Zhou Tingting suddenly spoke up. There are zombies ahead, more than 20. Tang Zhen paused, glancing around. The street seemed eerily quiet, and there wasn't a zombie in sight. Where? He asked, his voice filled with confusion. There's nothing here, he added, turning to her. Are you sure? And you should rest, Tingting. Don't overdo it. But Zhou Tingting only shook her head. I don't need to try. I can sense them without doing anything. It's like breathing, automatic. As long as I'm conscious, I know where the zombies are. Tang Zhen was stunned. You mean you can feel them just by being aware? That's incredible. The 3 women looked at Zhou Tingting with curiosity, and she scratched her head, clearly unsure how to explain it. I think so. It's not like telekinesis, more like sensing them. I feel like they're human shapes made of light. When I focus on the light, the zombies appear. I guess that's how it works. Tang Zhen was silent for a moment, trying to process this new information. It didn't quite add up with the telekinesis shopkeeper Lin had mentioned, but Zhou Tingting's ability seemed to be much more complex than he had realized. Just then, the ground rumbled slightly, and Tang Zhen's gaze snapped forward. A sewer cover in front of them suddenly flew into the air. A zombie crawled out, its eyes glowing with hunger. Tang Zhen raised his pistol, quickly firing. Bang, bang, bang. The shots hit, but the zombie barely flinched. It kept coming, unfazed. Tang Zhen cursed under his breath. This wasn't a normal zombie. He didn't hesitate, pulling his kitchen knife and charging forward. Watch out! Tang Zhen shouted, aiming a kick at the zombie. It staggered back, but only a few steps. Tang Zhen's eyes widened in realization. This was no ordinary zombie. This was an evolved zombie, a first-level mutant. Damn, it's strong! Tang Zhen muttered. A full-strength kick barely budged it. The zombie lunged at him, mouth wide. Tang Zhen had no choice but to retreat, but it was too late. Before the zombie could reach him, Zhou Tingting's power erupted once again. The evolved zombie froze mid-charge, trembling. Tang Zhen wasted no time. He rushed in, slashing with his kitchen knife, aiming for the head. But to his horror, the blade bent as it hit the zombie's skull. Tingting, are you okay? Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun rushed to her side, but she looked pale, barely standing. Tang Zhen shot a worried glance back, but his instincts told him not to waste time. There was more movement in the sewer. The moment he refilled his pistol, Zhou Tingting spoke up again. Give me the gun. Tang Zhen hesitated, but didn't argue. There was no time. He handed over the weapon, his mind racing. The sewer might be crawling with more evolved zombies, and if they were, the group wouldn't stand a chance without a solid weapon. Zhou Tingting gripped the pistol, and as another zombie crawled out, she barely had the strength to lift the weapon. Still, she focused, the gun trembling in her hands. I think my powers might need to be connected to the weapon, she said through gritted teeth. Otherwise, I'll waste too much energy. Tang Zhen nodded, not fully understanding but trusting her. Just do it. The moment she pulled the trigger, something incredible happened. Time seemed to slow down. A faint, almost invisible white bullet shot out of the pistol, its speed defying comprehension. The group could barely process it when the bullet hit the zombie squarely in the chest. The impact was massive, A shockwave exploded outward, but the group felt no physical effects. The zombies that had been crawling out of the sewer fell in rapid succession. One by one, they dropped, lifeless. Their movements ceased. Tang Zhen, Huang Jiayi, and Chen Jiayun were all left in stunned silence. The world seemed to hold its breath as the last of the zombies collapsed and the quiet returned. Did you just do that? Tang Zhen managed to ask, still processing the incredible display. Zhou Tingting, exhausted but triumphant, nodded, her face pale but relieved. I think I did. The group stared in awe at the now empty sewer. They had just faced down an overwhelming force of zombies, and somehow they'd survived. Pah! A faint thud echoed as something hit the ground. Tang Zhen spun around, eyes widening in alarm as he saw Zhou Tingting lapse. Her body had gone limp, and she lay unconscious on the ground. Ting Ting! His voice was laced with panic as he rushed to her side, lifting her gently. Ting Ting, are you okay? Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun exchanged concerned glances, equally shocked. She must have overexerted herself, Tang Zhen said, his tone filled with both concern and urgency. She's been using her powers repeatedly, and it's taken a toll. We need to take care of her right now. The two girls nodded in agreement, understanding the severity of the situation. Brother Tang Zhen, go quickly, Chen Jiayun urged. The gunshots might attract more zombies. Tang Zhen hesitated for only a moment before nodding. He knew the danger of lingering in the area, but Zhou Tingting's safety came first. I'll get the glory coins from the zombies, then we'll leave immediately. He moved quickly to the nearest zombie corpse, his hands trembling slightly with anticipation. The first corpse he absorbed granted him 30 glory coins, and to his astonishment, a zombie crystal core fell out. Wait, an evolved zombie? Tang Zhen murmured to himself, picking up the crystal core. He focused and soon felt the familiar pull of the system as it absorbed the core, boosting his glory coins by 97 points. More than 3,000 glory coins. Tang Zhen whispered in disbelief. This is insane. The value of evolved zombies, I had no idea it was this high. The realization hit him hard. He was growing stronger by the minute. With each passing second, the idea of wealth and power in this new world seemed less out of reach. The evolved zombies scattered throughout the area had offered him more than enough glory coins, pushing his total up significantly. Looks like I'm getting rich now, he muttered, his lips curling into a grin. He quickly moved to absorb the corpses scattered across the area, each one yielding more than he expected. His mind raced as he realized how much stronger he was becoming with every core and coin absorbed. As he worked, a thought struck him. Zhou Tingting's powers were more crucial than ever. Without her, he might never have made it this far. Tang Zhen's mind sharpened, determination setting in. No matter what, he had to keep her by his side. After quickly finishing his task, Tang Zhen slung Zhou Tingting's unconscious form over his back, signaling for Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun to follow. We need to get out of here, he muttered, urgency in his voice. The city had become even more dangerous, and the last thing he wanted was to be surrounded by a horde of zombies, evolved or not. The journey back was uneventful, but Tang Zhen remained on edge, worried not just about the zombies, but the people who might be lurking in the shadows. The hotel was a relative safe zone, but how long could that last? As they reached the building, Tang Zhen was relieved to see the front desk manned by Lin Hui, who appeared engrossed in a tiny crystal. Well, Tang Zhen, looks like you struck gold, Lin Hui greeted with a smile, noticing Tang Zhen's appearance. I just got a blueprint for a recovery bed. Want one? It'll help you heal outside the hotel without having to come back every time you're injured. Tang Zhen paused, slightly taken aback by the offer. But after a brief moment of consideration, he decided to hold off. Next time, he said, walking toward the stairs with Zhou Tingting still on his back. But as he was about to ascend, he turned back to Lin Hui. Shopkeeper Lin, the zombies outside, they seem different. There are more evolved ones. Do you know why? Lin Hui's eyes lit up at the mention of evolved zombies. Ah, so that's what happened, he mused, thinking for a moment. It rained red the night before yesterday. That's likely the cause. It's no surprise, really. The red rain triggers changes, making things more dangerous. Tang Zhen's mind whirled. Red rain. He didn't know exactly what it was, but it explained the sudden surge in evolved zombies. He felt a deep sense of relief that he hadn't rushed in. or he might have walked right into a death trap. "Thanks, shopkeeper Lin," Tang Zhen said, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. He turned and continued upstairs to his room, where he carefully placed Zhou Tingting on the bed. Once she was settled, he turned to Wang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun. "You both have rooms too," he said. "Why don't you go rest and recover? The more prepared you are, the better. We're going out again in the afternoon to gather more glory coins for you. Otherwise, your time as tenants will expire." Chen Jiayun smiled knowingly. "Brother Tang Zhen is right. We'll go check out our room first. Call us when you're ready to head out." Huang Jiayi hesitated, looking back at Zhou Tingting. "Are you sure we should leave her here alone?" Chen Jiayun shot her a look and whispered, "Are you worried that Tang Zhen will do something to her?" Huang Jiayi blushed, but didn't respond. Chen Jiayun's eyes were calm, but her words held a weight of truth. In this world, everything's changed. Women's chastity? It's meaningless now. We've all had our share of experience. If Tang Zhen doesn't mind, why should we? Huang Jiayi was shocked by her bluntness, but Chen Jiayun just shrugged and pulled her along. Meanwhile, in the 701 guest room, Tang Zhen was deep in thought as he covered Zhou Ting with a quilt. His mind raced with possibilities, but he quickly shook off the worries. He needed to focus on what mattered most now, ensuring Zhou Tingting's safety and preparing for whatever came next. Downstairs, Lin Hui watched a newcomer, Wang Shengji, enter the hotel, injured but still carrying a certain allure. Lin Hui's gaze lingered, thoughts swirling. Despite being confined to the hotel, he wondered what this new arrival would bring, and whether he could ever leave. As the hotel hummed with the lives of its residents, Tang Zhen's journey was far from over. New alliances, dangers, and powers would continue to shape their world. But one thing was certain. No matter the odds, he would fight to protect those he cared about, especially Zhou Tingting. In an era when the universe was on the brink of its greatest expansion, humanity's technological prowess had reached new heights. Martial arts were flourishing, and pioneers from Earth ventured into the cosmos like locusts, hungry for discovery. Deep space was a land of mystery, with countless planets, extreme environments, and breathtaking alien landscapes. Yet, beneath their beauty, many of these worlds held deadly secrets. Among the many pioneers, Yang Mingyi stood out. He was one of the first to venture into space, a true trailblazer. But despite his potential, he faced a setback. A political conspiracy led him to miss the prestigious pioneering assessment, a critical essay test that would determine his place in this new age of exploration. Anger and frustration boiled inside him as he realized what had happened. His chance had been stolen. But it wasn't just the unfairness that stung. Yang Mingyi had always been driven by the need to prove himself, to be part of something greater than the confines of Earth. And this betrayal, this moment of defeat, ignited something within him. It was as if his very soul had awakened. In his anger, he tapped into something deeper, an ancient power he didn't fully understand. The memory mirror. The memory mirror was a gateway into the past, a unique ability that allowed him to revisit moments he had long forgotten, seeing them from angles he had once missed. It wasn't just about remembering. It was about learning, observing, and understanding the environment around him in ways others couldn't. With this power, he could now assess the dangers of the deep space environments he had already traversed, avoiding the deadly perils that had once threatened his life. But that wasn't all. Yang Mingyi had another gift, one that made him truly dangerous: attribute deprivation. With this ability, he could strip away the properties of any material, whether it was an object, weapon, or even a living being. Everything could be reduced to raw energy, to be absorbed and then reshaped by his will. He could forge weapons, tools, and artifacts from nothing, crafting power with his bare hands. His most profound ability, however, was Gongfa deduction. With this, he could optimize and refine the martial techniques that had been passed down through generations. It wasn't just about physical prowess. It was about understanding the very essence of combat, evolving and adapting the techniques to make him unstoppable. This skill would help the youth of his generation walk the path to greatness, but now it would be his own road to walk. Yang Mingyi, though knocked down, was far from finished. In the vast expanse of space where danger lurked in every corner, he now possessed the tools to not only survive but to thrive. His journey was just beginning, And with the power of the memory mirror, attribute deprivation, and Gongfa deduction, he was destined to reshape the future, not only for himself, but for the entire human race. Would he reclaim what was stolen from him? Would he rise above the conspiracies and challenges that awaited? The universe was vast, and in its infinite beauty and danger, Yang Mingi would carve his own legacy. The adventure was only starting, and the universe would soon learn his name. Don't get too worked up. This system may seem magical, but it's just like a computer system. I can control your system remotely, even your body if I want to. Lin Hui chuckled. I don't want you to control me. Huang Shengyi shot back quickly, panic rising in her voice. Lin Hui laughed again. Don't worry, I can't harm you. After all, you... Heh. Huang Shengyi froze, completely speechless. Relax, Lin Hui continued. I'm like your mentor now, your grandfather even. I'm here to guide you, to help you grow stronger fast so you can become a CEO, marry a beautiful and rich woman, and live the high life. I'm a woman, Huang Shengji retorted, clearly flustered. Oh, right. I meant marry into a rich family and hit the peak of your life. Lin Hui quickly corrected himself. Huang Shengyi couldn't help but roll her eyes, but she stayed silent. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get moving. Lin Hui's tone became more serious. Your mission is simple. Head south. I've heard there's a survivors gathering place there. Your job is to go there and build a house nearby. Huang Shengyi was taken aback. South of the city? Do you think I can cross half the city on foot? Lin Hui's voice was unwavering. You've got help, don't you? I don't need you to control my body, she shot back, skeptical. Lin Hui's response was calm. Well, the best way is for me to control you. That's never going to happen. Huang Shengyi declared firmly. Fine, Lin Hui smirked. Just hurry up and complete the task. The quicker you do, the quicker I'll leave you alone. Otherwise, my voice will be constantly in your head, and I'll be able to see everything you do, feel everything you feel. Heh. Huang Shengji gritted her teeth, but the choice was clear. She started walking, heading south, determined not to let Lin Hui have the satisfaction of seeing her crack. After walking a few hundred meters, she noticed zombies slowly appearing on the streets. It was still a sparse number, mostly wandering aimlessly. It's more than 50 kilometers to the south. At this rate, it'll take days to get there, Lin Hui remarked. What do you expect me to do? I can't even get through the traffic with all these vehicles blocking the road. Why not just fly a plane? Lin Hui suggested casually. Huang Shengyi's eyes narrowed, too overwhelmed to respond. Instead, she activated her invisibility ability, quietly slipping through the streets and avoiding zombies. Her power was strong. She not only disappeared from sight, but also suppressed her breathing and muffled her footsteps. She soon found a convenience store and, taking advantage of her invisibility, snuck inside. She grabbed some bread, stuffed her pockets with chocolates, and even snagged a bottle of Nutri-Express before continuing her journey. So, you women drink Nutri-Express too? Lin Hui's voice echoed in her mind. It's been ages since I had it. My hotel doesn't even carry it. Bad review. Huang Shengyi rolled her eyes. Don't you say you can feel my emotions? So you already know what it tastes like? Lin Hui laughed. When I control your body, I'll know everything you feel. Huang Shengyi sighed in relief. Looks like Lin Hui was just boasting earlier. You don't have to speak aloud, by the way, Lin Hui added. Just think what you want to say, and I can hear it. Intrigued, Huang Shengyi tested it, thinking, Can you hear what I'm thinking? Lin Hui chuckled. No, I can only hear what you want to say to me. This system is connected to your brainwaves, to your consciousness, like a control system. The system panel only appears when you actively call it. That's better, Huang Shengyi muttered under her breath, continuing southward. Her mind was elsewhere, trying to focus on the road ahead. After a while, Lin Hui spoke up again. You have a space backpack. Why not use it? Stuffing your pockets like that will ruin your figure. Huang Shengyi's cheeks flushed red. She'd completely forgotten about the backpack. Flustered, she began loading her food into the space backpack, trying not to think about Lin Hui's constant commentary. You can't just walk straight through this mess, Lin Hui added. You need to hunt zombies, get glory coins. You'll need them, especially for building your house. Reluctantly, Huang Shengyi agreed. She took out the pistol Lin Hui had given her and crept up to a zombie. It was close enough now. With a deep breath, she fired. But the shot missed. The loud bang attracted nearby zombies, and soon the area was filled with growls and glares. "Great job, sharpshooter," Lin Hui quipped. "Thanks," Huang Shengyi grumbled, dodging the incoming zombies. She shot again, 3 more times, until finally hitting the zombie in the eye. It collapsed, and she rushed forward to follow the system's instructions. She extended her palm toward the fallen zombie, and a ray shot out, enveloping the corpse. The body melted into her hand, and the glory coin data popped up on her system. 30 points. But as the body dissolved, a zombie crystal core dropped from the corpse, and the surrounding zombies began fighting viciously over it. Huang Shengyi's face paled. A horde of zombies was quickly gathering, ready to rip each other apart for the crystal core. Realizing she was in danger, she turned and bolted. "Well, that was efficient," Lin Hui remarked as the chaos around her escalated. Huang Shengyi gritted her teeth, sprinting away. "I'm not in the mood to handle that mess right now." "Too slow," Lin Hui taunted. "You should have killed them all. More zombies, more glory coins." Huang Shengyi bit back her frustration. She was trying her best, wasn't she? "I think it's better if you control my body," Lin Hui said again, sounding a little too smug. "No." Huang Shengyi's answer was firm. She wasn't about to let him control her. "Then, if you really want to protect your daughter, maybe you should reconsider," Lin Hui suggested softly. "With my help, we can make you stronger fast. I can even help you resurrect her." Huang Shengyi's breath caught in her throat. Could he be serious? Did he really have the power to do that? Her thoughts swirled as the weight of his words hung heavy in the air. "Of course it's true," Lin Hui said, eager to convince her. "Look how much I'm helping you. I know you're worried about not being able to protect your daughter, so I've devised a plan to make you stronger. All the resources will be yours. No one else gets access to them. Other people need to spend glory coins just to unlock their space backpacks. But you have a 100-kilogram storage weight capacity right from the start. Do you know how many glory coins it takes to increase storage by even 1 kilogram? 10,000 glory coins." Huang Shengyi's thoughts turned inward. "I don't trust this guy. Men always say one thing and mean another. He might be pretending to be helpful, but..." She shook her head and tried to focus. She had to remain cautious. "But," she asked aloud, "can you really help me bring my daughter back?" Lin Hui paused, then spoke carefully. "I can give you hope, but my method, it's limited. You need 2 things. 1, someone who's been to my hotel, and 2, remains of the person you're trying to resurrect. Without these, there's no chance." Huang Shengyi felt a pang of despair. The last remnants of her daughter were nothing but ashes. She was afraid there might not even be those left. After a brief silence, Lin Hui added, "There might be another way, but it's untested. To be honest, even if we succeed, the person who comes back won't be exactly the same. Take Mo Qingxian, for example. He had the memories of the original, but his personality, it's completely different. And Xu Huo, his personality's the same, but I can't be sure if he's really the same person anymore." Huang Shengyi's heart sank, but she pushed aside her fear. "As long as she comes back, I'll do whatever it takes." Lin Hui's voice softened. "You really want to make a deal? Fine, I swear I will help you resurrect your daughter. But you'll bear the cost of it yourself." Huang Shengyi felt a glimmer of hope. "It's a deal." Lin Hui's tone turned more playful. "You don't need to do anything. Just relax. I'm coming in." Huang Shengyi froze. "What do you mean, coming in?" "Relax. I'm entering your body," Lin Hui explained. Huang Shengyi was confused. Isn't that a bit ambiguous? But she didn't have much choice. "Fine, just hurry up." The next moment, Huang Shengyi felt her body begin to lose control. She could no longer move or blink as she felt something shift inside her. Her arm suddenly lifted on its own, and a wave of panic surged through her. She was about to protest, but Lin Hui's voice cut through her thoughts. "Don't move. If you do, I won't be able to get in properly." She gritted her teeth in silence, not trusting him, but unsure how to stop what was happening. "Please don't erase my consciousness. At least for now, I don't know how to do that." Lin Hui reassured her. "I like women too much, especially beautiful ones like you." She was about to snap back, but she held her tongue. Then she felt the presence of Lin Hui's consciousness fully invade her body. She knew he had control, but she still fought to hold on to her own mind. Suddenly, her invisibility powers flickered and vanished. "Ah, The sudden visibility of her form attracted the attention of nearby zombies, who immediately began charging toward her. "Why aren't you invisible?" Huang Shengyi cried out in her mind. Lin Hui sounded confused. "I can't feel your powers. I don't even know how to make you invisible." He realized that even though he was controlling her body, his method couldn't sense her evolver abilities, especially ones tied to her core soul. "This is a problem. Can't you sense my superpower?" Huang Shengyi asked, finally letting out a breath of relief before she shouted, "Then run!" But Lin Hui's calmness didn't waver. "No need to run. We can handle this." As zombies rushed in, everything seemed to slow down in Lin Hui's vision. Though he was using Huang Shengyi's body, his mind was processing things at a speed that made everything feel like it was moving in slow motion. A zombie charged within 2 meters of her. Lin Hui's hand raised, his arm leaving a blur as it moved. Bang! The first shot hit the zombie's head. Lin Hui didn't hesitate. Bang, bang, bang! He took down 3 more zombies in quick succession, but there were more coming. Huang Shengyi panicked. "You're gonna get me killed." Lin Hui didn't miss a beat. "Stay calm. This is just the beginning." With every shot, Lin Hui grew more confident. He was in control of both the body and the situation. But the zombies kept coming, and his gun ran out of bullets. He needed to act fast. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hui's consciousness surged, and he summoned the power of the tenant system. His hand stretched out, and a ray shot from his palm, enveloping the zombie's corpse at his feet. It melted into a pool of blood before vanishing into the system's storage. Huang Shengyi's glory coins shot up by 130 points. The system was responding in ways she couldn't understand, but it was working. She just needed to survive. The zombies were closing in, but Lin Hui's control over her body was just beginning. He swung a zombie through the air, sending it crashing into others, knocking them back. Every movement felt unnatural and painful, as Huang Shengyi's body was forced to go beyond its limits. "My arm! My feet!" she screamed in her mind. It hurt, more than she'd ever imagined. But Lin Hui was focused. He couldn't afford to hold back. The zombies were relentless, and Huang Shengyi's body wasn't built for this kind of strength. He needed more power. Then he did something unexpected. He channeled more glory coins, and Huang Shengyi's body surged with energy. Her body glowed, her hair swirling around her like a whirlwind. Before she could react, she was flying, soaring high into the air. Huang Shengyi's heart skipped a beat. What was happening? Lin Hui didn't stop. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a blazing white fireball. It condensed in his palm as the zombies gathered beneath her. He hurled the fireball toward them with a single command. Go! Nuclearize the world. The fireball descended like a comet, exploding on impact. The force shattered the ground, sending zombies flying in all directions. A massive surge of power flooded through Huang Shengyi's body, and her glory coins skyrocketed. That's how you do it, Lin Hui murmured to himself, his mind already calculating the next steps. This was only the beginning. But Huang Shengyi? She was left with a whirlwind of emotions, confused, exhausted, and wondering just how far Lin Hui would push her. The white fireball plummeted toward the earth, and with a deafening roar, it exploded. A shockwave radiated out in all directions, obliterating zombies within a 10-meter radius, leaving nothing but their shattered remains. The destruction spread further. Zombies within 50 meters turned to ash, their crystal cores blown away. Those within 100 meters were left broken and scorched, propelled outward by the force of the explosion. Even the glass of nearby buildings shattered, and several structures cracked, their walls blackened. Above it all, a small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, its eerie presence spreading far beyond the blast site. The roar continued to echo, reverberating through the city. From a distance, many wandering zombies turned their attention to the source of the explosion. In Tangtown, 4 people paused, glancing toward the explosion's location. Farther off, Shu Wo and his team, along with members of a search and rescue group, looked up, hearing the ominous sound. The zombies of Shengming City seemed to hesitate for a moment, but then, as if nothing had happened, they continued their mindless wandering. As the mushroom cloud began to dissipate, Lin Hui gently lowered Huang Shengyi's body back to the ground. But something was wrong. The consumption of glory coins had been far greater than expected. The fireball, while powerful, had drained 100 glory coins, 10 times more than the previous one he used in the hotel. not to mention the additional cost of maintaining Huang Shengyi's flight. Her flight alone had drained another glory coin per second, leaving only 20 points remaining from the initial 160. It seems I can only truly maximize the power of the hotel's origin within the hotel, Lin Hui thought, his expression pained as he surveyed the crater left by the explosion. It had wiped out at least 30 zombies, and if they were first-level evolved ones, that meant a loss of more than 3,000 glory coins. He quickly began to collect the zombie crystal cores scattered around. Zombies can swallow these cores. Maybe Xuan can benefit from them too, Lin Hui mused, planning to save the cores for Wuxuan to absorb. As Wuxuan's level increased, so would his intelligence and power. With quick movements, Lin Hui gathered the crystal cores, his palms glowing as rays of light shot out, melting the bodies of the zombies and absorbing them into his hands. Each absorbed core and corpse was transferred back to the hotel, where it was transformed into glory coins. In no time, the total reached over 5,000 points. The absorption was swift, yet Lin Hui knew it wasn't enough to prepare for the growing horde of zombies drawn by the explosion. He turned toward the south of the city and began to walk. But Huang Shengyi's voice echoed in his mind. You're allowed to touch? Lin Hui chuckled. I thought you were dead from fright. Huang Shengyi fell silent for a moment, then snapped. If you keep doing this, I'm going to be angry. I was just getting a feel for it, Lin Hui teased, though there was a tinge of disappointment in his voice. It doesn't feel the same as touching someone else. It's strange. Huang Shengyi, bewildered, didn't respond immediately. After a while, she spoke again. How did you do it? This is my body. Can your power really be used on me? Lin Hui grinned. It's all about consuming glory coins to activate Super God mode. Huang Shengyi's curiosity piqued. Can I do that too? Lin Hui shook his head. No, you can only spend it according to the setup I make. You can't activate it like I do. Then, can you set it up for me? To use Super God mode? She asked, frustration tinging her voice. Lin Hui thought for a moment. I could, but if you tried to use it, the consumption would increase drastically. You need a strong consciousness to control it, and even then, it's not something that works for you. Not yet. Huang Shengyi was disappointed, but also impressed. Just how powerful was Lin Hui? A sudden thought struck her. The explosion back then? Was that like the one we just saw? Lin Hui's smile widened. Yes, but 1,000 times stronger. Huang Shengyi fell silent in awe. After a long pause, she spoke again, this time with a hint of concern. I'm injured. Lin Hui nodded. Let me fix that. He concentrated, consuming more glory coins to repair the damage done to her body. As he worked, he also began to strengthen her, drawing on the power of the glory coins. He had done the same for Wuxuan before, but strengthening was a delicate process. There was a limit to how much he could enhance her body directly, and he knew the moment would come when she would have to push past her limits on her own. But for now, the transformation was clear. Huang Shengyi felt her strength growing. I feel stronger, she marveled. See? I'm good to you, Lin Hui said, a teasing smile on his face. Her body, once fragile, was now far more resilient. She could lift over 200 kilograms with ease, and if Lin Hui pushed her further, she could exceed 500 kilograms of strength, though that might come at the cost of injury. Why did it stop? Huang Shengyi asked, a hint of frustration creeping into her voice. It's a bottleneck, Lin Hui explained. You're at the peak of what an ordinary human body can achieve. To break past that, you'll need to train yourself. Huang Shengyi was disappointed, but she knew Lin Hui was right. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Hui activated Super God mode once more. Huang Shengyi's body began to glow with a brilliant white light, her long hair flowing without wind as she rose into the sky like a goddess, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. And with that, Lin Hui steered her toward the southern part of the city, where new dangers awaited. A brilliant streak of light cut across the dark sky, moving so fast it almost seemed to break the sound barrier. Slow down. It's too fast. My body can't handle this. Huang Shengyi's panicked voice echoed in Lin Hui's mind. Don't worry. I'm in control. Lin Hui reassured her with a calm smile. Even if you're hurt, I can fix it. It still hurts, Huang Shengyi protested. Lin Hui sighed, but reluctantly slowed down just a little. Even with the slight reduction in speed, they were still moving at over 200 meters per second, like a streak of light blurring the horizon. But Lin Hui wasn't just flying aimlessly toward the south of the city. He focused on the room cards of Shu Huo and his 4 younger brothers. He needed to ensure they didn't make any reckless moves, and he also wanted them to lead the way. The city had fallen eerily quiet. Even the zombies had stopped their usual roaming. About 20 kilometers away, Shu Huo and his group had found temporary shelter in a canteen. The train station ahead was surrounded by an overwhelming density of zombies, forcing them to halt. "Boss, what now?" Brother number 1 asked, his voice full of concern. "We can't get past this mess of zombies." "I don't know if these zombies are eating better or something, but they're much stronger than the ones at the hotel." Brother number 4 chimed in, his frustration clear. "Over there, we were safe. Here, it's a different story." Though they grumbled, deep down, the group regretted leaving the relative safety of the Guanghui Hotel. The zombies there weren't as dangerous, and they could sleep without fear of an attack. But on the city streets, they were facing death every hour. Shu Huo's fireballs had been their lifeline, but their explosive power came at a cost. Each blast drew more zombies toward them. Despite their growing unease, Shu Huo's group had no choice but to push on. Their progress had been impressive. In just over a day, they had traveled more than 20 kilometers through a zombie-infested city. But it had been a brutal journey, and Shu Huo was exhausted. His body slumped against the wall, pale and weak, drained from the constant use of his powers. "Stop complaining and eat," Shu Huo snapped, trying to sound authoritative as he opened a can of Nutritional Express. The food here wasn't much, but it was all they had. "We rest here tonight. Tomorrow, we keep moving." Before anyone could respond, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The force of the blast shook the ground, sending Shu Huo and his team scrambling in panic. "What the hell?" Shu Huo cursed, but he knew there was nowhere to run. The shockwave hit the canteen hard, bending the rolling shutter door and sending a scorching wave of heat into the room. For what felt like an eternity, the group huddled on the ground, waiting for the shockwave to pass. When they finally dared to look outside, the sight left them frozen in disbelief. The street outside was a war zone. Cars were burning, chunks of broken limbs and zombie bodies lay scattered, and nearby buildings had deep cracks in their walls, charred from the blast. "Boss," Brother number 1 barely managed to speak, fear creeping into his voice. "Is it the military?" Brother number 4 asked, incredulous. "Could they have bombed this area?" "No way," Shu Huo replied grimly, his mind racing. "There's no way the army would target civilians. This wasn't a military strike." As they debated, Shu Huo sensed something strange. He looked up, and his heart skipped a beat. In the night sky, a figure descended, glowing with a brilliant white light. It was a woman, her long wavy hair flowing in a windless sky. She hovered in midair, her presence overwhelming. "Is that a god?" Shu Huo whispered, eyes wide. The figure's voice echoed in their minds, a calm yet powerful presence. "Don't worry, it's just me, Lin Hui." The group stared in shock, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. "Lin Hui?" they muttered in disbelief. "Is that really you?" The glowing woman smiled, her voice light and dismissive. "It's just a method of possession. My body is still at the hotel. Don't make a fuss." Her words hit like a sledgehammer, shaking their very understanding of reality. "A god? You're possessed by a god?" The group struggled to process what they were hearing. How could this be possible? Lin Hui, or rather the figure in front of them, didn't seem to care about their confusion. "I'll explain later," she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. With a flick of her hand, an invisible force gripped them, lifting them off the ground. They were no longer in the canteen, suspended in midair. Shu Huo and his team gaped, too stunned to react. But just as Lin Hui prepared to carry them away, she paused, sensing something in the distance. Her eyes narrowed as she turned toward the train station. Suddenly, a loud train whistle echoed in the night, and the ground seemed to shake. A train track shot out from the darkness, growing like a living thing. Moments later, a steam-powered train from the past rumbled out of the station, its presence both eerie and surreal. "Looks like the adventure is just beginning," Lin Hui thought, a knowing smile playing at her lips. The moment Shu Huo and his 4 younger brothers heard the eerie whistle, Their bodies froze in place, as if bound by an invisible force. They turned to see a strange black steam train emerging from the shadows of the train station. It was unlike anything they had ever seen. No lights, no sound from the usual track mechanisms, just the ominous, unnatural extension of the tracks toward them. And with that, a chilling sense of inevitability washed over them. They could not move. As the train grew nearer, they could feel an undeniable pull, a force drawing them toward the unstoppable locomotive. The closer it got, the stronger the pull became, and the 6 of them could do nothing but resist, their bodies moving involuntarily toward the tracks. Woo! The train's whistle pierced the air, louder now, and the suction force intensified. Shuhuo's heart pounded in his chest as panic rose within him. The train was almost on top of them, only 10 meters away now, and they all braced themselves for the impact. But it wasn't the collision they feared most. The voice came then, low and chilling, as if the train itself had a mind. "Welcome to the death train. Hey!" The words sent a cold shiver down their spines. At the last moment, Lin Hui's power surged through Huang Shengji, who began to glow brighter and brighter, forcing the group to break free of the train's pull. But as they struggled, a black hand, made entirely of swirling shadow, shot out from the train and seized them with terrifying strength. The confinement was absolute. No matter how hard Lin Hui pushed, they were trapped. Huang Shengyi's voice echoed in their minds, frantic and filled with dread. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Shuhuo and the others could only watch in horror, unable to move or speak. In a distant hotel, Lin Hui, still connected to Huang Shengyi, could feel the strain. His face darkened in anger and frustration. His mind raced. This creature, this force, what was it? In a flash of inspiration, Lin Hui gathered all the remaining glory coins and summoned his power. A brilliant white light erupted around Huang Shengyi, and the force of the light clashed against the darkness from the train. The 2 hands met in the sky, one of black fog, the other of pure, divine light. There was no contest. The black hand shattered under the light, and the train screeched to a halt. But Lin Hui didn't stop. The white light from his hand crushed the steam train's engine, obliterating the front carriages and sending a shockwave across the station. Inside the train, a massive black eyeball appeared, its gaze fixing on Huang Shengyi. The tension in the air was thick, and just as Lin Hui prepared for the next strike, the shattering sound of breaking glass echoed in Huang Shengyi's mind. The light around her flickered out, and the giant hand suspended in the air vanished as the steam train began to disintegrate into swirling black mist. A voice, ancient and malevolent, filled the space. "You are too young to fight with the god of death. Even if you are gravely injured, this god's blow is enough to destroy your soul." The mist sank into the ground, leaving behind only destruction in its wake. Back at the hotel, Lin Hui stood, fury in his eyes. His connection to Huang Shengyi was severed, and he could no longer control her movements. "That bastard! He actually broke my room card!" he muttered angrily. Wu Xuan, standing nearby, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, but Lin Hui was already focusing on repairing the connection, fearing for the safety of Huang Shengyi and the others. Meanwhile, the 5 survivors outside the train station were left stunned and disoriented. The force that had bound them now released its grip, and they fell to the ground in a heap, groaning in pain. "Ouch! My back!" No one brother yelped, his face contorted from the impact. After a moment, the group managed to get up, looking around in disbelief. The train tracks, which had once stretched toward them, were gone, as though they had never existed. And where the divine hand had struck, a massive, deep palm print remained in the earth, marking the site of an otherworldly battle. That was a fight between gods, wasn't it? No, one brother said, his voice shaking with awe. Shuhuo, shaking off the confusion, turned to Huang Shengyi, his expression serious. "Where is shopkeeper Lin? What happened to the death train?" Huang Shengyi, still dazed, blinked before speaking. "I'm not shopkeeper Lin anymore. He left." The revelation hit Shuhuo like a blow. "He left?" he repeated, his tone heavy with disbelief. "Wait," Noble One brother interjected. "Didn't the death train say something about destroying shopkeeper Lin's soul?" A tense silence followed. The group stared at Huang Shengyi, who looked just as shaken as they felt. But Suhuo, ever the optimist, shook his head. "No, shopkeeper Lin's too strong. He wouldn't go down so easily. This is just a setback. Huang Shengyi, hearing his words, relaxed a little, nodding in agreement. You're right. He couldn't have died so easily. He controlled me from afar. He was too powerful. But then Huang Shengyi's eyes narrowed. She looked at Su Huo, her gaze shifting between him and something familiar. Wait, you look so familiar. Have we met? Su Huo, his confidence restored, smiled. Maybe we've known each other for longer than you think. Before he could finish, Huang Shengyi's gaze landed on the corpse lying nearby. Wait, that corpse, it looks like you. Her voice trailed off as a horrified realization dawned on her. Are you the fool who was killed by the golden zombie? Shuo froze for a moment, and then a wry smile spread across his face. Looks like the jig is up. Good news and bad news. The next chapter is out tomorrow. Prepare your monthly tickets and see you at noon. The eerie whistle of the steam train echoed through the night, freezing Shuhuo and his 4 younger brothers in their tracks. Their heads snapped towards the sound, and before them appeared the black, steam-powered locomotive, a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness. What made it truly strange, however, was the fact that it was entirely devoid of lights, and the train tracks seemed to extend on their own, as if it had a mind of its own. The 6 of them, Su Huo, his younger brothers, and even Huang Shengyi, whose body was under the control of Lin Hui, felt a powerful, inexplicable force gripping them. Their bodies stiffened, unable to move, as the train loomed ever closer, its haunting whistle growing louder. Woo! The sound was deafening now, and the train's automatic tracks had already stretched all the way to their feet. If nothing stopped it, they would either be crushed or swallowed whole by the train. The feeling of an intense, magnetic pull yanked at their bodies, drawing them closer to certain death. We're going to die. Huang Shengyi's terrified voice echoed in their minds, the fear palpable. Just as the train was about to engulf them, Lin Hui, still connected to Huang Shengyi from afar, began to consume all of his glory coins in a desperate bid to save them. The bright white light around Huang Shengyi flared, pushing against the pull of the train's suction. For a moment, it seemed as if they might break free, but then, from within the dark, billowing train, a massive black hand shot out, made entirely of fog, and seized them in its grip. The force of this new confinement was suffocating. Despite Lin Hui's efforts, even the glory coins couldn't break the binding hold. We're going to die. Huang Shengyi's voice broke through the mental connection again, her fear rising to a new height. Lin Hui, still observing from a distance, was furious. His mind raced. This wasn't just any train. This was something far more powerful, something beyond anything they'd encountered before. In that instant, Lin Hui's inspiration struck. With a deep breath, he used every ounce of his remaining energy and glory coins, focusing all his strength into a single, overwhelming force. From the distance, a giant hand of pure, radiant white light descended from the heavens, smashing through the sky with terrifying speed. The ground seemed to solidify under the pressure as the light hand collided with the black fog. The dark hand of the train didn't stand a chance. It shattered instantly, and the train's motion slowed significantly. Inside the train, an ancient, deep voice echoed. What? What is this? The unknown being inside the train hissed in disbelief. It attempted to counter with another black hand, but it was too late. The white hand pressed down with unmatched force, crushing the engine of the train and smashing the front carriages into the earth. A massive black eyeball, deep and menacing, appeared inside the train, glaring toward Huang Shengyi. No matter how hard you struggle, the voice croaked, you cannot defeat the god of death. As if in response, the white light around Huang Shengyi flickered and, in an instant, dissipated. The colossal hand that had been suppressing the train vanished, and the strange black steam train exploded into a cloud of black mist, which quickly burrowed deep into the ground. The sinister, ancient voice drifted through the air. You are too young to fight with death itself. Even if this god is injured, this strike alone is enough to destroy your soul. The mist quickly sank into the earth, leaving behind nothing but an eerie silence. Back at the hotel, Lin Hui slammed his fist on the table, his face dark with anger. That bastard! He broke my room card! His frustration was palpable. His connection to Huang Shengyi was severed. He could no longer control her or anyone else. Desperation filled him as he attempted to repair the connection, hoping that the others were safe. Meanwhile, the group outside the train station, who had just barely escaped the clutches of the mysterious force, were left stunned and disoriented. Without the confinement power, they collapsed to the ground in a heap. Ouch! No, one brother groaned, rubbing his sore backside. My back's gonna be sore for days. After a few moments, they picked themselves up, dazed and confused. The train tracks that had once been there had disappeared, vanishing as if they had never existed. And where the giant hand had struck, a massive imprint, a palm print the size of a small city, was etched into the earth, marking the site of a battle beyond their comprehension. That was a battle between gods, wasn't it? No. One brother muttered, still reeling from the shock. Shuo shook his head, trying to make sense of everything. He turned to Huang Shengyi, his expression serious. What happened to shopkeeper Lin? Where did he go? Huang Shengyi blinked, still trying to understand the situation. I'm not shopkeeper Lin anymore. He left. The words hit Shuo like a punch to the gut. What do you mean he left? His tone grew more urgent. Before anyone could answer, no. One brother spoke up, his voice filled with panic. Wait, the death train. Didn't it say something about destroying shopkeeper Lin's soul? A heavy silence fell over the group. Their eyes shifted between each other, the weight of the revelation sinking in. But Shu Huo, ever the skeptic, shook his head in disbelief. No way. Shopkeeper Lin is too strong. There's no way he could be killed so easily. Besides, he wasn't even here in his true form. He was just possessing Huang Shengyi. Huang Shengyi, who had been looking increasingly worried, sighed in relief. You're right. There's no way shopkeeper Lin could have died like that. He was too powerful even when he was controlling my body from a distance. Just as Huang Shengyi began to relax, her gaze fell on Su Huo, and she frowned, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. Wait a minute. You look familiar? Have we met before? Su Huo, with a playful grin, tossed his hair. Maybe we have. Perhaps for a lot longer than you think. Before he could finish, Huang Shengyi pointed to a nearby corpse. Wait, that corpse? It looks just like you. Her words struck Shu Huo like lightning. He froze, realization flooding his mind. Are you the fool who was killed by the golden zombie? Shu Huo's expression shifted, and the tension in the air was palpable. The game was up. Stay tuned for tomorrow's chapter. It's going to be explosive. Make sure you grab your monthly tickets, and I'll see you at noon. The night had fallen, plunging the world outside into darkness. A power outage seemed to have blanketed the entire city. The hotel's lights, however, cut through the gloom, visible from a distance, signaling the only source of light in the area. Lin Hui, armed with a fire axe, stood at the hotel's entrance, preparing to leave. Yet, as he was about to step outside, something strange happened. His feet suddenly felt as if they were glued to the ground. He staggered and fell forward, barely catching himself with his hands as the axe flew from his grip. Fuck! Lin Hui cursed, trying to push himself up. But every time he tried to take a step, his feet refused to move, as though some invisible force was binding him to the spot. He glanced back toward the front desk, where Wu Xuan, now a zombie, watched him, her blank eyes wide. Lin Hui could almost swear there was amusement in her gaze, but she didn't move. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Of all people, his girlfriend, now a zombie, was probably laughing at him. What the hell is going on? Lin Hui muttered to himself, staring at his feet. There were no ropes or tripwires. He tried again, attempting to step forward, only to feel that same invisible force pinning him in place. This time, though, he managed not to fall. A mix of frustration and confusion churned within him. Determined, Lin Hui backed up a little and then tried to leap out. His newfound strength should have easily allowed him to clear the doorway. But as soon as he attempted it, he collided with an unseen barrier, like slamming into a wall. The impact knocked him back with a harsh thud. Are you serious? Lin Hui groaned, annoyed. But he didn't give up. He crawled forward, hoping his body would be able to break free. His head and shoulders passed through the threshold, but his feet again refused to budge. He tried pulling his feet back in, only to find that this time his head couldn't leave. Great, now I'm stuck. Lin Hui thought bitterly. Is it the door, or is it the entire hotel? With growing unease, he continued his testing, moving from window to window, floor to floor, but the result was the same. No matter where he went within the building, an invisible force kept him from escaping. Am I like a ground-bound spirit? Panic began to seep into his thoughts. Is this what I am now? A ghost? He trudged back to the first floor, feeling defeated. Wu Xuan, still standing motionless at the front desk, didn't offer any comfort. Lin Hui walked over, wrapped his arms around her, and held her tightly, finding some solace in her presence despite the overwhelming strangeness of it all. We can't leave, Xuan Xuan. We're trapped here. Locked inside. As he spoke, a distant roar echoed from outside, growing louder and closer. Lin Hui's moment of quiet despair was interrupted by the sound of running footsteps. A man, holding a knife, burst through the hotel's doors, panic in his eyes. Run! Zombies are coming, he yelled as he dashed toward the stairs. Before Lin Hui could even react, several zombies burst in behind the man, ignoring him and focusing on the stranger instead. The man, glancing back in confusion at why the zombies weren't attacking the two people at the front desk, didn't slow his pace. He dashed up the stairs, the zombies hot on his heels. The hotel grew eerily quiet for a moment, save for the sound of the zombies pursuing their prey. The man made it to the second floor, where he found a dining area. He dashed inside, slamming the door behind him, but the zombies were relentless. They quickly broke through, and the man was forced to make a dangerous decision. He leaped from the second floor window, twisting midair to land awkwardly on the ground below. His body screamed in pain from the harsh landing, but he didn't stop. Pain didn't matter anymore. He was on borrowed time. Yet as he staggered to his feet and glanced around, he realized something unsettling. The streets were empty. No zombies. No sounds of any kind. Only the eerie silence. What was going on? He looked back at the hotel, noticing the strange, steady lights inside. It was odd. Outside, everything was dark, but here the hotel's lights were still burning bright. He hurried back inside, his mind racing with questions. Upon entering, his eyes were drawn to Lin Hui and Wu Xuan, still standing near the front desk, seemingly untouched by the chaos unfolding outside. But before he could approach, the unmistakable sound of shuffling footsteps reached his ears. More zombies were approaching. "Help!" the man shouted, running in circles, trying to evade the undead that seemed determined to catch him. His voice echoed through the lobby. But it was clear Lin Hui wasn't responding. Lin Hui barely raised an eyebrow. He continued to hold Wu Xuan, lost in his own thoughts, his lack of energy and spirit clear. Despite the chaos, he simply couldn't summon the will to fight back. He was trapped, and there was nothing he could do. The zombies closed in on the man with unnerving speed. The man dodged, weaving in and out of the furniture, but it was clear that his stamina was waning. His voice cracked as he screamed, "Why aren't they attacking you?" His desperation was palpable, but Lin Hui remained unmoved, his mind elsewhere. He wasn't even sure what he was witnessing anymore. Why weren't the zombies attacking them? Suddenly, Wu Xuan's lips parted, and a low growl escaped her throat. The noise sent a chill down the man's spine. Ah! The zombies paused, and for a split second, the tension in the air thickened. What was Wu Xuan going to do? Would the tide finally turn? Shu Huo stared blankly. A glowing birthmark? Seriously, what kind of nonsense is that? His internal monologue dripped with sarcasm as he glared at his number one little brother, who seemed far too eager to spill every detail. "I get it. It's the price shopkeeper Lin paid to bring the boss back." Number one blurted out, clearly enjoying the spotlight. Shu Huo wanted nothing more than to shove this loudmouth into a cesspool. "Are you trying to sell me out completely?" He gritted his teeth, suppressing his frustration as Huang Shengyi turned to number one, her expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief. "The cost of reviving the dead is a glowing number on the forehead?" she asked, her voice as calm as it was sharp. Being scrutinized by such a stunning woman had number one stumbling over himself. No, that's not it. The number means the boss owes shopkeeper Lin 10,000 zombie crystal cores. He puffed up his chest as if expecting praise for his explanation, but Shu Huo's icy glare quickly deflated him. He shrank back, wondering if he'd said too much. Huang Shengyi's eyes widened slightly. 10,000 zombie crystal cores? She did a quick mental calculation. That's at least 1,000,000 glory coins. For a moment, her gaze turned inward. To her, the price didn't seem outrageous. Money and resources, no matter how vast, paled in comparison to resurrecting a loved one. Life was priceless. Still, it was a staggering figure. Determination flared within her. 1,000,000 glory coins, it's not impossible, but I'll need to grow stronger. That's the only way. Her resolve was evident as she turned back to Shuhuo. Why did shopkeeper Lin leave such a mark on your forehead? Is it to make sure you don't forget? Shuhuo sighed, resigned. Forget? Trust me, I couldn't if I tried. But it's not just about memory. Lin only gave me a year. If I don't pay back the 10,000 zombie crystal cores by then, he'll take my life. Huang Shengyi nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Sense? Shuhuo blinked, caught off guard. She quickly clarified. Think about it. Shopkeeper Lin must have paid an enormous price to bring you back. It's only logical he'd ensure you repay it. Without a deadline, anyone might be tempted to run. This way, it's fair, reasonable even. Shuhuo stared at her, speechless. Reasonable? Fair? He shook his head, muttering under his breath. Night fell, and the distant cries of zombies echoed near the train station, eerie and relentless. Shuhuo and his group of 5 crept carefully through the shadows, every step measured, every sound muted. The threat of a horde loomed large, and none of them dared to draw attention. Meanwhile, back at the glorious hotel, Tang Zhen and his team returned under cover of darkness, escorting 2 survivors. The newcomers, a pair of twin siblings in their 20s, stared in awe at the hotel lobby. So this is the magical hotel you mentioned? The brother asked, his eyes wide. We thought the explosion was the army coming to rescue us, the sister added with a wry smile. Turns out it was just this. Their curiosity was palpable. It was clear they'd never set foot in a 5-star hotel before, even before the apocalypse. Boss Lin, we're back. Tang Zhen called out as they approached the front desk. Lin Hui opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the twins. Not bad. You've brought back 2 superpowers. Superpowers? Tang Zhen and his group exchanged confused glances. The twins, equally baffled, shook their heads. We don't feel anything special, the brother said. Lin Hui tilted his head, scrutinizing them. You might not realize it yet, but you'll see soon enough. As the twins shared their story, how they'd survived the apocalypse holed up in their snack-filled house, Tang Zhen couldn't help but marvel. These 2 were likely the luckiest survivors he'd ever met, untouched by hardship, their only challenges being boredom and fear. Before long, Lin Hui handed Tang Zhen a pair of reward boxes, and the twins offered their ID cards out of habit. Lin raised an eyebrow. What's this? Don't we need ID cards to stay in a hotel? The brother asked, confused. Lin chuckled. Not quite, but you'll need zombie crystal cores for a room. For now, stick with Tang Zhen's group. We'll sort it out tomorrow. Tang Zhen nodded, already considering how best to utilize the twins' potential. If their superpowers were as promising as Lin hinted, they could become invaluable allies. As the group disappeared upstairs, Lin Hui leaned back, lost in thought. Tang Zhen's luck was uncanny. First, a telekinetic survivor. Now, twins with latent powers. The pattern was too consistent to ignore. Death train, Lin muttered, his focus shifting. If the rumors were true, this wasn't just another obstacle. He smirked to himself. Let's see what the so-called god of death can do against me. For now, he turned his attention back to the hotel systems, fine-tuning its remote capabilities. The night stretched on, the mysteries of the apocalypse growing deeper with each passing hour. Under the veil of night, Shuhuo and his group of 5, along with Huang Shengyi, crouched beneath an overpass. The air was thick with unease. Zombies and unknown horrors lurked in the shadows, making the night even more perilous. Though Shuhuo was reluctant to travel further, worrying about the condition of his decaying body and the risk of losing its value, the real reason for the pause was exhaustion. His excessive use of superpowers earlier had drained him. Huang Shengyi sat apart, her back pressed against a bridge pillar, alert and wary. Though Shuhuo's group had shown her nothing but enthusiasm and claimed they'd protect her, trust was a luxury she couldn't afford in this apocalyptic world. She kept a hand close to the pistol in her hidden space backpack, ready for any betrayal. Memories of her ex-husband flashed through her mind, a man who had shown her nothing but scorn after the tragedy of her past. If he, someone she once trusted, could turn on her, what guarantee did she have about these strangers? As she steeled herself, a voice echoed in her mind. Huang Shengyi? Can you hear me? Her eyes widened in surprise. Shopkeeper Lin. Good, you can hear me. Lin Hui's voice was calm and reassuring. What's your situation? The death train severed my connection to you, and I've been unable to monitor your status. Relieved, she quickly recounted the events since they were separated. We're safe for now, hiding under a bridge. The death train hasn't reappeared. Safe for now, but don't let your guard down. That creature isn't gone, just in hiding, Lin Hui warned. I'll attempt to repair the tenant system in your body remotely. I need your permission to bypass the biological field protecting your mental space. Though hesitant, Huang Shengyi realized she had little choice. Lin Hui had already controlled her body once. There was no point in mistrusting him now. Do it, she agreed. Moments passed in silence. She felt nothing, not even a twinge of discomfort. Finally, Lin Hui's voice returned. The system is repaired. I'll take control again to ensure the mission progresses. This won't take long. Before she could respond, her consciousness drifted into a hazy state, and Lin Hui assumed control of her body. Standing, he stretched and called out, Shuhuo, wake up. We're moving. Startled, Shuhuo groggily sat up. Shopkeeper Lin, are you back? Yes, the death train only cut my connection temporarily. Let's go, Lin Hui said curtly. Shuhuo's 4 companions, hearing Lin Hui's voice, looked on eagerly. With his guidance, they felt a renewed sense of hope. Lin Hui quickly assessed Huang Shengyi's remaining glory coins, only 300, far from enough to reach their destination. Turning to Shuhuo, he asked, Do you have any zombie crystal cores? Shuhuo produced 3 cores without hesitation, handing them over. Lin Hui absorbed them, converting the energy into an additional 300 glory coins. The glowing number on Shuhuo's forehead ticked down to 9,997. I've updated the guest system, Lin Hui explained. From now on, you can convert zombie bodies and cores into glory coins remotely, no matter where you are. This way, you won't waste resources or risk theft. Shuhuo's face lit up with relief. That's incredible. This will make paying off my debt so much faster. Lin Hui nodded. Let's move. Activating his abilities, Lin Hui enveloped the group in a radiant aura. The force lifted them into the air, and they soared into the night sky like streaks of light. The speed was dizzying, and the group felt the wind rushing past as they shot toward their destination. Whoa, this is amazing, one of Shuhuo's companions exclaimed. We're moving so fast. This will cut hours off our journey. But Lin Hui's mind was calculating. Flying 6 people simultaneously drained 6 glory coins per second. At their current reserves, they wouldn't make it far. Gritting his teeth, he sacrificed 10 drops of his hotel's essence, recharging 1,000 glory coins into the system. It's my task. I'll bear the cost, he muttered. As the group neared their destination, Lin Hui's sharp eyes caught sight of something on the horizon. A sprawling structure loomed in the distance. Shuhuo, no need to guide me further, Lin Hui said with a smirk. I see it. A safe zone has already been established. It looks like this trip might be worth more than I expected. The suburbs of Shengming City stretched into vast, dim plains, sparsely dotted with private houses and shadowy factories. Under the cloak of night, the faint outline of a makeshift safe zone emerged on the horizon. Its perimeter was a chaotic fortress of abandoned vehicles stacked haphazardly, reinforcing a 2-meter-high, meter-thick wall, enclosing an area roughly 200 meters in diameter. Guard towers jutted from the wall like jagged teeth, manned by armed sentinels silhouetted against the faint glow of scattered floodlights. High above, Lin Hui observed the scene with keen precision. His heightened senses detected over 2,000 survivors huddled within the safe zone's confines, an impressive number considering the apocalypse had begun less than 10 days ago. The place was unexpectedly well organized, but its existence raised questions. Who was in charge? And what had they sacrificed to create this stronghold? Lin Hui halted their flight a kilometer away, dimming the radiant white aura surrounding Huang Shengyi's body. The group landed softly amidst the long shadows, the cold air heavy with tension. Is this the place you mentioned? Lin Hui asked, his tone neutral. Shuhuo squinted into the darkness, struggling to adapt after their journey in bright light. I think so, he replied hesitantly. It's hard to tell, but this should be the area. Lin Hui studied him briefly before nodding. This is the safe zone, but I won't be going in with you. Be cautious. This place may not be as safe as it seems. Shuhuo's confidence wavered briefly, but returned as he adjusted the weight of his own decaying body slung over his shoulder. Don't worry, shopkeeper Lin. I can handle myself. I have my powers, and I won't pick a fight unless provoked. They have guns, Lin Hui reminded him bluntly. Shu Huo hesitated but managed a small grin. So do I. Thank you for your help. With a gesture to his companions, he added, Let's move, brothers. The group melted into the darkness, their figures soon swallowed by the encroaching night. The four younger men cast lingering glances back at Lin Hui, or perhaps at Huang Shengyi's striking form, before reluctantly following Shu Huo's lead. Alone once more, Lin Hui turned his attention to the surroundings. The sparse population in this area meant fewer zombies, but he remained vigilant. A safe zone that openly traded the corpses of evolved humans was bound to attract trouble. Do you need my help with anything? Huang Shengyi's voice broke the silence within Lin Hui's mind. Not for now, Lin Hui replied. I'm going to establish a base near here. Any preferences for the location? Somewhere hidden, but close enough to zombies for easy hunting, Huang Shengyi suggested. She knew the Glory Coin system's demands all too well. Lin Hui began surveying the area, his movements silent and calculated. After half an hour, he settled on a secluded patch of bushes over a kilometer from the road. Nearby, a derelict factory teemed with zombies, a convenient source for Glory Coins. This will do, Lin Hui announced. Before he could act, a blur of motion exploded from the shadows. A creature lunged, eyes glowing an eerie blue, its jaws snapping toward Huang Shengyi's throat. Lin Hui reacted with inhuman speed, sidestepping the attack and seizing the assailant by its neck. It was a husky, a zombie dog, its fur matted and its snarls feral. The beast thrashed violently, but Lin Hui's grip was unyielding. Even dogs aren't spared, Huang Shengyi murmured, both horrified and heartbroken. Lin Hui didn't reply. With a casual squeeze, he crushed the zombie dog's skull, its body falling limp in his grasp. A soft glow enveloped the corpse as Lin Hui absorbed its essence, adding 120 glory coins to Huang Shengyi's tenant system. Zombies, human or otherwise, all have their uses, Lin Hui remarked flatly. He then activated the tenant system, selecting a new projection for their base. Moments later, the ground beneath Huang Shengyi shimmered as a square meter of stone foundation materialized, seemingly summoned from the Glory Hotel itself. It sank into the earth, stabilizing as if it had always been there. The completion of this simple foundation triggered a peculiar sensation in Lin Hui. Back at the Glory Hotel, kilometers away, he felt his consciousness split, as if tethered to both locations at once. A new beginning? Lin Hui muttered, his eyes scanning the night. Let's see how this plays out. Lin Hui stared at Wu Xuan as she caught her breath. Her anxious demeanor softened as soon as she saw him, but her eyes held questions she couldn't voice. Were you worried about me? Lin Hui asked with a faint smile, though his tone carried a note of surprise. Wu Xuan nodded subtly, but said nothing. She shifted her weight, her stance as steady as ever, but her silence spoke volumes. Lin Hui chuckled lightly. I wasn't gone for long. You didn't need to come running out like that. You left, Wu Xuan said simply, her voice calm but firm. I couldn't feel your presence, and that's never happened before. Lin Hui paused, absorbing her words. Her loyalty was unwavering, and the bond they shared, however peculiar, was undeniable. I'm back now, he reassured her. Nothing's changed. Wu Xuan nodded again, but didn't look entirely convinced. Lin Hui decided to drop the subject for now. There were more pressing matters. Earlier, in the bushes south of the city, Lin Hui had been grappling with an unsettling realization. The aura he sensed from the safe zone wasn't just familiar. It resonated with something deep within him. It wasn't human, and yet it felt intrinsic, as if it mirrored a part of his very essence. He shook off the thought, unwilling to spiral into speculation without evidence. Huang Shengyi, meanwhile, was examining the compact house Lin Hui had constructed. Her hand lingered on the moving stone he had handed her, the smooth jade surface cool against her skin. The house wasn't just a shelter, it was a fortress, and Lin Hui's parting words echoed in her mind. 1/10 as strong as the hotel, safe against missiles. Her gaze flicked toward the distance, where the faint outlines of the safe zone loomed. Lin Hui's earlier warning about the inhabitants' motives gnawed at her thoughts. The corpses of evolvers, the so-called miracle within the safe zone, it all painted a picture she wasn't sure she wanted to confront. Back at the Guanghui Hotel, Lin Hui sat behind the front desk, deep in thought. His earlier excursion to the south of the city had reignited a flicker of hope. For the first time, he'd been able to step beyond the confines of the hotel, albeit with strict limitations. He drummed his fingers on the polished wood of the counter, his mind racing. If he could extend the hotel's reach, perhaps even relocate it, it could change everything. But that raised new questions. The presence he'd sensed in the safe zone wasn't something he could ignore. If it was truly similar to him, it might hold answers to the mysteries surrounding his existence. And then there was the growing unease he felt. The apocalypse wasn't just reshaping the world. It was uncovering forces and truths far more terrifying than the zombies that roamed the earth. Wu Xuan's quiet presence at his side grounded him. She hadn't left since returning to the hotel, as if ensuring he wouldn't vanish again. "Wu Xuan," Lin Hui said suddenly, breaking the silence. "Yes," she responded instantly, her posture straightening. "I need you to be ready. Things might change soon, dramatically." She studied him for a moment, her expression unreadable. "I'm always ready." Lin Hui nodded, his lips curving into a faint smile. If the safe zone harbored danger, he would face it head-on. But more importantly, it might hold the key to unlocking his purpose. And, just maybe, his freedom. Lin Hui's heart softened as he watched Wu Xuan cling to him, her worry evident. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Before the apocalypse, Wu Xuan had been just as attached to him, her affection unwavering. Once they became a couple, she had been devoted to him in every sense, willing to go to extraordinary lengths to make him happy. Her intensity was both endearing and overwhelming. But now she was different, less aware, unable to speak, yet the same tenderness lingered in her gaze. Reaching out, Lin Hui gently stroked her head. "Xuan Xuan, I'm back," he said softly. She tilted her head, leaning into his hand with a contented expression. It was as if, for a moment, everything was normal again. "I'll help you recover your memory, Xuan Xuan," he promised, his determination renewing. He scooped her into his arms and carried her back into the hotel. Once inside, Lin Hui called out mentally, summoning Mo Qingxian. Moments later, she appeared, her demeanor calm and detached as always. "I'm stepping out for a while," Lin Hui informed her, setting up the permissions on the laptop at the front desk. If anyone brings a zombie crystal core, give them a room key, 1 day per core. If anyone causes trouble, just press this button, and the hotel will handle it." Mo Qingxian nodded, her beautiful face expressionless. Pausing, Lin Hui frowned. "What do you do in the room all day?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "Practice," she replied simply. "Practice? You mean cultivation? How? Do you have a method?" Lin Hui leaned forward, intrigued. "I created it myself," Mo Qingxian answered. Lin Hui's eyes widened. "You can create your own practice method? How?" She explained. "Each time you revive me, you leave some residual energy in my body. Using that, I developed a method to strengthen myself." "Is it something that can be taught to others?" Lin Hui pressed. "No," she replied firmly. "All right," Lin Hui relented. "Just keep an eye on the hotel while I'm gone." With that, he hugged Wu Xuan, and in an instant they disappeared, reappearing miles away at Huang Shengyi's modest home. The sudden appearance startled Huang Shengyi, who had just settled in for the night. She nearly reached for her weapon before recognizing them. "Why are you here again?" she asked, frowning. "And how did you just appear in my room? Isn't that a little intrusive?" Lin Hui offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry about that. If you're not too tired, I have another task for you." "I am tired," Huang Shengyi replied, her tone polite but firm. "I haven't slept properly in days." "Perfect. Then you're not too sleepy to hear me out," Lin Hui quipped, ignoring her protests. "This task is something only you can do. I need you to infiltrate the safe zone nearby and pass along a message." Huang Shengyi stared at him, incredulous. "You didn't hear a word I said, did you? What's the reward?" she asked, knowing resistance was futile. "I'll give you another moving stone," Lin Hui said confidently. "Another? That's it?" She raised an eyebrow. Lin Hui chuckled. "You underestimate its value. A moving stone lets you carry an indestructible house with you anywhere. Imagine having a safe haven at your disposal anytime, anywhere. Isn't that worth it?" Huang Shengyi folded her arms but couldn't deny the appeal. "Fine. What's the message?" Lin Hui's expression turned serious. "Tell the survivors in the safe zone about a mysterious place where systems are distributed in exchange for zombie crystal cores. Make it sound enticing. They need to believe it's a game changer." "And this place is the Glory Hotel?" she asked skeptically. Lin Hui grinned. "No, it's your house." "My what?" Huang Shengyi blinked in confusion. It's impractical for survivors to cross half the city to reach the hotel. So, for now, we'll make your place the beacon, Lin Hui explained. Realizing the implications, Huang Shengyi scowled. So you're exposing my location and compensating me with a moving stone? That's hardly a fair trade. Lin Hui's grin widened. Think of the possibilities. Your house becomes a sanctuary, impenetrable to anyone or anything, unless you allow it. And if things get dicey, you can move it elsewhere. Sounds like a pretty sweet deal to me. Despite herself, Huang Shengyi was intrigued. She couldn't deny the strategic advantage of a movable safe haven. All right, she conceded. When do I start? Right now, Lin Hui said. Don't worry, I'll stay connected to you the whole time. If anything happens, I'll take over your body and handle it myself. Huang Shengyi rolled her eyes but grabbed her gear, readying herself for the mission. As she stepped outside, she muttered, You could just do this yourself, you know. Lin Hui smirked, following her. Where's the fun in that? After Huang Shengyi left the house, the door sealed itself seamlessly, blending into the wall as if it were never there. The eerie silence outside was unsettling, but she tightened her grip on her courage, making her way toward the safe zone. Behind her, Lin Hui relaxed on her bed, with Wu Xuan nestled obediently against him. He projected part of his consciousness into Huang Shengyi's system, keeping a close watch on her every move. Despite her invisibility, the night's oppressive gloom made Huang Shengyi's heart race. With the dim starlight barely illuminating her path, the remnants of civilization appeared even more haunting. Shadows stretched ominously, and each gust of cold wind seemed to carry unseen whispers. Stay calm, Lin Hui's voice reassured her in her mind. Easy for you to say, she muttered under her breath, quickening her pace. The terrain shifted beneath her feet as she approached an overgrown graveyard. Broken tombstones jutted out of the earth like jagged teeth, and a strange odor filled the air. This is a cemetery, she whispered, her voice trembling. Lin Hui's voice echoed in her thoughts. Be cautious. The stench suggests something unnatural. Before his words fully registered, the ground cracked beneath her. A decayed arm burst forth, clawing at the night air. Huang Shengyi stifled a scream, clamping her hands over her mouth as her legs trembled. Stay silent, Lin Hui urged. You're invisible. Screaming will only expose you. She nodded faintly, suppressing her fear. The rotting creature pulled itself out of the ground, its decomposed body moving unnaturally, defying logic. That's not just a zombie, Lin Hui observed. It's something else. The heart's long gone, yet it moves. Fascinating. The creature turned its hollow gaze toward her, sensing her presence. Panic surged. Control my body, she begged. Relax, I've got this, Lin Hui replied, taking over. As Lin Hui assumed control, Huang Shengyi's invisibility dissipated. The corpse lunged, its speed on par with an evolved zombie. Lin Hui evaded effortlessly, unwilling to risk dirtying her hands with direct combat. Instead, he pulled a pistol from her inventory. Bang! The shot tore through the creature's chest, but it didn't falter. It lunged again, relentless and unyielding. Bang! Another shot blasted its head, slowing it but not stopping it. This thing's tougher than it looks, Lin Hui muttered. Let's see how far it can go. After a third shot obliterated what remained of the head, the creature collapsed, though it continued to writhe. Lin Hui stepped closer. Curiosity piqued. He extended his hand, summoning a ray of energy that enveloped the corpse. Slowly, the rotting flesh dissolved, transforming into a crimson liquid that flowed into his palm and was transferred to the hotel. 100 glory coins, he noted with satisfaction. Even this abomination can be useful. He relinquished control to Huang Shengyi, urging her to move before anyone from the safe zone investigated the gunshots. Invisible once more, she fled the graveyard, her heart pounding. What was that thing? She asked once she was a safe distance away. Not entirely sure, Lin Hui admitted. It's likely a corpse reanimated by the zombie virus through seepage from the red rain. Let's just classify it as weird. That's putting it lightly, she muttered, her nerves still frayed. As they approached the safe zone, Huang Shengyi spotted the towering 3-meter iron gate surrounded by vehicles. Guards patrolled the perimeter with sharp vigilance. Now what? She asked. Find a quiet spot and scale the wall, Lin Hui instructed. I can't climb that high, she protested. Let me handle it. Following his direction, she found an isolated section of the wall and surrendered control. Lin Hui deftly leapt onto the wall, using her body's agility to land silently atop its 1 meter thickness. From there, he gazed into the safe zone. The sight was grim. Beneath the faint glow of scattered lights lay rows upon rows of shabby tents, creating a makeshift city of desperation. Why are there only tents? Huang Shengyi wondered aloud, regaining control of her body. Lin Hui didn't answer immediately, his mind racing with possibilities. The once vibrant hub now resembled a graveyard in its own right, a stark reminder of how much the world had changed. This is just the beginning, he thought grimly. Lin Hui's silence was heavy in Huang Shengyi's mind as the sound of rushing water filled the quiet darkness. She shut her eyes tightly, her face burning with embarrassment despite the circumstances. "Don't you dare say anything," she hissed internally, unable to look at the mental projection of Lin Hui and her thoughts. "I wasn't going to," Lin Hui replied, though his tone held a hint of amusement. "Everyone has their limits. You're only human, after all." "Exactly," she shot back, her voice sharp. "So let me have this moment in peace." Lin Hui fell silent, sensing that his usual teasing wouldn't be appreciated in this situation. Huang Shengyi, now feeling slightly lighter, both physically and mentally, stood up quickly and brushed herself off, still avoiding any mental connection with Lin Hui's presence. She didn't need him to dwell on what had just happened. "Let's move on," she muttered, her voice barely audible. "You're right. The safe zone is likely on high alert after that stunt we pulled. We need to put some distance between us and them," Lin Hui said, his tone shifting back to business. Huang Shengyi resumed her invisibility and started navigating the uneven terrain, her steps quicker now as she focused on leaving the area. The darkness pressed in around her, and the eerie silence of the night felt heavier after her earlier scare. "Do you think they'll take the bait?" she asked after a while, trying to push the awkwardness from her mind by focusing on their mission. "They will," Lin Hui assured her. "Desperation drives people to act, and the mention of a system is enough to ignite their greed and curiosity. It's just a matter of who gets there first and who survives the trip." "That's cruel," Huang Shengyi said softly. "This is survival," Lin Hui replied, his voice cool. "Besides, it's not like I forced anyone to come. They're making their own choices." Huang Shengyi bit her lip but didn't argue further. She knew he wasn't wrong, but that didn't make the situation any easier to stomach. The apocalypse had changed everything, twisting morality and necessity into a tangled web she couldn't always untangle. As they continued, Lin Hui suddenly spoke again, his tone lighter. "By the way, don't feel too bad about earlier. Even the strongest warriors have moments of vulnerability." "Drop it," she snapped, her embarrassment flaring anew. Fine. Just trying to lighten the mood," he replied, though she could sense his grin in the tone of his thoughts. Huang Shengyi sighed and picked up her pace, eager to put the safe zone and the events of the night far behind her. The moonlight barely illuminated the path ahead, but with Lin Hui's guidance, she pressed on, determined to focus on what came next. Despite her exhaustion and the lingering humiliation, she couldn't deny the flicker of resolve growing within her. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them. And maybe, just maybe, she'd find a way to regain a sliver of normalcy in this chaotic world. The plain near the highway fell into a deep silence, broken only by the faint sound of rustling grass. Huang Shengyi straightened up, her cheeks burning as she adjusted her clothes with quick, nervous movements. She took a deep breath, hoping to regain her composure, but Lin Hui's voice rang out in her mind. "Are you not going to wipe it off? You'll get your pants wet. I've heard that's not great for hygiene." "Can you just stop talking?" Huang Shengyi snapped, her embarrassment flaring into irritation. "It's not like I had a choice. And anyway, this is your fault." "My fault? How is this my fault?" Lin Hui sounded genuinely confused. "You just forget it," Huang Shengyi muttered, unwilling to explain that her hesitance stemmed from the fear that Lin Hui, sharing her senses, might inadvertently see too much. She marched forward, determined to put the incident behind her. Lin Hui sighed in her mind, but let it drop. The two continued their trek in silence, weaving through the tall grass as they headed back to the bush where they had started. The night stretched on, dark and oppressive, but no further threats emerged. As they approached the edge of the bushes, Huang Shengyi slowed her pace. "Can you leave my body now?" she asked hesitantly, her voice low. "Why?" Lin Hui sounded surprised. I still need to keep an eye on this area. Survivors will start coming for the system soon. I'm not going anywhere. Huang Shengyi clenched her fists, her frustration rising. I just need some space, okay? You're not embarrassed, are you? Lin Hui chuckled. Come on, it's not like I saw anything. I only heard it. What's the big deal? It's like hearing someone in a public restroom. People don't stop living just because someone hears them flush. Huang Shengyi paused, considering his words. It wasn't the same, but maybe it wasn't that different either. She took a deep breath and forced herself to relax. Fine, let's just get inside. Reaching her shelter, she hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. A soft glow greeted her, an unfamiliar but comforting sight in the apocalyptic darkness. A tall desk lamp stood by the bed, casting warm light across the room. A lamp? She asked, her voice tinged with surprise and relief. Courtesy of the tenant system, Lin Hui replied with a grin in her mind. It doesn't use electricity, but it does consume glory coins. 1 glory coin keeps it running for 24 hours. To recharge, just hold the switch for a minute per coin. Huang Shengyi's eyes widened in awe. In a world devoid of reliable light sources, this lamp was a treasure. Thank you, she said sincerely. Lin Hui's voice carried a smile. Don't mention it. Exhaustion washed over her as the adrenaline of the night faded. She glanced at Lin Hui's presence beside her. I'm going to sleep, she said simply, climbing into bed. Her body gave in the moment she lay down. The day's battles, constant use of her powers, and near-death encounters had drained her completely. Before long, soft snores escaped her, signaling her deep sleep. Lin Hui observed her for a moment, then shifted his attention to the room. He conjured a small sofa from his hotel system and placed it against the wall, seating himself with Wu Xuan by his side. Despite his casual demeanor, he remained alert, his gaze occasionally flicking to the window. Meanwhile, the South City safe zone was far from quiet. The light message Lin Hui had planted earlier had sent ripples through the community. Survivors buzzed with excitement and confusion, debating the legitimacy of a system wholesaler. It has to be fake, one manager insisted. Systems are a myth, even in this madness. But what if it's not? Another countered, his voice filled with hope. A system could change everything. Despite attempts to suppress the news, whispers spread like wildfire. As the night deepened, daring survivors scaled the 3-meter-high wall, disappearing into the darkness in search of the mysterious wholesaler. Inside the central temple, the so-called land god seethed with anger. Traitors, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the sacred hall. They will be blacklisted. Any deserters will be executed on sight. But even his wrath couldn't quell the allure of the system. As chaos brewed within the safe zone, some of its most powerful leaders quietly slipped away, each determined to claim the system for themselves. For them, the risk was worth it. Back at the shelter, Lin Hui leaned back on the sofa, a faint smile playing on his lips. He had set the stage, and now the players were moving. All that remained was to see who would reach him and what they'd bring to the table. As dawn broke, the dim light seeped into the bushes surrounding Huang Shengyi's home. Inside, Lin Hui stirred, his eyes opening sharply, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Finally, he murmured, someone found this place. Relief mingled with satisfaction. He had been worried no one would locate them in time. With only a vague mention of 1,000 meters away from the safety zone, there was little else he could offer. Still, determination was an abundant resource in the apocalypse. He rose from his makeshift seat, prompting Wu Xuan to stand as well. Stay seated, he urged her gently, guiding her back. I'm just going to the door. You don't need to move. Wu Xuan complied, sinking back into her seat with a quiet nod. Meanwhile, Huang Shengyi stirred awake. Despite the previous day's exhaustion, her recovery had been swift, thanks to the bed's restorative properties. Noticing Lin Hui heading to the door, she activated her invisibility power, blending into the shadows. She wasn't eager to be seen by anyone who might show up uninvited. The door creaked open, revealing a man in his 30s approaching cautiously. His eyes darted to Lin Hui and then to the incongruous sight of a house nestled deep in the wild. Suspicion flashed across his face before curiosity took over. Lin Hui wasted no time. He extended his hand, his palm emanating a faint glow as a shimmering ball of light materialized. His calm yet commanding voice broke the silence. Are you here for the system? The man froze, torn between disbelief and hope. Is there really a system? He whispered, his gaze fixed on the glowing orb. A zombie crystal core, Lin Hui replied curtly, his eyes flicking briefly to the man's pocket, where he could sense the faint energy of a core. The man hesitated, clutching the core tightly. What kind of system? He asked, his voice tinged with caution. The Guanghuai Hotel guest system, Lin Hui explained. It grants the status of a Guanghuai Hotel tenant, enabling access to purchase anything from the hotel's catalog once the system mall opens. Though skeptical, the man couldn't ignore the allure of the opportunity. After all, in a world where survival was a daily gamble, the promise of a system was irresistible. Gritting his teeth, he produced the crystal core, watching nervously as it floated from his hand into Lin Hui's grasp. Simultaneously, the orb of light moved toward him, merging seamlessly into his chest. A sharp cry escaped his lips as his body convulsed briefly. Moments later he stilled, and his eyes widened in awe as a translucent interface appeared before him. It's real, he muttered, overwhelmed. I actually have a system. Lin Hui had already closed the door, uninterested in lingering. Outside, the man trembled with excitement, oblivious to anything but the newfound power coursing through him. Inside, Lin Hui turned to Wushuan. With a flick of his wrist, a basin of water and a zombie crystal core appeared. After rinsing the core, he handed it to Wushuan, who devoured it eagerly. Her calm expression betrayed none of her hunger, though her focused demeanor made her gratitude clear. Huang Shengyi watched the exchange from her invisible vantage point, a pang of envy surfacing. The crystal core was precious, and Lin Hui had offered it to the zombie woman without hesitation. She reminded herself that Wu Xuan was his partner, but the gesture still stung. Lin Hui's voice cut through her thoughts. There are more coming. Her heart raced as she activated her power again, vanishing from sight. Outside, 7 or 8 figures emerged from various directions, their wary eyes scanning the area. Spotting the house, they exchanged suspicious glances but continued forward, curiosity outweighing caution. Lin Hui opened the door, stepping out to face the group. Those who want the system, present your zombie crystal cores, he declared, his tone unyielding. A young man in the group sneered, pulling a pistol from his waistband. You expect us to believe you? He demanded. You're dressed like one of us. Who are you really? The others edged away from him, uneasy. Lin Hui's expression remained placid as he regarded the man. There are always those eager to test their luck, he remarked with a faint smile. The young man smirked. If you're as powerful as you claim, you'll survive this. Without hesitation, he fired. The crack of the gunshot echoed through the clearing. The others recoiled, their eyes darting to Lin Hui. To their astonishment, the bullet hovered inches from his palm, caught effortlessly mid-flight. Fools are everywhere. Lin Hui said coolly. With a snap of his fingers, the bullet reversed direction. A deafening bang followed, and the young man's head exploded, leaving a gruesome mess. Silence fell as the remaining onlookers stared, their faces pale. Lin Hui's gaze swept over them. Now, he said evenly, who's next? The remaining 7 people froze in shock, their faces draining of color as they instinctively stepped back. Lin Hui, with an almost bored flick of his hand, summoned 5 zombie crystal cores that had been forcibly extracted from the dead young man's body. They floated effortlessly toward him, and he examined them with an air of indifference before turning his gaze on the others. His voice was calm, but carried an unspoken weight. What about you? Do you need to test it too? The air grew tense. The 7 were quick to respond, voices full of nervousness as they distanced themselves from the now lifeless body. No, one stammered, clearly rattled. We're not with him. That guy, he was just unhinged. Another spoke up, adding in haste, We're here for the system, just like you said. The fear in their eyes was palpable, their nerves on edge from witnessing such raw power. They had seen Lin Hui flick his finger, effortlessly catching the bullet shot at him, and in that moment, they knew. No ordinary person could do that. Not even the evolved in the safe zone could boast such power. Lin Hui didn't react to their panicked words. He simply said, Those who want to receive the system, take out your zombie crystal cores. One by one, the 7 hurriedly pulled out their zombie crystal cores, and as if guided by an unseen force, they shot toward Lin Hui. The air hummed with energy as they floated before him, and Lin Hui, with a small wave of his hand, sent 7 glowing orbs of light toward the group. The 7 men watched in awe as the orbs slowly drifted toward them. They were in disbelief. This was it, the system they'd heard whispers about, something so powerful and mysterious. The light orbs hovered in the air before them, glowing with an otherworldly energy. The moment the orbs made contact with their bodies, they each fell into a violent convulsion. Their muscles twitched uncontrollably, their bodies seized by the force of the system merging with them. The process was brief, but when it was over, they were left panting, staring wide-eyed at the system's interface that appeared before them. "Is this the system panel?" One of them gasped, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Glory Hotel? We're tenants now?" The excitement was contagious, but then confusion took over. "Wait a minute," one said, noticing the fine print. "There's a time limit? What's this about glory coins to keep the system from disappearing?" The others quickly looked at their own panels, and murmurs of discontent spread among them. "A time limit?" Another voice added. "What if we don't have glory coins?" But Lin Hui, ever calm, had already prepared them for this. "Don't worry," he said, his voice cool and unbothered. "Once you get stronger, you'll have no trouble earning glory coins. Sleeping on the right bed can help you level up. Once you're strong enough, the system will be just a tool to help you evolve even further." As the others processed this, Huang Shengyi, still hidden, heard the conversation. Her mind raced. "A time limit?" she murmured to herself, confused. She hadn't encountered that detail, but she didn't dwell on it for long. Stealthily, she slipped away, leaving the hut to hunt zombies and gather more glory coins. By midday, the first batch of people to receive the system had spread the news, and more began arriving, some eager, some skeptical. But as the day wore on, the number of people dwindled. More and more hesitant souls lingered at the edges, waiting to see if the system was real. Lin Hui wasn't worried. He knew that once the word spread and the first few people showed their power, more would come. And sure enough, by nightfall, people continued to arrive, men mostly, but a few brave women had started showing up too. However, women were still in the minority. The rumors had spread, and more than 50 people had come through the door that day, each leaving with their own system. As the sun set, Huang Shengyi returned. She had successfully hunted more than 10 evolved zombies, earning over 1,000 glory coins, but at a steep cost. Her body was covered in wounds, some so deep they nearly bled her dry. Yet she didn't complain. She didn't cry out. Her resilience surprised Lin Hui, and though he was concerned, he knew her strength would pull her through. She needed rest more than anything, so she simply went to bed without a word, her exhaustion written in every movement. Meanwhile, Wu Xuan had consumed over 50 zombie crystal cores, and Lin Hui watched as the changes in her body became more apparent. Not only was she growing stronger, but her eyes now seemed more alive, more aware. Though she still couldn't speak, Lin Hui could see she was beginning to comprehend more of the world around her. Word of the system's existence was spreading like wildfire through the safe zone. Though some individuals tried to hoard the knowledge for themselves, there were always those who couldn't resist showing off. The system had become an open secret, and the safe zone grew more chaotic by the hour. People began seeking out Lin Hui, trying to barter for zombie crystal cores, desperate to get their hands on a system of their own. But as Lin Hui had predicted, there were always those who didn't think things through. That night, a few would-be system hunters learned the hard way that showing off could have deadly consequences. 3 men, eager to flaunt their newfound power, acted recklessly, and within hours, their room cards were returned to the hotel. The next few days saw more arrivals, 50 or more on the 3rd day, a handful on the 4th. But the safe zone's leaders were growing wary of the increasing number of system users. Lin Hui suspected they were holding back, trying to maintain control. They were scared of the system spreading too far. Then, just as the night was closing in and Lin Hui was about to leave, a familiar voice cut through the air. Shu Huo and his 4 companions were making their way toward the cabin, their expressions tense. "Damn it!" Shu Huo cursed loudly. "I was promised 300 zombie crystal cores, but they only gave me 100, and now the value's gone through the roof, all because someone spread word that the system's real." Lin Hui blinked, half amused. It seemed that someone had ruffled a few feathers. The man, now completely shaken, felt his legs give out beneath him as the horror of the situation gripped him. With a blood-curdling scream, he collapsed to the ground. 5 zombies, their eyes burning with hunger, lunged toward him, jaws snapping. He braced for the inevitable, but then, bang, 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 an unseen force slammed down on the zombies, crushing them into a mangled heap. Flesh and bones exploded outward, splattering in all directions. The man screamed again, but this time, the terror came not from the undead, but from the grotesque scene before him. Flesh turned to blood and seeped into the floor, disappearing as if swallowed by an invisible force. A chill ran down his spine as he watched the bizarre spectacle unfold. This was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Zombies were one thing, but this was something far darker, something even more unnatural. His mind raced, trying to process what he was seeing. But before he could make sense of it, Wushuan's voice cut through the air, a ferocious roar that echoed in the empty hotel lobby. Lin Hui, unbothered by the chaos, calmly soothed Wushuan, his hand gently stroking her hair. "It's okay, Xuan. It's okay. Don't scream." The strange calmness of his voice only added to the unsettling atmosphere, making the man even more nervous. As Lin Hui glanced up at the trembling man, he took note of his reaction. "What were you planning to do just now?" His voice was cold, devoid of emotion. The man, still shaking, managed to climb to the stairs, his mind reeling. "Living people?" he stammered, his throat dry. Lin Hui didn't miss a beat. "That's right. A living person can stay here without fear of the zombies, and clearly, you've seen what I can do to protect this place." He didn't wait for the man's response, instead continuing, "I am the owner of this hotel now. Lin Hui." The man's heart skipped a beat. Owner? The bizarre events in this place suddenly began to make sense. It wasn't just a hotel, it was a sanctuary, but one under the strange command of someone with unimaginable power. "Owner Lin, my name is Tang Zhen," the man said, his voice tentative as he extended his hand, unsure of what to make of the situation. Lin Hui shook it briefly, then pulled back, his thoughts still racing. Lin Hui turned his attention to the strange power he had gained. "I'm not a ghost, but I am bound to this hotel," he said aloud, as though to affirm his own thoughts. "My powers, well, they come with a cost." Tang Zhen swallowed hard. "You want to stay in the hotel?" Lin Hui's question took him by surprise. "Stay?" Tang Zhen blinked, trying to process the suggestion. "We're in the middle of the apocalypse. Who'd want to stay in a hotel?" "This one," Lin Hui said with a half smile, "is safe. No zombies can get in. I've already taken care of the ones inside." His voice was firm. "You can sleep here, no worry." The promise of safety was tempting, though Tang Zhen's face showed doubt. "How much is it going to cost me?" He couldn't help but ask. The apocalypse had stripped the world of many things, but one thing was certain, money was no longer a viable currency. Lin Hui smiled wryly. "Not money. You attract zombies. Simple as that." Tang Zhen's face twisted into a grimace. "Attract zombies?" "Not to die," Lin Hui clarified. "You shout from a distance, lead them to the hotel, and they'll come to you. You'll be safe here while they're kept at bay." Tang Zhen frowned, clearly not thrilled by the idea. "How many zombies do you want me to bring in?" 10 a day. 100 a month. "I think that's fair," Lin Hui replied without hesitation. "And food?" Tang Zhen asked, eyeing Lin Hui. "You take care of that yourself?" "What?" Lin Hui said with a shrug. Tang Zhen hesitated, but ultimately nodded. "Okay, I'll do it. But what about if I bring someone with me?" His voice grew quieter. "Is there any way to get a free room for 2? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. "No. If we share a room, though, I could lower the price for you." Tang Zhen grimaced, clearly displeased. "Charging by person now? Before the end of the world, it was by room." Lin Hui didn't react to the complaint, instead offering, "Here there's power, there are no zombies, and people can't harm each other. You can't say no to that." The mention of electricity caught Tang Zhen's attention. "Power? How's that possible? There's no generator noise." Lin Hui just smiled, offering no further explanation. "Ask no questions. Just enjoy it. I'll give you a room." He held up a keycard, which he handed over. Tang Zhen reached out for the keycard, noticing, for the first time, that the tension in Wushuan's gaze had disappeared. The strange hostility seemed to fade away the moment the card was in his hand. Lin Hui's mind raced with the realization that the keycard had more significance than just granting room access. It seemed to be a kind of identifier, a means of ensuring guests followed the rules. Thanks, owner. See you tomorrow, Tang Zhen muttered as he made his way upstairs. Lin Hui's words followed him like a shadow. Don't wander around, especially the kitchen or restricted areas. Lin Hui called after him. I can control the zombies, and I can control people too. Stay within the rules, and you won't have to worry. Tang Zhen paused on the stairs, understanding the unspoken threat. He nodded and continued up, feeling the weight of the decision he'd made. He couldn't deny the strange pull this place had, and as he moved, the streetlights seemed to flicker on and off behind him, as if in response to the keycard he held tightly in his hand. As Tang Zhen vanished from view, Lin Hui allowed himself a small smile, his mind working over the details. The hotel, his strange powers, and the people like Tang Zhen, it all fit together in ways he didn't fully understand. But he knew one thing for sure. Survival was no longer a question of brute strength, but of control. And Lin Hui intended to wield that control to its fullest. Before long, Shu Huo found himself in a furious situation. The person he'd made a deal with had drastically reduced their offer of 300 zombie crystal cores to a mere 100, and then attempted to force him into a dangerous experiment. Naturally, Shu Huo wasn't about to take this lying down. He gathered his 4 brothers and stormed the Biological Research Institute, blowing it to pieces. He didn't just escape with over 100 zombie crystal cores, but also left behind a trail of destruction. If they weren't going to honor their word, he certainly wasn't going to be merciful. Shu Huo had grown stronger ever since he'd benefited from the Guangwei Hotel's expansion. His fireball ability had developed into something fierce, almost like a howitzer in power. He and his crew set out, angrier than ever, with one thing on their minds: finding the elusive system wholesaler, whose identity had spread like wildfire among the survivors. But would this lead be real, or just another dead end? "Boss, up ahead, those bushes," said the first of his brothers, breaking into his thoughts. Shu Huo paused, still irritated, but the sight of a hut in the distance caught his attention. As he stepped closer, his eyes locked on the figure standing at the door, none other than Lin Hui. "Lin? Shopkeeper Lin?" Shu Huo was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Lin Hui's faint smile only deepened Shu Huo's unease. "I seem to have heard someone mention peeling off my skin?" Shu Huo froze, his stomach sinking. Could it be? Was Lin Hui the one who had leaked the news? He quickly turned to his brothers, his voice stern. "Which one of you said that?" There was a brief silence, and then his first brother quickly pointed the finger at himself. "Boss, you said it yourself." Shu Huo's face darkened. "So it was you, you ungrateful." His fist connected before he could finish his sentence, sending the first brother crashing to the ground. Lin Hui watched the scene with a mixture of amusement and pity. Clearly, Shu Huo had a few loose screws in his organization. But things were escalating fast, and the situation needed to be stopped before it spiraled out of control. "Enough," Lin Hui said coldly, his voice cutting through the tension. With a snap of his fingers, Shu Huo's fireball evaporated in midair, leaving the group stunned. Shu Huo, now trembling with anger and fear, quickly changed his approach. He rushed over, clutching a bag of zombie crystal cores. "Look, Shopkeeper Lin," Shu Huo said, trying to smooth things over. "Here are 107 crystal cores, just as promised. I sold my own body to make up for it. Please, don't be angry. I'll get the rest, 9,890 more, within the year." Lin Hui took the bag, his gaze steady, before responding with a small smile. "I don't need your excuses. Just remember, your life doesn't belong to you anymore. Don't waste it." Shu Huo, heart pounding, wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He couldn't afford to lose his life, especially with so much at stake. He nervously agreed. "Of course, Shopkeeper Lin, I won't waste it." Lin Hui then placed a hand on Shu Huo's forehead, the glow of his system shifting before it flew out of Shu Huo's body. Lin Hui made a few quick modifications, tweaking it so Shu Huo could absorb zombie crystal cores directly, saving him from unnecessary runs. Shu Huo watched in awe as the system's final form was integrated into his body. "Okay, you're all set," Lin Hui said, turning his attention to the rest of the group. "You 4, come over here." The 3 brothers stepped forward eagerly, each ready to receive their own system. But the first brother hesitated, still fearful after his earlier mistake. Shu Huo shot him a glare. "Didn't you hear what Shopkeeper Lin said? Come on." Reluctantly, the first brother joined the others, and Lin Hui modified their systems as well. Shuhuo watched, impressed. "Thank you, shopkeeper Lin, for everything," he said, bowing slightly. "I'll definitely live up to your expectations." Lin Hui's smile was tight but approving. "Good, but remember, you've still got debts to pay. I'll be taking 90% of your glory coins until you do." Shuhuo nodded, a fire of determination in his eyes. He had no intention of failing. As the group turned to leave, Lin Hui offered one final piece of advice. People who speak without thinking often make terrible mistakes, but with the right guidance, they can become powerful assets. The first brother looked up at Lin Hui with gratitude, realizing the wisdom behind those words. Maybe he'd never been the sharpest, but now he knew that following Lin Hui was the path to survival. Shuhuo shot him a look. "Don't worry," he said. "I won't kill him. Not yet, anyway." With the systems in place and their paths set, Shuhuo and his crew departed, ready for what lay ahead. But Lin Hui's words lingered in the air. The road to power was never easy, but as long as they followed the right steps, they might just survive the challenges that awaited them. Number one brother couldn't help but groan inwardly as Lin Hui closed the door behind him, silently retreating from the scene. Lin Hui didn't meddle any further, merely nodding as he left the area, his thoughts already on what was to come next. Inside the house, Huang Shengyi was sound asleep, while Lin Hui turned to Wu Xuan, who appeared much livelier than before. The zombie crystal cores seemed to be having a positive effect on her, and Lin Hui felt a flicker of satisfaction at her progress. He glanced at the time. It was late, but he had other matters to attend to. With a brief thought, Lin Hui teleported back to the Guanghui Hotel with Wu Xuan by his side. As usual, the hotel's front desk was still occupied by the ever-loyal Mo Qingxian, who greeted Lin Hui with her usual silence. She stood up as he arrived, but offered nothing in the way of conversation. "Everything quiet tonight?" Lin Hui asked, his voice calm, but carrying a subtle weight. "Nothing of note," Mo Qingxian replied, her voice soft but efficient. "Though Tang Zhen mentioned that you owe him 6 boxes of bullets." Lin Hui nodded, acknowledging the debt. But as he looked around, he noticed something new. There were more people in the hotel than usual. Several survivors had checked in, including Ren Wuxua and his sister Ren Wumei, whom Lin Hui had met before. Tang Zhen had clearly brought in a few more people recently. That made sense. After all, the bullets were a trade, and Lin Hui hadn't forgotten his promise. He owed Tang Zhen 6 boxes of bullets, and that wasn't a small debt. "If you want to head back to your room, go ahead. I'll keep watch here," Lin Hui said, turning his attention back to the task at hand. "Okay," Mo Qingxian responded quietly before disappearing down the hallway. Lin Hui began to work, washing the zombie crystal cores he had gathered in the past few days and passing them to Wu Xuan. He noticed the girl's eyes brightening, a sign of improvement that pleased him. The power of the crystal cores was unmistakable, and it was just the beginning. As the hotel's tenants adapted to the systems and began hunting zombies, Lin Hui knew his strength would grow exponentially. As he pondered the next steps, an idea formed. "We need to build the system mall. If we can put blueprints on it, the guests can use glory coins to purchase them. That will help the hotel's origin grow faster," Lin Hui muttered to himself. "But we can't send everyone away just yet. We need to sell more physical goods too, like guns. We need more types of guns." He was already thinking of ways to increase the hotel's influence, but as always, there was a sense of urgency. The future was uncertain, and the sooner they adapted to the new world, the better. Meanwhile, outside Huang Shengji's hut, Shuhuo shot a cold glance at number one brother, but didn't linger on the matter. His mind was focused on one thing: getting out of the safe zone. "This place isn't safe anymore. We need to move," Shuhuo muttered, already setting a brisk pace in the direction he had chosen. The 4 brothers fell in line behind him, following closely as they pushed forward. But something was off. As they walked more than 1,000 meters, Shuhuo's expression shifted. He suddenly halted, his face grim. "They've caught up with us. Let's speed up." Without waiting for a response, he quickened his pace. The 4 brothers followed, but they weren't quick enough. Not long after they began running, a group of over 20 armed individuals appeared behind them. These men were not the usual survivors. They looked like gangsters, unfazed by the apocalypse. Perhaps they had come from a world untouched by the chaos, or maybe they had simply adapted faster than most. Are you sure this is the right direction? A middle-aged man asked the young man beside him, his voice cold. The young man, Wang Zong, nodded confidently. The breath came from this way. They won't be far behind. Keep chasing, the middle-aged man ordered. That little beast dared to destroy my lab. I won't let him get away. The man's name was Qin Guwei, and before the apocalypse, he had been a pharmaceutical mogul. But like many in his field, he had a dark side. He dabbled in dangerous experiments, creating substances that could cause destruction. When the world fell apart, he saw an opportunity. He raided armed forces, gained access to weapons, and began hunting those who had evolved into powerful beings. His goal? To study their biology and somehow use technology to achieve what he couldn't: evolution. However, things hadn't gone as planned. A land god had appeared above his biological research institute, destroying his lab and his plans. Despite this, Qin Guwei had refused to give up. He compromised, took on a subordinate role in the new safe zone, and waited for his moment. That moment came when he heard of the so-called system wholesaler. Eager to gain power, he sent his most trusted men to get close to Lin Hui. When they failed, he joined the ranks of survivors and obtained a system of his own. But Qin Guwei soon realized the system was far less than what he had hoped. Although it was a system, it didn't directly make him stronger. It merely gave him a few tools, like a space backpack, which he eagerly filled with glory coins. But even after spending over 20,000 glory coins, he found himself unsatisfied. The power he had anticipated was nowhere to be found. Damn it! This system is a scam, Qin Guwei fumed, cursing under his breath. What kind of system is this? It's nothing but a glorified backpack. His frustration mounted as they chased Suhuo. But then, something caught his eye. There was a glowing light up ahead. He stopped and stared. What's that? Go check it out, he ordered one of his men. The subordinate approached cautiously, gun drawn. As he reached the source of the glow, he found a fireball the size of a fist resting in the grass, its heat blackening the earth around it. The moment he laid eyes on it, the fireball exploded with a deafening roar. The blast was devastating. The subordinate was torn to pieces, and the shockwave sent Qin Guwei's men scattering. When the dust settled, Qin Guwei was furious. "Shu Huo, you little bastard," he shouted. "I'll make you pay for this." Although he hadn't seen Shu Huo in person, the explosion was unmistakable. It was a method he had seen before. No one else could be so bold. With his fury mounting, Qin Guwei turned to his remaining men. The explosion's shockwave sent everyone scattering. Qin Guwei, who had been so confident moments before, now found himself thrown off his feet, his men scattered in all directions. The night was lit up like day by the blast, and the smell of burnt flesh and smoke quickly filled the air. Brother number one, still caught up in his frenzy, didn't hesitate. He flung the lifeless body he had been tossing like a rag doll aside and rolled swiftly to avoid the blast. His instincts were sharp. He had to survive, no matter what. From his position in the grass, Shu Huo watched the chaos unfold, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't believe the sudden turn of events. The explosion had changed everything. His powers, already growing, now surged within him. His strength and perception were sharper, heightened to an almost unnatural degree. It was as if the energy around him had shifted, leaving him feeling lighter, stronger, and more connected to the world around him. Have my powers upgraded? He wondered in awe. But there was no time to dwell on it. The moment he had waited for had arrived. Lao Yi had created an opening, and Shu Huo was going to seize it. With newfound speed and determination, Shu Huo rolled to the side and sprang to his feet. His body felt more powerful than ever, and he wasted no time in charging back toward the fray. The number one brother, who had been a wild blur of destruction moments before, was still swinging at anyone within reach. But there was no time to worry about that. Shu Huo's focus was now on the larger threat, Qin Guwei. Shu Huo saw the bulky figure of Qin Guwei in the distance, clearly rattled by the blast. It didn't matter how fast or powerful the man was. Shu Huo had just gained an edge, and he was determined to use it. His feet moved with explosive force, the ground beneath him almost cracking from the speed. As he approached, his hand ignited with energy, and a fireball, bright and burning with fury, formed in his palm. "Lao Yi! Move!" Shu Huo shouted urgently. His voice cut through the smoke and chaos. No, One brother reacted immediately, tossing the body he had been holding and rolling out of the line of fire just in time. Qin, still trying to regain his footing, saw the fireball coming. His eyes widened in horror as the fireball sped toward him, its glowing heat cutting through the smoke like a missile. "Get down!" he screamed, but it was too late. The fireball slammed into the ground with a deafening boom, throwing up a wave of heat and smoke. The explosion sent a blinding flash through the air, and the force of it blew the men around Qin away. The blast was so intense that two of his closest subordinates were consumed by the flames, their bodies bursting into fire and tumbling through the air like human torches. The shockwave tore through the surrounding landscape, setting the grass ablaze and throwing everything into disarray. Qin, now dazed and in pain, scrambled to get back on his feet, his once pristine demeanor shattered by the raw power he had just witnessed. His men, his once loyal soldiers, were no longer in any shape to fight. Some were scorched beyond recognition, while others lay unconscious or worse. The battlefield had been reduced to nothing more than a burning ruin. Meanwhile, Shuhuo stood tall, chest heaving with exertion, his eyes narrowed on the man who had once been a figure of authority in his life. The fireball had done its job, but it was far from over. He was going to finish what Lao Yi had started, no matter the cost. The transformation he had undergone wasn't just physical, it had given him purpose, and with it, an unshakable determination. Shuo's power had only just begun to reveal itself. He wasn't the same man who had entered this fight. He was something more. And this time, Qin wouldn't stand a chance. With each step toward his enemy, Shuo felt the power coursing through him. The fear that had once held him back was gone. All that remained was the need for justice, for revenge, and for survival. His enemies were scattered and weakened, but he knew he couldn't let his guard down just yet. The game had changed, and Shuhuo was ready to play. Qin, still recovering from the explosion, looked up to find Shuhuo charging toward him. His mind raced. How could this kid, this little beast as he had called him, be so strong? He had underestimated him before, and now it seemed that mistake might cost him everything. As Shuhuo closed the distance, he could almost feel the heat of the flames still licking at the air around them. It was time to end this. The tenant system, now transformed by the room card and aided by the universal glory coin, began to adapt to the soul of its new host, Qin. Lin Hui watched intently as the system's threads, like delicate silk, began to weave through the stars of the man's memory. These threads penetrated deep into every memory fragment, connecting them all. But the process didn't stop there. Lin Hui's consciousness followed the threads, moving beyond the memories into the very cells of Qin body. Each cell, each microscopic unit of life, was now interconnected by the tenant system. It was as if the entire man's physical being was becoming one with the system. Then, a panel materialized before Lin Hui's eyes, an unexpected and detailed system interface. It wasn't just the basic tenant system that Lin Hui had created. This one was different, more complex, offering more options and deeper integration. The system displayed information about Qin new abilities, including a talent that was displayed in garbled characters. Lin Hui's curiosity spiked. He realized that he could name this talent, should he choose to. But it wasn't just the talent that intrigued him, it was the startlingly fast recovery of Qin body. Lin Hui could see the supernatural energy radiating from within Qin cells, speeding up the metabolism to an impossible degree. His body, broken and battered, was regenerating at a speed far beyond normal human capabilities. Rebirth of flesh and blood? Lin Hui muttered under his breath. He couldn't help but feel a shiver of realization. This is supernatural power, and it's awakening within him. His soul is the key to this transformation, this level of integration. It's unprecedented. Lin Hui quickly concluded that this situation could not be replicated by mere chance. Only those who had come close to death, who had nearly perished in the process of integrating with the tenant system, could awaken such abilities. Qin had experienced such a near-death disaster, and this had triggered his awakening. Lin Hui knew this was a unique case, one that would require further observation. He decided to study Qin as a key subject, though he also understood the danger of revealing his presence. Qin was a man plagued by paranoia, and knowing Lin Hui's existence would only push him into madness. With a smirk, Lin Hui realized that he now had complete control over Qin Gui. The integration between the tenant system and Qin Gui had reached a level where Lin Hui could command his body with ease. Unlike Huang Shengyi, where Lin Hui needed consent to control her, Qin Gui was completely under his influence. This power was intoxicating, but Lin Hui knew better than to reveal it. If Qin Gui discovered his ability to control him, the consequences would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, in a residential building in the southern suburbs of the city, Xu Huo and his group gathered after the chaos. The second brother and third brother had arrived first, carrying the injured fourth brother. Soon after, Xu Huo joined them, and from a distance he saw the first brother running toward them. A strange mix of emotions surged within Xu Huo, but he put on a smile and approached him. This time, the first brother had proven himself. "Boss! Boss!" The first brother stammered, clearly nervous about Xu Huo's reaction. Xu Huo took a deep breath, his smile widening. "Good job! You've made a great contribution today." His voice was filled with praise, and the first brother's eyes lit up with excitement. But then, without warning, the first brother pulled out an assault rifle. Xu Huo's heart skipped a beat. He dove to the side, instinctively fearing betrayal. The first brother looked at him, confused. "Boss, I picked it up," he said, holding out the rifle sheepishly. Xu Huo's face turned red from embarrassment, but he recovered quickly, brushing it off. He walked over to the first brother, who was still holding the gun, and carefully reached out to take it. To Xu Huo's surprise, the rifle was in perfect condition, but there was one problem. It was out of ammunition. "I ran into a few zombies on the way here," the first brother explained awkwardly. "Used up all the bullets, but the gun is still in good shape." Xu Huo's expression darkened, but he couldn't help but appreciate the gesture. After all, the rifle was still a valuable tool, even without ammo. The first brother had clearly done his part, and Xu Huo could sense the other man had gathered a good amount of zombie crystal cores. He had likely opened the space backpack, which meant he had resources to spare. Xu Huo looked at the first brother with a renewed sense of respect. He returned the rifle and smiled. "I was wrong before. From now on, you'll be my brother." The first brother was taken aback. "Really, boss?" Xu Huo's grin widened. "A gentleman's word is his bond," he said with a wink. "You've earned it. As long as you don't let me down, those crystal cores you collect are yours to keep." The first brother's eyes lit up with surprise and gratitude. "Thank you, boss," he said, his excitement palpable. "My name is—" "Just call me Lao Yi," Xu Huo interrupted with a playful smile. The first brother hesitated for a moment, but then nodded, laughing along. "All right, Lao Yi it is. Thank you, boss." Xu Huo chuckled, but deep down, he knew he had made a powerful ally in the first brother. Whatever came next, he was ready to face it with his newfound brother at his side. The first light of dawn broke across the charred landscape south of Shengming City. The once lush grass was now blackened, the earth scorched for hundreds of meters. Qin Gui slowly opened his eyes, his body aching as he processed the surreal situation. "I am still alive?" he muttered in disbelief. His gaze shifted, landing on the tenant system's interface, and his heart skipped a beat. In bold letters, the system displayed, "Innate ability, immortal body." A surge of excitement flooded through him. "Is this my ability?" Qin Gui whispered, his voice trembling with awe. "I awakened my ability, immortality. Is this the reason I didn't die?" His pulse raced as realization hit. He had become an evolver, a being with supernatural powers. Even Xu Huo's fireball, something that could obliterate a building, had failed to kill him. Immortality? It was more than he could have dreamed. He had always longed for this power, and now, against all odds, it had come true. But the thrill was short-lived as a cool breeze hit him, and he realized with a jolt that he was completely naked. "Damn it," he muttered, uncomfortable in his exposed state. His body, however, seemed to have undergone a strange transformation. His skin was younger, smoother, and more vibrant. "I feel alive. I feel like I can live forever." His heart raced again, this time with the wonder of what lay ahead. Immortality was no longer a distant dream. It was now his reality. The possibility of becoming even stronger as time passed only fueled his excitement. He had survived the death-defying ordeal, and now he had the power to shape his own future. "All right, time to move," he said, forcing the excitement to simmer down. Qingwei focused on the direction ahead, his mind set on reaching the city. He had no intention of returning to the safe zone. There was nothing left for him there. The research institute, where he had once worked, was gone, destroyed by Shuhuo. He was free now, and with the system and his new abilities, he would not go back to playing the underling. Not now. Not ever again. His mind drifted for a moment, conflicted. Should I thank Shuhuo or hate him? The thought of the fireball that nearly killed him still stung, but he couldn't deny that it had pushed him to awaken his power. This is fate, he muttered, clenching his fists. Even if I wanted to forgive, that bastard wouldn't let me. His thoughts steeled as he picked up the pace. But then a thought struck him. Now that I'm an evolver, I'm not afraid of him anymore. With that, he sneered to himself and reached into his space backpack, pulling out a pistol. It wasn't the strongest weapon, but it would do for now. His backpack, a gift from the tenant system, was nearly full of guns, bullets, and supplies. Yet, he realized with some annoyance, he hadn't packed any clothes. Great, he muttered, scanning the horizon. But his discomfort was short-lived as he spotted a house in the distance, an old 3-story structure. Clothes first, he decided. As he approached, his eyes fell on a female zombie stumbling near a car parked outside. Qingwei paused, assessing the situation. Zombies had become far more dangerous lately, and his pistol wouldn't be effective unless he hit vital spots. Quietly, he swapped the pistol for his assault rifle. He had killed zombies before, and knew the stakes. The female zombie's head snapped up as she heard his approach. Qingwei didn't hesitate. The sound of rapid gunfire filled the air as he unloaded a barrage of bullets, the zombie falling to the ground in a lifeless heap. He waited for a minute, listening for any signs of others drawn by the noise. When all was quiet, he cautiously approached the house. The building had once been a small store or canteen, and while the door was closed, candy wrappers scattered outside indicated it hadn't been untouched. He pushed against the door, but it didn't budge. With a swift kick, it swung open. Ah! A woman's scream echoed from inside. Qingwei froze for a moment, surprised. Inside, a young woman in her 20s, her yellow-dyed hair in disarray, squatted in the corner, clutching a kitchen knife, her eyes wide with fear. The moment their gazes met, both froze. She stared at him, at the middle-aged man with a shiny bald head and no clothes, and he looked back at her, irritated by the sudden interruption. "Don't kill me, please," she cried, seeing the assault rifle in his hand. "I'll be your woman. Just please don't kill me." Qingwei scowled, feeling uncomfortable. "Shut up," he growled, his voice hard. The woman immediately fell silent, terrified. He scanned the house quickly, ensuring there were no threats before grabbing a dirty woman's dress hanging nearby. He wrapped it around his waist, taking a moment to collect himself. "You," he began, his tone sharp. "Is anyone else here?" The woman, trembling, answered in a whisper. No, it's just me." Desperation clung to her voice as she added, "Please don't kill me. I can be your woman. I'm skilled. I'll do whatever you want. Just don't kill me." Qingwei grimaced, his patience thinning. "Shut up," he repeated, his brow furrowing in annoyance. "I'm not going to kill you," he said after a moment. "But I need clothes. Do you have any men's clothes?" He spoke with authority, making it clear he wouldn't tolerate any tricks. Yes! The woman nodded quickly, relief washing over her. She shuffled into a back room and returned shortly with some men's clothes in hand, including a pair of unopened men's underwear. "These were my dad's. They should fit you." "Put them on the ground, then go back to the corner and sit. Don't do anything to make me suspicious." Qingwei's voice was firm. The woman nodded eagerly, dropping the clothes and retreating to the corner, where she sat down quietly, avoiding eye contact. Qingwei wasted no time. In front of her, he dressed, finally feeling a bit more comfortable. As he finished, he looked at her, his gaze softer now. He had come so close to death. Now, with immortality on his side, he felt unstoppable. "What's your name?" he asked casually, now that the immediate danger had passed. "Yanfeng," she replied, still cautious but willing to answer. "Where are your parents?" Qingwei inquired, his voice low. Yanfeng's face darkened. "My mother turned into a zombie. She's outside. My father, he went out to buy goods when the world ended, and he never came back. I'm not sure where he is, but he's probably in danger." Qingwei nodded, but didn't press further. Instead, he looked at the woman more closely. She was young, perhaps about 20, with yellow hair and a nervous energy about her. If he hadn't been so focused on survival, he might have wondered if she reminded him of someone from his past. Suddenly, Yan Fang spoke again, her voice shaky. "What I said before. It's true." "True?" Qingguo was caught off guard. She lowered her gaze, blushing slightly. "I'm willing to be your woman. I've learned a lot. Before the world ended, I made sure to be prepared, to be a good wife and mother. I've learned many things. I'll serve you well." Qingguo blinked, unsure of how to respond. This world had changed in unimaginable ways. Qingguo exhaled a slow, heavy breath, his expression blank as he glanced at Yan Fang, who looked almost like his own daughter. An old saying flashed in his mind, one that young people often joked about. "Having a girlfriend when you're young just helps someone else develop a wife." He scoffed, irritated. Was she just assuming I'd be her protector? He couldn't help but let out a cold snort. He wasn't in the mood for this. His focus shifted as he began rummaging through the consignment point for anything that could be useful. The moment he found food, he stuffed it into his space backpack, hoping to gather as much as possible. The space was limited to 100 kilograms, though, and since he had stored firearms and bullets, his food stash filled up quickly. He tore open a package and began eating right away, not caring about the mess. Yan Fang, sitting in the corner, pretended not to see. She was more focused on her survival than on the man eating in front of her. The harsh reality of the end of the world left little room for any other thoughts. Her mind briefly flickered to how men, no matter how much you help them, always find a way to make you feel ungrateful when you don't do enough. Once Qingguo had eaten enough, he stood, took out his pistol, and stepped outside. Yan Fang felt a small sense of relief, but also a nagging regret. I'm a weak woman. How long can I survive alone like this? Outside, Qingguo glanced at the zombies he had killed, an idea stirring in his mind. Could a corpse be used to gain glory coins? Following the instructions in the tenant system, he absorbed the zombie's body and, sure enough, received a zombie crystal core. The moment he absorbed it, over 130 glory coins appeared in his system. He smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, he muttered. This system may be weak, but it's simple to use. Still, I wonder what these hotel peripheral houses are about. Just as he was about to leave, something suddenly clicked. He remembered the over 2,000 survivors in the safety zone south of the city. Only 100 or so of them were women. Why are there so few women? He felt an unexpected sense of urgency. What if there are no women left in the future? The thought struck him like a cold gust of wind, making him reconsider his next move. Turning back, he re-entered the house. Inside, Yan Fang was still huddled in the corner, her body trembling slightly at his return. She had been too afraid to move, even as the door remained open. When she saw Qingguo walk back toward her, her nerves were stretched to the breaking point. He looked at her and suddenly ordered, "Stand up. Let me see you." Yan Fang blinked in confusion, but stood obediently. Qingguo studied her closely, now noticing how well-formed her figure was. "You said you have good skills?" he asked, his voice curious. Yan Fang's eyes lit up with confidence. "Of course. I've been through many battles and have plenty of experience." Qingguo raised an eyebrow. "I don't believe you. I'll check it myself." His tone was stern, the warning clear. The tension in the air was palpable. Meanwhile, a powerful explosion rocked the southern part of the city. A group of zombies that had rushed out of an alley were sent flying, torn apart in the fiery blast. "Boss is mighty!" One of Shuhuo's men cheered as the explosion settled. Shuhuo, his pride evident, surveyed the destruction. His superpower had advanced significantly, and now evolved zombies, once indestructible, were like nothing more than paper targets to him. His fireballs were devastating, with explosive power comparable to that of an RPG, if not stronger. The high-temperature flames that followed left no zombie standing. "Boss, more zombies coming from the right," his second-in-command shouted. Without hesitation, Shuhuo condensed another fireball and hurled it toward the approaching horde. The explosion ripped through the zombies, dismembering them with ease. "Another group from the left," shouted the first brother. Another fireball, and more zombies were torn apart. Shuhuo continued to unleash his devastating attacks, taking down dozens in mere minutes. Despite his power, the constant exertion of throwing fireballs was beginning to tire him out. By the time the last wave of zombies had been wiped out, he was fatigued but satisfied. "Watch the perimeter," Suhuo barked. "I'll clean up here." His 4 subordinates quickly scattered to ensure no zombies would sneak up on them. Even brother number 4, who had an injured thigh, didn't slack off. His recovery was rapid, thanks to the zombie virus, and he was nearly as strong as an evolved person. Suhuo wasted no time. The explosion and fireballs would certainly attract more zombies, and he couldn't afford to let himself get too exhausted. Each fireball drained his energy, and though he could throw about 20 in a single go, the battle was far from over. As he absorbed the remains of more than 100 evolved zombies, Suhuo gained over 10,000 glory coins. However, much of that was deducted, leaving him with just over 1,000 glory coins. Relieved, Suhuo immediately used the coins to expand his space backpack, adding 10 kilograms of capacity. With his supplies nearly packed, he rushed into a nearby supermarket to scavenge as much food as he could. By the time the backpack was full, Suhuo and his team were ready to move out. "Let's go." "We're leaving," he commanded, without a second thought. As they hurried away, they quickly realized just how narrow their escape had been. A massive wave of zombies flooded the area they had just left. Had they stayed any longer, they would have been overwhelmed. The group sprinted several hundred meters to safety before entering a nearby building, hoping to regroup and plan their next move. But as soon as they entered, they were met with a startling sight. Another group of people was already inside. "Who's there?" a voice demanded. "Stop!" Another voice shouted as a group of armed survivors pointed their guns directly at Suhuo and his men. Suhuo instinctively reached for another fireball, ready to defend himself. "Don't shoot! We'll all die together!" The armed group hesitated. One of them recognized Shuhuo's level and muttered, "Level 2 evolver?" Shuhuo's brow furrowed. "Someone here actually knows about evolvers?" Before he could react further, a middle-aged man pushed his way forward, eyes widening in disbelief. "Wait, you're the fool who got killed by the golden zombie, right? Aren't you dead?" Shuhuo's temper flared. "You're the fool!" he snapped. "Your whole family's a fool!" The man, Captain Huang, quickly backpedaled. Sorry, misunderstanding. I didn't mean to offend." Suhuo's first-in-command stepped forward, proudly announcing, "Our boss was brought back to life by owner Lin, Before he could finish, Brother No. 3 clamped his hand over the man's mouth, stopping him from saying more. Shuhuo shot Brother Number 1 an angry glare, silently wondering if this guy had somehow gained the power of truth. Despite Brother Number 3 covering Number 1's mouth in time, Captain Huang, who had overheard the comment, immediately reacted in disbelief. "Resurrection? How is that even possible? How can someone come back from the dead?" Shuhuo didn't respond, but felt a strange sense of superiority. Yes, he had come back from the dead, thanks to the mysterious forces at play. It was then that Shuhuo recognized Captain Huang. He was the same man who had attracted the golden zombies that led to Shuhuo's near-death experience. Shuhuo's face darkened, bitter resentment bubbling up. If it weren't for Captain Huang's actions, Shuhuo wouldn't have been put in that life-or-death situation. At that moment, the metal controller stepped forward, locking eyes with Shuhuo. The two stared at each other, both seemingly waiting for the other to speak. But neither did. The silence stretched until Captain Huang broke it, still shaken by the revelation. "So, this Lin Hui, the owner of the hotel, he resurrected you? Can he really bring people back from the dead? How powerful is he?" Captain Huang's shock was palpable, his voice filled with awe. As an official, he had seen many strange things, but nothing like this. A being who could resurrect the dead? It was beyond comprehension. Captain Huang's voice softened as he spoke to his team. "You're not enemies. Lower your weapons." The team complied, though their vigilance remained high. Shuhuo, still eyeing them warily, allowed his fireball to dissipate, though he didn't soften his gaze. He hadn't forgotten how he had been duped into death, nor would he forgive that easily. Captain Huang seemed to understand the tension and shifted gears. "You must be Shuhuo. I've heard of you from Lin Hui. So, who are you exactly?" Shuhuo snorted, crossing his arms. "What makes you think you can talk like that to me? Just because you're a second-level evolver doesn't mean you're the only one." As the tension thickened, the metal controller stepped forward. his presence becoming more imposing. Suwo sensed the same level of power from him, another second-level evolver. Among the armed group, there was also a woman who exuded the aura of an evolver. That made 2 second-level evolvers in the group, and at least 10 other armed individuals. This was no ordinary team. "Relax," Captain Huang said, sensing the growing hostility. "We're not enemies. We're part of the country's evolution team. Our job is to search for survivors." "Search for survivors?" Suwo raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "Are you military?" "No," Huang Kun replied. "We're not the military. We work independently, searching for survivors in the field. The army is focusing on protecting survivors elsewhere." Shu Huo finally understood. This was an evolver search and rescue team, not some random military unit. But he didn't let his guard down. These people were the ones who had indirectly caused his death, and he wasn't about to forget that. If you're looking for survivors, you're better off heading to the south. There's a big base city there, Shu Huo said, his voice cold. Huang Kun smiled, his eyes glinting. "We know about the base, but we've come for something else. I'm sure you've heard about the system." Shu Huo froze at the mention of the system. Before he could respond, brother number 1 piped up excitedly. "I know about it." The words barely left number 1's mouth before Shu Huo smacked him, glaring at him with a fierce intensity. "Shut up," he hissed. "Not now." No one sheepishly shrank back, the rest of the crew shaking their heads. This guy never knew when to keep quiet. Captain Huang, unbothered by the interruption, continued, "If you know where the system wholesaler is, please share. We'll owe you." Shu Huo's curiosity piqued, but he remained cautious. "The news about the system must be everywhere by now, right?" Huang Kun sighed. "We're late. This morning we went to the location, but it was already gone. Rumor has it the hut that appeared out of nowhere disappeared overnight." Shu Huo nodded thoughtfully, sensing something deep in his gut. "I do know the system's whereabouts," he said slowly, "but I need something in return." Huang Kun leaned forward eagerly. "What is it you want, brother Shu Huo?" "Whatever it is, I'll help." Shu Huo grinned, his eyes glinting. "I want 10,000 zombie crystal nuclei." The air went thick with surprise. Huang Kun blinked, and the entire group behind him froze. Even Shu Huo's 4 younger brothers couldn't believe what they'd just heard. They nearly choked on their own saliva. Huang Kun's face twisted. "That's too much. 10,000 crystal cores? That's not a small number." Shu Huo wasn't fazed. "Not at all. You know as well as I do what the system means. It's something valuable, something that can change everything. But it hasn't been confirmed as real." Huang Kun hesitated, clearly unsure. Shu Huo pulled out a bag of spicy strips, tossing it casually into the air. "See this? Space backpack." His voice was steady. "It's real. I have the system, and it's no joke." The group of scholars behind Huang Kun stared at the bag in awe. They had heard of such things, but never imagined they would see one firsthand. Shu Huo's smirk deepened. "I'm telling you, this system is real, and for that, I need my payment." 10,000 zombie crystal cores? That's too much. Huang Kun was taken aback. It sounded absurd. Who would think they could just ask for 10,000 crystal cores with a simple sentence? That was beyond unreasonable, like expecting to catch a white wolf with empty gloves. "Do you really think I'm that naive?" Huang Kun thought, his skepticism evident. Shu Huo, ever the smooth talker, immediately began spinning a tale about the system, how it was incredibly powerful and could do things beyond anyone's imagination. He made it sound so convincing that in the end, Huang Kun reluctantly agreed. But he wouldn't budge on the price. "I can only offer you 100 crystal cores, nothing more, and you'll need to lead the way to the system wholesaler. If you really find it, we'll consider giving you more." Shu Huo wasn't satisfied with that and fought back, pushing for a better deal. The two argued back and forth until, in the end, Huang Kun reluctantly agreed to give Shu Huo 50 cores up front, with the remaining 50 to be handed over once the system wholesaler was located. The agreement was made. They would travel together, hunting zombies along the way, and Shu Huo would be paid as promised. But just as they were about to leave, a high-pitched whistling sound tore through the air, catching everyone's attention. "What was that?" people murmured, rushing to the door to look up. A streak of light shot across the sky, moving faster than the eye could follow, covering miles in an instant. "Meteor?" someone wondered aloud. "Is it a meteorite?" A member of the team quickly grabbed a device and scanned it, frowning. "It's just an ordinary meteorite," he said, shaking his head. "But this is strange. The Earth's in trouble now." The group, including Shu Huo, was confused. "What do you mean, trouble?" Shu Huo asked, not understanding. Professor Wu, a scholar from the team, stepped forward, explaining with a sigh. "You don't get it. Without satellite monitoring, we no longer have eyes on space. We used to be able to track large meteors and prevent them from hitting the Earth. But now we're blind. We won't know when something catastrophic might fall from the sky." The realization hit everyone. Earth's defenses were weakening. The third disaster they feared might already be in motion, and they had no way of stopping it. Meanwhile, Lin Hui, up on the roof of the Guangwei Hotel, was startled by the same sound. His instincts kicked in, and he teleported to the top of the building. There, he saw the fireball speeding through the sky. His eyes widened as he extended his hand, conjuring a massive energy hand that reached into the air, grabbing the meteorite just before it could crash down. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the area, but Lin Hui's energy hand held firm, preventing the fireball from causing any damage. The meteorite, a massive fireball at first, burned up in the atmosphere, leaving behind a solid chunk of dense stone. Lin Hui was left speechless. A meteorite? I caught a meteorite with my bare hands? He couldn't help but laugh, though the situation was strange. He'd expected something far more dramatic, but in the end, all he had was a small, dense rock. "Well, this thing's not totally useless," he muttered to himself. "It might be valuable as raw material for crafting." But he shook his head, considering how much time and essence he'd wasted. A sword made from meteorite, huh? That could be a gimmick. Get some customers talking. Back inside the hotel, Lin Hui returned to the front desk, and a few of the tenants greeted him. He barely acknowledged them as he studied the meteorite in his hand. It had once been a massive rock, but after burning through the atmosphere, it was barely the size of a walnut. Still, there was potential in its strange, high-density structure. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, the door opened. Tang Zhen, the leader of an adventuring group, walked in with two unfamiliar women trailing behind. "Shopkeeper Lin?" Tang Zhen greeted him with a smile. "I've brought back a couple of survivors." Lin Hui barely glanced up, his focus on the meteorite. He casually handed Tang Zhen 2 boxes of bullets, barely acknowledging the women. They weren't as interesting as Mo Qingshan or Huang Shengyi. He wasn't interested in the newcomers, so he went right back to studying the rock. Tang Zhen, noticing Lin Hui's lack of attention, tried again. "Shopkeeper Lin, are you still using those modified sneakers?" Lin Hui raised an eyebrow, finally looking up. "What? You want to buy them?" Tang Zhen chuckled. "Well, they'd certainly help you out in tight situations. I'm telling you, you can't regret them. They'll save your life when danger strikes." Lin Hui couldn't help but smile as he slid the modified sneakers onto the counter. Fine. Here they are." Tang Zhen's eyes lit up as he grabbed the shoes, but just as he was about to speak, another sharp whistle filled the air. Everyone froze, looking up at the sound. Another meteoric streak was soaring through the sky. "Not again," Lin Hui muttered under his breath, his thoughts racing. What was happening to the world? 10,000 zombie crystal cores? That's too much. Wang Kun was taken aback. It sounded absurd. Who would think they could just ask for 10,000 crystal cores with a simple sentence? That was beyond unreasonable, like expecting to catch a white wolf with empty gloves. "Do you really think I'm that naive?" Wang Kun thought, his skepticism evident. Shu Huo, ever the smooth talker, immediately began spinning a tale about the system, how it was incredibly powerful and could do things beyond anyone's imagination. He made it sound so convincing that in the end, Wang Kun reluctantly agreed. But he wouldn't budge on the price. "I can only offer you 100 crystal cores, nothing more, and you'll need to lead the way to the system wholesaler. If you really find it, we'll consider giving you more." Shu Huo wasn't satisfied with that and fought back, pushing for a better deal. The two argued back and forth until, in the end, Huang Kun reluctantly agreed to give Shu Huo 50 cores up front, with the remaining 50 to be handed over once the system wholesaler was located. The agreement was made. They would travel together, hunting zombies along the way, and Shu Huo would be paid as promised. But just as they were about to leave, a high-pitched whistling sound tore through the air, catching everyone's attention. What was that? People murmured, rushing to the door to look up. A streak of light shot across the sky, moving faster than the eye could follow, covering miles in an instant. Meteor? Someone wondered aloud. Is it a meteorite? A member of the team quickly grabbed a device and scanned it, frowning. It's just an ordinary meteorite, he said, shaking his head. But this is strange. The Earth's in trouble now. The group, including Shu Huo, was confused. What do you mean, trouble? Shu Huo asked, not understanding. Professor Wu, a scholar from the team, stepped forward, explaining with a sigh, You don't get it. Without satellite monitoring, we no longer have eyes on space. We used to be able to track large meteors and prevent them from hitting the Earth. But now, we're blind. We won't know when something catastrophic might fall from the sky. The realization hit everyone. Earth's defenses were weakening. The third disaster they feared might already be in motion, and they had no way of stopping it. Meanwhile, Lin Hui, up on the roof of the Guanghui Hotel, was startled by the same sound. His instincts kicked in, and he teleported to the top of the building. There, he saw the fireball speeding through the sky. His eyes widened as he extended his hand, conjuring a massive energy hand that reached into the air, grabbing the meteorite just before it could crash down. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the area, but Lin Hui's energy hand held firm, preventing the fireball from causing any damage. The meteorite, a massive fireball at first, burned up in the atmosphere, leaving behind a solid chunk of dense stone. Lin Hui was left speechless. A meteorite? I caught a meteorite with my bare hands? He couldn't help but laugh, though the situation was strange. He'd expected something far more dramatic, but in the end, all he had was a small, dense rock. Well, this thing's not totally useless, he muttered to himself. It might be valuable as raw material for crafting. But he shook his head, considering how much time and essence he'd wasted. A sword made from meteorite, huh? That could be a gimmick. Get some customers talking. Back inside the hotel, Lin Hui returned to the front desk, and a few of the tenants greeted him. He barely acknowledged them as he studied the meteorite in his hand. It had once been a massive rock, but after burning through the atmosphere, it was barely the size of a walnut. Still, there was potential in its strange, high-density structure. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, the door opened. Tang Zhen, the leader of an adventuring group, walked in with two unfamiliar women trailing behind. Shopkeeper Lin. Tang Zhen greeted him with a smile. I've brought back a couple of survivors. Lin Hui barely glanced up, his focus on the meteorite. He casually handed Tang Zhen 2 boxes of bullets, barely acknowledging the women. They weren't as interesting as Mo Qingxian or Huang Shengyi. He wasn't interested in the newcomers, so he went right back to studying the rock. Tang Zhen, noticing Lin Hui's lack of attention, tried again. Shopkeeper Lin, are you still using those modified sneakers? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow, finally looking up. What, you want to buy them? Tang Zhen chuckled. Well, they'd certainly help you out in tight situations. I'm telling you, you can't regret them. They'll save your life when danger strikes. Lin Hui couldn't help but smile as he slid the modified sneakers onto the counter. Fine. Here they are. Tang Zhen's eyes lit up as he grabbed the shoes, but just as he was about to speak, another sharp whistle filled the air. Everyone froze, looking up at the sound. Another meteoric streak was soaring through the sky. Not again? Lin Hui muttered under his breath, his thoughts racing. What was happening to the world? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow, his mind buzzing with questions. Another meteorite? And so close to Shengming City? He shook his head slightly, choosing not to intervene this time. By the time he heard the roaring whistle, the meteorite had already passed. Even with his advanced senses, the speed of these celestial intruders was staggering, far beyond the speed of sound. This one, while dangerously close to the city, had likely landed somewhere outside its borders. As the fading roar of the meteorite blended into the ambient noise of the apocalypse, Lin Hui deducted 10,000 glory coins from Tang Zhen's tenant account, equivalent to 100 zombie crystal cores. Tang Zhen, still recovering from the shock of what they'd seen, hesitated before speaking. Shopkeeper Lin, just now, that giant hand we saw. He trailed off, uncertain how to frame his question without overstepping. His curiosity burned, but so did his caution. He wasn't alone. Zhou Tingting, Huang Jiayi, and the two women they had recently rescued stood behind him, equally dumbfounded. Yes, Lin Hui replied calmly, cutting through the tension. Without hesitation, he produced the meteorite, a chunk barely larger than his fist. Such a massive fireball, and this is all that remains. A shame. The rest of his words were lost on Tang Zhen and his group. They could barely process what they had just heard. Lin Hui had admitted it. That awe-inspiring otherworldly act was his doing. The two newcomers gaped, their faces pale as though confronted by a ghost. At the front desk, Wu Xuan crunched on zombie crystal cores like candy, her curious eyes darting to the group. Kia, kik, 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 kik. She chuckled softly, her undead mind vaguely recalling her own stunned reactions upon realizing Lin Hui's abilities. She tilted her head, pondering whether these people might share some connection with her old self. Then, as if dismissing the thought, she resumed her snack with a prideful hum. She wasn't a lowly, mindless zombie anymore. She was an elite. Kia, kick, kick. The sound of her chewing snapped Tang Zhen and the others out of their daze. They turned to see her munching on the precious crystal cores as if they were jelly beans. Tang Zhen's jaw clenched involuntarily. Each core was worth 100 glory coins. But he dared not protest. This was Lin Hui's territory, and Wu Xuan? Her mere gaze made his scalp prickle with dread. Whatever she was, her power was undeniable. Clearing his throat, Tang Zhen spoke hastily. Ahem, shopkeeper Lin. We'll leave you to your work. Let's go. He ushered the group upstairs without waiting for a response. Once there, he assigned the newcomers to rooms with Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun, eager to put some distance between them and the hotel's terrifying oddities. Downstairs, Lin Hui stepped outside and gazed up at the hazy sky. The post-apocalyptic atmosphere always left the sunlight dim, veiled by an ever-present shroud. Despite the sun's best efforts, the world felt cold, heavy. A sudden streak of light drew his attention. Another meteor. It cut through the sky and vanished beyond the horizon. Lin Hui's frown deepened. That made 3 meteorites he'd witnessed personally. And the Earth was vast. How many more had he missed? Though most of these space rocks disintegrated before impact, those that survived could still cause substantial damage. A direct hit on a crowded safe zone could obliterate everything within its radius. Worse yet, the resulting shockwaves could extend the destruction far beyond the initial crater. Elsewhere, Xu Huo and his team navigated through zombie-infested streets, shrouded in a protective veil of shadow. The zombies paid no mind, their vacant eyes scanning past the hidden group. Your shadow powers are impressive, Xu Huo whispered, a note of admiration slipping through. Quiet, the shadow wielder snapped. The shadows can hide us, but they don't block sound. You'll get us all killed if you attract a horde. Cut it out, Xu Huo muttered under his breath. In his mind, he scoffed. If a horde came, one fireball from him would take care of it. He didn't say it aloud, though. Arguing was a waste of energy, and he had no patience for the shadow wielder's self-important attitude. A sudden roar cut through the air. The group instinctively looked up, their faces reflecting awe and fear as a blazing meteor streaked overhead. Its fiery tail burned brightly against the hazy sky, vanishing in an instant. Another one? Someone murmured, their voice tinged with dread. Why so many meteorites? Could this be the third disaster? Another ventured nervously. Professor Huang, the team's scholarly voice of reason, shook his head. No, before the apocalypse, astronomers observed a meteorite cluster approaching Earth. By their estimates, this is about the time they'd make impact. Under normal circumstances, we'd have been able to intercept them, but now? A meteorite cluster? The group exchanged worried glances. How bad is it, Professor? Not catastrophic, he reassured. Out of hundreds, only a fraction will reach the surface. Most will burn up in the atmosphere. His words brought some relief, but unease lingered in the air. For Xu Huo, however, the professor's explanation only raised more questions. If the apocalypse was orchestrated by cosmic forces, what else was hurtling toward Earth? Tang Zhen made his way cautiously upstairs, the hotel's bright lights providing a sense of safety that the darkness of the outside world couldn't. In the midst of the apocalypse, where zombies roamed freely, the simple presence of electricity felt like a miracle. Tang Zhen wasn't ashamed to admit that he was afraid of the dark. Who wouldn't be, with monsters lurking everywhere? As he reached the 5th floor, a sudden realization made his heart race. My knife. the kitchen knife he had left behind in his frantic dash earlier. He turned back without a second thought, eager to grab the only weapon he trusted. Though he felt safe in the hotel for now, there were no guarantees when others might show up. In the post-apocalyptic world, humanity's dark side was bound to resurface, and Tang Zhen wasn't about to be caught unarmed. At the front desk, Lin Hui had just settled in a chair when he saw Tang Zhen returning. "Going out?" Lin Hui asked casually. "If you are, can you grab the fire axe for me? It's about 30 meters away on the opposite side." Tang Zhen, who had already planned on retrieving his knife, didn't argue. He gave a simple nod and made his way to the hotel's front gate. Pausing, he scanned the street for any signs of danger, then quickly ran to retrieve his kitchen knife. He found it easily, but Lin Hui's fire axe was nowhere to be seen at first glance. It took him a moment to spot the axe, lodged deep into the road, its blade completely buried in the ground. Tang Zhen's jaw dropped in disbelief. Could he have thrown it out like this? What kind of strength would that take? He gripped the handle, pulling with all his might, but the axe didn't budge. After trying again with both hands, he still couldn't get it loose. Desperation clawed at him. Then, a distant roar from a zombie snapped him back to reality. His heart pounded as he let go of the axe and scrambled backwards. At the hotel, Lin Hui merely turned his head to glance at the approaching zombies. He wasn't worried. Tang Zhen didn't waste another second. He grabbed his knife and dashed back toward the hotel, his breath coming in heavy pants. Inside, Lin Hui, observing his return, merely shook his head. He had sensed Tang Zhen's earlier struggle. The fire axe had been a part of the hotel. Its power connected to the very building. Lin Hui focused his mind, and with a wave of his hand, the fire axe suddenly yanked itself free from the ground and soared back into his grasp. Tang Zhen stood in stunned silence, dumbfounded. If Lin Hui could summon the axe like that, why had he made him struggle so much? But Lin Hui didn't seem to notice his expression. He simply examined the axe in his hand, noting the damage it had taken. He shook his head slightly, focusing again as the axe disappeared and reappeared on the 10th floor, where it slowly began to recover and strengthen. Lin Hui looked up and saw Tang Zhen still staring at him. He raised an eyebrow, then sighed inwardly, noting the obvious confusion on the man's face. "You're not going upstairs to sleep?" Lin Hui asked, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Tang Zhen, still processing what had just happened, gave a small nod before asking, "Shouldn't those 5 zombies earlier count toward my accommodation fee?" "Yes, they do," Lin Hui replied with a casual nod. Tang Zhen let out a relieved sigh. "Good," he murmured, then turned to head for the door. He took a deep breath and, with a sudden burst of energy, screamed at the top of his lungs. Ah! The sound echoed through the streets, and within moments, the nearby zombies began to react, their roars filling the air as they closed in on the hotel. Tang Zhen immediately darted back inside, his kitchen knife held tightly in his grip. He stopped at the stairs, eyes darting nervously toward the entrance. Lin Hui simply observed, while Wu Xuan, standing nearby, watched him curiously. More than a dozen zombies surged forward from the street, crashing through the hotel door. "Quick! Zombies are coming!" Tang Zhen shouted, panic rising in his chest. With a calm flick of his mind, Lin Hui activated the hotel's power. The zombies were crushed instantly by an invisible force, their remains disintegrating into blood that seeped into the hotel floor. Tang Zhen stood frozen, breathless and awestruck by the strange, terrifying power of the hotel. 11 zombies this time, Tang Zhen muttered, trying to process the bizarre events. 16, Lin Hui corrected, giving him a reassuring smile, as if urging him to keep going. Tang Zhen, overwhelmed by the night's events, hurriedly turned away and climbed the stairs to his room. "I'll talk to you tomorrow," he mumbled, trying to escape the strange intensity of Lin Hui's gaze. He was exhausted and in desperate need of sleep. Lin Hui watched him go with a small, amused smile. The recent wave of zombies had provided plenty of energy for the hotel, but there was still more to be done. For now, he could focus on increasing the hotel's profits. He couldn't leave the hotel to find new guests, so he had to rely on others to bring in the energy. He thought about how best to get more people to stay, to keep the cycle of feeding the hotel going. Upstairs, Tang Zhen collapsed onto the bed, the weight of the past 2 days catching up with him. But as soon as he lay down, a strange feeling of peace washed over him. The bed was incredibly comfortable, and the soft, safe atmosphere of the hotel soothed his frazzled nerves. For the first time in days, he felt like he could finally rest. With the hotel's strange power surrounding him, Tang Zhen allowed himself to drift into sleep. The chaotic world outside could wait. On the shattered street lined with jagged metal bars, the members of the search and rescue team exchanged uneasy glances. Many were still reeling from witnessing the metal controller's devastating display of power. Wang Yuping, the team's only advanced female evolver, broke the silence. It's no wonder he's compared to Magneto. His ability is terrifying. As the others murmured in agreement, a scientist pointed at number 2 and the others, who were busy absorbing energy from zombie corpses. His voice brimmed with confusion. What on earth are they doing? Before Shu Huo could answer, Number 1 eagerly chimed in, They're using their systems. Each of us has one. Each of you? The scientist gawked in disbelief, while Captain Huang Kun frowned. The report said something about a system wholesaler. Is it true? Absolutely, Shu Huo said with a smirk. But information isn't free. Hand over 50 zombie crystal cores and I'll tell you all about it. Huang Kun sighed. We're not in the habit of reneging on deals, but even if you don't explain, the evidence is piling up. Wang Yuping interjected, her gaze fixed on Shu Huo. Captain, could the mysterious owner of the Guangwai Hotel be the wholesaler? That would explain Shu Huo's miraculous recovery. Shu Huo tensed, his mind racing. The speculation was alarmingly accurate, but he played it cool. That's right, he admitted. Now, about those crystal cores. Before the discussion could continue, a brilliant streak of light tore through the sky. It slammed into a building several hundred meters away, reducing it to rubble and blasting through several more before crashing into the ground. The resulting explosion sent a towering plume of smoke and debris into the air. Down, Huang Kun yelled, and everyone hit the ground as a deafening shockwave swept over them. Shattered glass rained down, and weaker structures groaned under the strain. When the chaos subsided, they rose cautiously, their faces pale with fear. That could have been us, someone muttered. These meteorites, a scientist began, shaking his head. Their speed and mass make them devastating on impact. There's no defense unless you're underground. So what now? No one asked, glancing nervously at the smoldering crater in the distance. Su Huo snorted. Hiding's pointless. We keep moving and hope we're not in the next one's path. Huang Kun nodded grimly. Let's get to the Guangwei Hotel as quickly as possible. At the Guangwei Hotel, Lin Hui stood outside, his sharp eyes fixed on the distant column of smoke. Trouble never comes alone, he murmured. Humanity's inability to monitor space in the apocalyptic chaos had left them vulnerable to such celestial threats. Inside, Tang Zhen watched the same scene from the 7th floor. His heart pounded as he closed the window. The memory of Lin Hui stopping a meteorite with his bare hands steadied him somewhat, but a gnawing sense of inadequacy remained. Determined to grow stronger, Tang Zhen approached his bed and unsheathed a knife smeared with zombie blood. His hands trembled, but his resolve was firm. Every night, the improvements grow smaller. I need a push, he muttered before driving the blade into his stomach. Moments later, a knock interrupted him. Huang Jiayi, Chen Jiayun, and Zhou Tingting burst into the room. Brother Tang Zhen, are you okay? Huang Jiayi's eyes widened as she noticed the bloodied knife. I'm fine, Tang Zhen rasped, clutching his stomach. I'm testing the zombie virus to enhance my body. Remember, sleeping here heals everything. You stabbed yourself in the stomach for that? Zhou Tingting gasped. Couldn't you just prick your arm? Tang Zhen froze, a mixture of shock and regret flashing across his face. You're telling me this now? Damn it! Shu Huo stabbed Number 1 outright, so I thought... You didn't have to go that far, Zhou Tingting replied, her voice tinged with panic. Tang Zhen sighed, easing himself onto the bed. Lesson learned. Now let me rest before the fever gets worse. The women exchanged worried glances, but stepped back, leaving Tang Zhen to his gamble. As the door clicked shut, he closed his eyes, his mind filled with equal parts fear and hope. Chen Jiayun and Huang Jiayi exchanged uncertain glances, but ultimately helped Tang Zhen lie down on the bed. Huang Jiayi's voice trembled with concern. Brother Tang Zhen, are you sure this will work? Tang Zhen, pale and clutching his stomach, forced a reassuring smile. It'll be fine. It has to be. Now, please, leave me to rest. Make sure to close the door. As the women hesitantly left the room, Tang Zhen tried to ignore the throbbing pain and focus on the gamble he had just taken. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, Lin Hui stood by the counter, lost in thought. His lips curved slightly as he watched the scene unfold through his connection to the building. Every movement, every whispered concern, he knew it all without needing to consciously sense it. A small noise interrupted his musings. Wu Xuan, sprawled lazily across the counter, tossed another zombie crystal core into her mouth, crunching down noisily. Her wide, intelligent eyes flickered toward Lin Hui, who was staring at the sky outside. But Lin Hui's mind was far from the meteorites and chaos beyond the hotel. He was piecing together the blueprint for something revolutionary. How about a real system mall? Lin Hui murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. His gaze drifted to the modified laptop resting on the counter. It was no ordinary device anymore, having already been integrated with several of the hotel's core functions. An idea sparked. I've been overthinking. The goods don't need to be stored in the guest systems. Why not keep them here and just deliver them through the hotel itself? His eyes lit up. Yes, a central hub here at the hotel, connected to their systems. If they want remote delivery, I'll charge for the convenience. With newfound clarity, Lin Hui sprang into action. He grabbed the laptop and began the transformation. The hotel's essence flowed freely, consuming resources to fuel the process. The laptop shimmered and grew, its physical form becoming translucent before merging entirely into the hotel's structure. A glowing light curtain emerged above the counter, displaying the laptop's familiar interface. Lin Hui tested it with a thought. The screen vanished, then reappeared seamlessly. Perfect. Now for the next step. Lin Hui waved his hand, and two large sofas in the lobby levitated, twisting and reshaping in midair. Moments later, they had become sleek, three-tiered shelves. A faint, ethereal light enveloped them as Lin Hui bound them to the hotel's essence. Now, a space tunnel. He concentrated, and the fabric of the lobby shimmered, distorting as a deep, dark void began to form. It resembled a black hole, silent but undeniably ominous. The hotel's essence depleted rapidly, drawing a sharp breath from Lin Hui. This better pay off. I'll need to charge extra for remote purchases. Time ticked by as Lin Hui meticulously connected the space tunnel to every guest's system. The tunnel would serve as the delivery mechanism, transferring purchased goods directly to the tenants' spatial backpacks. He added functionality to automatically deduct glory coins upon transactions and ensure items fit within the limited space of the client's systems. Almost there, Lin Hui muttered, wiping an invisible bead of sweat from his brow. He turned to the shelves. These need interactivity. I'll add item descriptions and a comment section for reviews. With a wave of his hand, the shelves shimmered again. Their presence became otherworldly, existing in a distinct dimension yet accessible from the lobby. A simple touch could now display detailed information about each item. Satisfied, Lin Hui added a pistol and a box of bullets to the shelves as a test. I need a duplication function, he mused aloud. That way, I won't have to restock manually every time. The hotel can replicate items using its essence. At last, Lin Hui stepped back, marveling at his work. The system mall was functional, connected to every tenant system, and capable of seamless transactions. He crafted a message and sent it to all bound tenants. System update. A new feature has been added, the System Mall. Purchase items remotely or in the hotel lobby. Remote purchases incur additional delivery fees. Explore now. As Lin Hui smiled at the notification's completion, Wu Xuan yawned and stretched lazily. She hadn't moved from her spot, but her gaze stayed fixed on Lin Hui. Whatever he was building, she trusted it, and him. Lin Hui's grin widened as he surveyed the now hidden space tunnel and ethereal shelves. Let's see how much these people are willing to spend. All of a sudden, everyone connected to the tenant system received a message. Do you want to consume 100 glory coins to unlock the System Mall? The sudden prompt sent ripples through the survivors. In a dilapidated apartment on the outskirts of the city, a young man jumped up, fists clenched in excitement. Finally, a proper system. I knew this thing would evolve, he yelled. Across the city, Qin Gue, in the midst of a private moment with Yanfang, froze. He squinted at the system message before muttering, System Mall? Took it long enough. He straightened up, forgetting his previous activity. People across the city began hastily spending their hard-earned glory coins to unlock this mysterious feature. Inside the Glory Hotel, Lin Hui stood near the shelves he'd just set up, smirking as a flood of notifications confirmed the opening of countless system malls. His glory coins surged dramatically. More than 10,000 coins in an instant, Lin Hui mused. This is how you turn hoarded points into circulation. Satisfied, he adjusted the display in the lobby, where a glowing screen showed the updated balance. Glory coins, 149,880. Lin Hui's gaze lingered on the number, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. Not bad, but we'll need a lot more to keep the hotel running. Meanwhile, the first wave of users accessed the system mall, their excitement short-lived as disappointment took over. Why are there only guns and bullets? One man groaned, staring at the limited inventory. Determined to expand the catalog, Lin Hui began implementing his next ideas. Mo Qingxian, he called, his voice firm. The ghostly figure materialized before him, bowing slightly. Yes, master? Scout the surrounding buildings for cigarettes, alcohol, snacks, anything people might want. Bring back just a small sample of each. Lin Hui then turned to Wu Xuan. Go with her. It'll be good for you to stretch your legs a bit. Wu Xuan pouted but obeyed, stealing a few glances over her shoulder as she left, reluctant to part with Lin Hui's side for even a moment. Once they were gone, Lin Hui sighed. Shame I destroyed all the old stock. Well, time to improvise. He activated the system's copy function, selecting a pack of cigarettes he'd sensed in Tang Zhen's stash. A flicker of energy later, an identical pack appeared in his hand, costing only 0.1 glory coins to replicate. Lin Hui smirked. Cigarettes in the apocalypse? Luxury. Let's price this at 100 glory coins per pack. He placed the cigarettes on the shelf, already envisioning the demand. Next, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the hotel's storeroom, replicated it for 0.2 glory coins, and priced it at 1 glory coin. A necessity, after all. Bit by bit, the shelves filled with items, biscuits, bread, even Huang Jiayi's luxury underwear, reproduced for 100 glory coins and discreetly listed only in the personal system mall of eligible customers. Elsewhere, chaos ensued as users explored the system mall's growing inventory. Qin Gui stared at his interface, his jaw slack. Cigarettes? Water? Snacks? Underwear? He rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. Yanfang peered over his shoulder. What's that? Nothing, Qin Gui grumbled, quickly switching screens. On the outskirts, Shu Huo's squad had stopped to rest when one of his subordinates shouted, Captain, look at this! New items in the system mall! What now? Shu Huo muttered, turning his attention to the commotion. The subordinate pointed at the interface, scrolling rapidly. Cigarettes, mineral water. Wait, is that a doll? Another member chimed in, laughing. Hey, they've got luxury goods now. This system mall really does have everything. As the group descended into banter, Wang Yuping blushed furiously, muttering something under her breath. Back at the hotel, Lin Hui stood before the now bustling shelves, hands on his hips. The space shimmered faintly, the result of his enhancements ensuring security and functionality. Good start, he murmured. Now, to add a copy feature for faster restocking. Can't have my shelves emptying out too quickly. A quick mental command refined the system further, enabling automated duplication and catalog updates. Next up, dynamic pricing. Lin Hui smirked. Let's see how desperate people are for their vices and comforts in the apocalypse. With a thought, he sent another notification to all tenants. System mall update complete. New items now available. Browse today. He stepped back, watching the screen in the lobby flicker with new data. Let the glory coins roll in, Lin Hui said with a chuckle, the faint hum of the hotel's core buzzing in approval. The tension in the air was palpable as Captain Huang Kun and his team tried to process the bizarre scene unfolding before them. Their puzzled expressions said it all. What the hell is going on? Huang Kun muttered, eyeing the chatter from Su Huo's group. His team exchanged glances, equally baffled by the nonsensical shouts about rich woman's happy balls and dolls. Meanwhile, within the secure walls of the Glory Hotel, events took an even stranger turn. On the 7th floor, Huang Jiayi's eyes widened as she pointed to a particular item in the system mall. Sister Jiayun, doesn't this underwear look exactly like mine? Chen Jiayun leaned closer, squinting at the display. It's not just similar, it's identical. How is that even possible? Suddenly, Wang Jiayi gasped, her finger hovering over another entry in the mall. Wait a minute. Is this a doll? Oh my gosh, it looks like Fan Sisi, that goddess from before the apocalypse, and it's priced at 10,000 glory coins? Chen Jiayun shook her head incredulously. Who would pay that much for a doll, even if it looks real? Elsewhere in the hotel, Zhou Tingting scrolled through the expanding inventory, her brow furrowed. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Why does this bare biscuit seem so familiar? Oh, there's something new. Architectural blueprints? She clicked on the details. Foundation, walls, doors, all for 100 glory coins. That's pricey. Far away, nestled in a concealed cabin hidden amidst tall weeds, Huang Shengyi sat on a creaky wooden bed. She munched on bare biscuits, her sharp eyes fixed on the system mall. Architectural blueprints. Fascinating, she murmured. But her gaze sharpened as another item appeared. A smooth, translucent pebble labeled moving stone. 10,000 glory coins for this? She whispered, her lips curling into a faint smile as thoughts raced through her mind. Back at the Glory Hotel, the night deepened, yet the neon GG lights bathed the surroundings in a surreal glow. It was an odd beacon of life amidst the apocalypse's suffocating darkness. Hurried footsteps echoed through the hall as Wu Xuan burst in, holding a bag. Her face lit up with excitement as she handed it to Lin Hui. Xuan, you've done well, Lin Hui said warmly, patting her head. But his hand froze mid-motion as he caught sight of her features. Her smile was sweet, but the elongated fangs at the corners of her mouth were anything but. Lin Hui's gaze shifted to her eyes, now tinged with a faint crimson hue. Before he could react further, Mo Qingshan entered with another bag, her demeanor calm as usual. Owner, here are the drinks you requested, she said, placing the bag on the counter. Lin Hui's focus shifted to the contents. Bottles of Wuliangye, Mao Tai, beers, colas, and juices glimmered under the lights. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You both deserve rest. Wu Xuan reluctantly stepped away, but remained within sight, her eyes lingering on Lin Hui. Lin Hui examined the collected items. Cigarettes? High-end brands cost 0.1 glory coins to copy. Let's price them at 200 glory coins. Wuliangye and Mao Tai will go for 10,000 each. They're luxuries, even in peacetime. As for sodas, 100 glory coins. Fruit orange can be 50 and Nutri-Express 100. It's filling and nutritious. After neatly arranging the items on the shelves, Lin Hui paused. This is good, but we need something unique, something to stand out. He spent 200 glory coins to copy a pair of modified sneakers, pricing them at 11,000 glory coins in the mall and 10,000 on site. He justified the difference as a delivery fee. This should do for now, he murmured, satisfied with the additions. 7 kilometers away, Xu Huo and his team continued their journey in the darkness. The first brother held a box of bullets gleefully. Finally, a real weapon. These bullets even work with assault rifles. Huang Kun, intrigued, observed the pistol Xu Huo had drawn. Is that from the system mall? He asked. Xu Huo nodded. Yeah, why? Huang Kun's brow furrowed as he produced his own pistol. It's identical to mine. Even the serial number matches. Xu Huo looked stunned. Wait, are you saying this system is replicating existing weapons? Huang Kun's expression hardened. I don't know what this means, but we need to tread carefully. Something about this feels off. The group continued forward, their unease growing with every step, as the line between reality and the enigmatic system blurred further. Inside a dimly lit house in the southern part of the city, Qin Guwei stared intently at the screen of his system interface. His eyes gleamed as he finally spotted what he had been searching for. Magic-modified sports shoes? He muttered. They make you as light as a feather and fast as the wind? The description captivated him. As an evolver, his abilities granted him rapid recovery and resilience, but he lacked enhanced strength or speed. These shoes seemed like the perfect solution to his limitations. However, his excitement wavered when he saw the price, 11,000 glory coins. Even something as game-changing as this is cheaper than... A doll? He questioned aloud, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Beside him, Yan Fang huffed, her voice tinged with jealousy. Are lifeless dolls really more appealing than me? In the Glory Hotel, Lin Hui meticulously examined a small, walnut-sized meteorite on his workbench. With a wave of his hand, he activated the mysterious power of the hotel. Slowly, the meteorite began to reshape, guided by his will. Knowing the meteorite alone wouldn't suffice, he replicated several using glory coins and fused them together. Piece by piece, he forged a sword, its blade gleaming with a sharp edge and adorned with intricate patterns. Consuming another 200 glory coins, he imbued the weapon with toughness and a razor-sharp attribute, ensuring it could slice through iron with ease. Holding the finished product, Lin Hui marveled at his creation. This sword can cut through evolved zombies like tofu. As for the golden ones, they'll pose a challenge, but it's possible. He named the weapon the Star Sword, reflecting its meteorite origins, and priced it at 30,000 glory coins. 100-fold profit, he mused. Anyone who buys this will know its worth. As Lin Hui considered adding more items to the system, Wu Xuan, who had been quietly following him, suddenly perked up. Her gaze darted outside, and Lin Hui felt it too. A shift in the air. Thick fog was rolling in, engulfing the hotel's surroundings. Stepping outside with Wu Xuan, Lin Hui noticed how the fog seemed to materialize out of nowhere, neither falling from the sky nor rising from the ground. It simply appeared dense and impenetrable. Wu Xuan tilted her head back and inhaled deeply, as if savoring the fog's mysterious scent. 2 kilometers from the Glory Hotel, Shuho and his team trudged through the oppressive darkness, their path obscured by the unnatural fog. The air was tense, their nerves on edge as the group fended off wave after wave of frenzied, evolved zombies. "Why are these zombies acting so erratic?" Huang Kun asked, firing another shot at an incoming creature. Professor Huang, tinkering with a handheld instrument, responded gravely. "This fog isn't natural. It carries supernatural fluctuations. I believe this marks the onset of the 3rd disaster." The team froze at his words. "But wasn't it supposed to happen in 2 weeks?" someone stammered. "That was only an estimate," Professor Huang clarified. "It could happen any time within that time frame. And it seems it's now." Suddenly, more zombies burst from the fog, their behavior more feral and chaotic than ever. The group fought valiantly, but their numbers were dwarfed by the unrelenting horde. "Head to the Glory Hotel," Huang Kun ordered. "Which direction?" someone shouted. "We're completely disoriented." Panic began to set in as the fog thickened further, enveloping them in total darkness. Back at the hotel, Lin Hui stood at the entrance, his gaze piercing through the thick fog, his enhanced senses locked onto Shuhuo and his group, struggling more than 2 kilometers away. "They're close but lost," he muttered. With a flick of his hand, the hotel's GG brand neon lights illuminated, their brightness cutting through the dense fog like a beacon. The light pierced the gloom, creating a clear path for the approaching group. Just as Lin Hui prepared to return inside, a deafening explosion echoed from a nearby bank. The ground trembled, and debris flew in all directions as a massive figure emerged. A golden zombie, its body radiating an ominous glow, clawed its way out of the wreckage. Its golden eyes shone with an eerie intensity, exuding an aura of raw power. Lin Hui's expression hardened as he watched the creature roar into the night, heralding the chaos to come. Lin Hui's sharp senses immediately detected the disturbance 600 or 700 meters away. Despite the obstacles of buildings, his acute hearing pieced together the chaotic scene. A massive, bald humanoid figure, over 3 meters tall, erupted from the ground, shattering concrete and bursting through walls before stepping onto the street. Smoke and dust billowed in its wake, dimly illuminated by the surrounding haze. At the hotel's entrance, Wu Xuan tensed, her gaze fixed on the distant figure. A feral energy surged from her, an instinctual territorial warning. The sudden flare of her aura caught the attention of the towering creature. "Roar!" the golden humanoid bellowed, a guttural sound that reverberated through the thick fog. Its golden eyes gleamed, scanning the source of the challenge. Then, with a ground-shaking leap, it soared into the air, closing hundreds of meters in seconds before landing on a nearby street with a deafening crash. Through the murky air, Lin Hui saw it clearly, a golden zombie. No, this was something more. Its muscular frame glistened with a metallic sheen, its bald head reflecting the dim light. Its eyes burned with golden intensity, and its physique was both elegant and overwhelming, radiating power and menace. A golden zombie? Female? Lin Hui muttered, a mix of intrigue and caution flickering in his gaze. Its proportions were unnervingly perfect, equal parts deadly and mesmerizing. Beside him, Wuxuan reacted violently, her body coiling like a spring. Her fingers elongated into claws, and sharp fangs protruded from her mouth. She emitted a feral growl, her body trembling with the urge to attack. "Don't," Lin Hui said firmly, grabbing her arm before she could bolt. Wuxuan struggled against his hold, her instincts overriding reason. "Who?" she growled, her gaze locked on the golden figure. "Calm down," Lin Hui soothed, gently stroking her head. "You're strong, but that thing is dangerous. Its power feels endless. I'd rather not see you hurt." But Wuxuan's instincts couldn't be quelled. She growled louder, the primal challenge echoing into the fog. The golden figure roared back, its voice splitting the air like thunder. They seemed locked in a bizarre standoff, exchanging guttural sounds. Lin Hui stood still, observing with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Ho! Come here if you dare!" Wuxuan challenged. "Roar! Why don't you come here?" the golden zombie retorted. Lin Hui's lips twitched. He didn't need translation to sense the absurdity. Shaking his head, he decided to end the standoff. "Get out!" Lin Hui's voice boomed like a crack of thunder, cutting through the fog. The golden figure froze momentarily, its body tensing as if sensing a predator. Then, with a defiant roar, it prepared to charge. Lin Hui's eyes narrowed. A flick of his wrist conjured a fireball, its core glowing white-hot. With a precise motion, he released it. The fireball streaked through the night, an incandescent blur, striking the golden figure squarely in the head. Boom! The explosion lit up the fog, a fiery blast radiating outwards. Cars were flung like toys, buildings cracked, and the golden figure was hurled backward, its massive frame slamming into the debris-strewn street. The impact left a trail of destruction, and a mushroom cloud of fire and smoke rose into the sky. The shockwave rippled outward, shattering windows and scattering the suffocating fog. For a moment the city was silent, save for the faint crackle of flames. 2 kilometers away, Shuho and his rescue team froze mid-step, staring at the fiery plume. "Was that a nuke?" One of them stammered. "No, it's him," Suhuo said, his tone a mix of awe and resignation. "Owner Lin, who else would blow up half the street?" "Let's move," someone urged. The group sprinted toward the now visible beacon of the Glory Hotel, their urgency fueled by the ominous fog. Inside the hotel, chaos erupted. Huang Jiayi and the other girls screamed, clutching each other as the blast rattled the windows. "Nuclear bomb?" one muttered, staring wide-eyed at the fiery glow outside. Elsewhere, Ren Woshuai and Ren Wumei huddled together, trembling. "What's happening?" Ren Woshuai whispered, his voice cracking. Back at the entrance, Wuxuan's transformation abruptly reversed. Her claws and fangs retracted, and her fierce demeanor gave way to nervousness. Grabbing Lin Hui's arm, she tugged him toward the hotel's interior, her actions frantic. "Xuan, it's fine," Lin Hui assured, though he allowed himself to be dragged. As they reached the lobby, Wuxuan peeked outside, her red-tinged eyes wide with fear. The fiery mushroom cloud lingered, its glow fading into the darkened sky. Even in the safety of the hotel, Wuxuan clung to Lin Hui, her trembling form a stark contrast to her earlier aggression. Tang Zhen had never slept in a bed so comfortable. The feeling was almost surreal, but he pushed it aside, assuming it was just a psychological effect from the sense of safety the hotel offered. After all, he had just sprinted for miles, even leaping from the second floor, and though he wasn't injured, his body ached for rest. He couldn't afford to exhaust himself. Food was already a concern for tomorrow. The one downside to the hotel was its lack of provisions. His mind wandered for a moment, but soon exhaustion overtook him. His eyelids grew heavy, and he quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Downstairs, in the hotel's lobby, Lin Hui sat at the front desk, counting room cards and scanning the hotel's layout. He was still piecing together the situation. The hotel had 36 floors, with the 7th floor designated as the accommodation area. There were 10 rooms per floor, and 3 deluxe suites, each with a master bedroom and 2 secondary rooms. But as he went over the room cards, he began to notice something troubling. "Where's the card for room 1101? Lin Hui muttered aloud, his voice laced with confusion. He had come to a startling realization. Room 1101 was where he and Wuxuan had once stayed before everything fell apart. It was also the place where Lin Hui had been resurrected. He checked again. Room 1101's card was indeed missing. Lin Hui's mind raced. He recalled the final moments before the world changed, remembering vaguely that he and Wu Xuan had used the card for something, though the details were hazy. But now, it seemed the card had merged with his very being. He could feel it. His body was now the key, the room card itself. A chill ran down his spine. The thought that the room card was bound to his body was both terrifying and exhilarating. If he truly controlled the card, he could manipulate the hotel itself. But what if others could somehow do the same? What if there were others who could control the hotel and take it from him? Lin Hui knew he had to ensure that no one else could usurp control. This hotel, he realized, had mutated as a whole. The rooms, the furniture, the former hotel staff who had now become zombies, it was all part of a greater transformation. But the real question that gnawed at Lin Hui was whether the true owner of the hotel, the mastermind behind it all, could also control the building. Were they still out there? He refocused, sensing the hotel's innermost workings, trying to locate anything of importance. After a long pause, something caught his attention. There was a strange energy radiating from the front desk itself. His instincts guided him to one of the drawers, specifically the one that was locked. Lin Hui, feeling the power surging through him, unlocked it with a thought. Inside, he found something that made his heart skip a beat. A seal. What's this? Lin Hui murmured, lifting the seal from the drawer. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, following his gut rather than any logical reasoning. It was a risky move, but in this world, he had learned to trust his instincts. The moment the seal slid down his throat, Lin Hui felt a rush of power. An invisible force enveloped him, and his senses expanded. He could now access every part of the hotel with ease, its current state, its resources, even its hidden secrets. He knew that there were 20 available waiter positions, and that the hotel had one current staff member, with 19 vacancies. He could alter the hotel's internal structure, move rooms, and even relocate the entire building, though the cost and process were still unclear. But the most exhilarating discovery was the realization that he had become the hotel's true master. Before, he had only been able to control the hotel's functions when physically at the front desk. But now, the entire hotel was within his grasp, no matter where he was. In a flash of intuition, Lin Hui tested this newfound power. He thought about moving, and in an instant, he teleported to the second floor. He blinked again and appeared on the 5th floor. The ability to travel anywhere within the hotel without moving a muscle was both thrilling and overwhelming. Swish! He teleported once more, disappearing from one room and reappearing in another. The sense of godlike control was exhilarating. He could change his position at will, be anywhere inside the hotel, and manipulate its very structure. It was as if the hotel itself had become an extension of him, and with each jump, Lin Hui's understanding of his power deepened. The hotel was his, and with it he could shape the future. But he also knew the weight of this power. There was still much to learn, and the real test would come when the inevitable challenges began to arise.